A Eletronuclear. Conheça um pouco da atividade da Central Nuclear Almirante Álvaro Alberto, instalada em Angra dos Reis, no estado do Rio de Janeiro desde o final dos anos 60, antes mesmo da construção da rodovia Rio-Santos. Nossos cuidados com a segurança contam com os métodos mais avançados que a tecnologia nuclear mundial dispõe. E isso vai muito além das sucessivas barreiras físicas existentes em nossos prédios. Temos procedimentos técnicos e administrativos rigorosos e um sistema de treinamento constante de nossos colaboradores. A produção de energia nuclear acontece sem parar, 7 dias por semana, 24 horas por dia. Isso porque ela não depende de nenhum fator climático, como chuvas ou vento, para gerar energia. Essa energia é limpa, produzida com tecnologia avançada a partir do beneficiamento do mineral urânio, uma riqueza da Terra que se transforma em luz para agregar segurança e confiabilidade à matriz elétrica do Brasil. Diferentemente de outras fontes, a geração de energia nuclear praticamente não produz gases de efeito estufa. E isso é importantíssimo para conter o avanço do aquecimento global. E tem mais. Como a nossa produção de energia é concentrada em uma área muito pequena, as usinas podem ficar próximas aos centros urbanos, onde estão os consumidores. A operação é monitorada regularmente por órgãos nacionais e internacionais que atestam a qualidade de nossa operação. Nossa central nuclear possui 2 usinas em pleno funcionamento e uma terceira em construção, além do Observatório Nuclear, que é o centro de visitação da empresa. Veja Angra 1. Esta é Angra 2, inaugurada em 2001. Esta é Angra 3, em construção. Assim que Angra 3 entrar em funcionamento, a central nuclear vai conseguir atender dezenas de milhões de pessoas. Será um grande avanço para o Brasil, que pode sofrer com o desabastecimento de energia em tempos de estiagem. A tecnologia da eletronuclear é tão segura e de ponta que pessoas do mundo todo, de todas as idades, querem ver isso de perto. Por isso, o Observatório Nuclear fica de portas abertas de domingo a domingo. Entretenimento, informação e uma vista belíssima da central nuclear promovem uma experiência qualificada sobre a energia do futuro. E no dia a dia, realização a realização, a eletronuclear está nas casas, com as pessoas. Também está na natureza, com diversos programas de preservação ambiental, como o projeto Tartaruga Viva e o Centro de Reabilitação de Animais Silvestres. E onde há uma usina nuclear, há a natureza preservada. Diversos programas monitoram a qualidade do ar, da água, bem como a fauna e flora do entorno da central nuclear. Essa é a energia que acende o futuro. Eletronuclear. Energia limpa.
This is for you. You who see how essential electricity is to people's lives every day. You who understand how we must reduce our CO2 emissions now. You who know that nuclear energy is a powerful source of low-carbon electricity. It is also an industry that demands unparalleled levels of safety and security. Yes, this is for you. You who know that for over 60 years, we have been designing and building nuclear steam supply systems. We have been developing and manufacturing components and fuel assemblies for all the major electrical utilities in the world. We have been delivering the heavy and mobile components needed for the nuclear island, as well as the instrumentation and control solutions. That we provide the maintenance and engineering services for more than 250 nuclear reactors around the world, and that we are participating in the construction of new reactors in France, China, Finland, and the United Kingdom. So yes, this is all for you. You who trust in the expertise, the experience and the commitment of our 14,000 employees. Whether you be an electrical utility customer, engineer, new graduate, or simply a consumer of energy anywhere in the world, This film is for you, for each and every one of you, because you believe in nuclear energy, because you trust Framatome, because every day we are committed to serving our customers and working for energy that is competitive, reliable, and safe.
Bom dia, senhoras e senhores. Estamos chegando ao último dia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming to the last day with a lot of energy. Today we have very important panels with wonderful people. We will be here with the director of the agency. Then we will have the Minister Esther. We will have a debate with the politicians during the afternoon. So the day, despite of being the last day of the event, it will be a very important day. So we have now a panel that we are calling the path for the nuclear technology application. And what is this pathway that we are going to follow? What is raising? Where are we going? And nuclear application, not only in the medicine, but in the radiation of the food, the hunger issue, the feeding. This is very important. So we have different applications. And for this, we have a gold team that will be talking with you about this. I would like, first of all, to invite my friend and counsel, Dr. Aldo Balasvasi. Aldo is a scientific technical consultant of technologies in the Center of Brazilian Navy. Good morning, Dr. Morgan. I would like also to invite. Eu gostaria de convidar a senhora Najá, do Departamento de Aplicação da Agência Nuclear. Bom dia. Bom dia.
I'm fine. Very good to see you again. I also want to invite Mr. Alexandre Facuri, Director of the Radio Protection and Nuclear Safety of CAMINHOS. Good morning. How are you, my friend? I think okay. And of course, one of the best. She is my advisor. I want to invite Ms. Patricia Wieland, board member of Abidan Advisor. Please, Patricia. Aldo, I know that you love a microphone. It's yours.
Thank you, Celso. Thank you very much. So I'm very happy. And Najá, listen that, we have a 50-50, okay? Two girls and two guys, two boys, you know, and the group, okay? So 50-50, according, you know, the agency. So I'm very happy. Thank you, Celso, for the invitation. I think we'll talk about something very important, is nuclear technology application, applications. So, I think it would be important, Najá, I will introduce you a little bit. Najá is the Deputy Director General for Nuclear Science and Applications. So under her, you have food and agriculture, environment, nuclear medicine, and industry. That's all, right? That's all, Najá?
That's all. I mean, yes, we
Yeah.
have marine environment.
Marine environment, yeah. And Najá is important. Najá, bonjour, ça va bien?
Oui, oui, très bien,
Bon dia, that's good. So Najah is from Morocco, and Najah, her life is very hard because she was PGG, she studied in Canada, and then she was in France, and then you were also in Johns Hopkins, and her career in the International Atomic Energy Agency she was the section head of nutrition, and then she was in the Department of Technical Cooperation for Asia Pacific. She did a great job as a director of TC, and then she back to the nuclear applications as DDG. I'm very happy to accept here, and I know, Najah, how difficult it is for you. Your schedule is very busy, so thank you for stay with us.
Yes.
Thanks so much. Okay.
Most welcome, Aldo, and thank you for this nice introduction. I'm very happy to see you and to see colleagues from Abadan and all the panelist colleagues. I'm looking forward to very interesting debate and discussion on the application of nuclear technology. Would you mind if I can put my presentation on the screen?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oops. I think this is it. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. So let me start first to tell you, to greet you from Vienna and to tell you how happy I am to be at this event, this edition of the Nuclear Trade and Technology Exchange hosted by the Brazilian Association for the Development of Nuclear Activity, Abadan. And let me take now 20 minutes, more or less, from your time to really take you through a journey and to tell you how nuclear technology is really present in our life, in our everyday life, and every minute in our life. I would have liked to be there with you in Brazil, particularly at this time of the year, but I want to tell you that I was very impressed when I was in Brazil, I think last year, and visited several institutions, and I was impressed with the advancement of nuclear technology in the country, in many applications. So what I'm going to tell you, actually, it exists in Brazil, it exists in many institutions, and you have everything you need actually to make advantage and to scale up nuclear technology for development in the country. Let me also, and I think Aldo has mentioned this in his introduction, that what we do, and particularly in my department, is really to harness nuclear technology to make it affordable, accessible to the member states in their daily life in many development areas, from human health. We have a division on human health to environmental monitoring, and this is a very hot topic nowadays, water management and food security, industrial application, and other in the environment, marine environment as well. And actually, our work is related to directly to 9 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but indirectly, our work is related to most all of them. And the work we do is first, we are very unique as UN organization because we have labs and we do research, we do R&D activities. We have 12 labs. We have one here at the headquarters in Vienna that deals with water management, and I will talk about it later on. And we have 8 labs far away, like 50 kilometers, that Aldo knows very well, in Seibersdorf. And those eight labs, they deal with food and agriculture, with human health, nuclear science, instrumentation, and environmental monitoring. And we have 3 laboratories in Monaco that deal specifically with marine environment. As I said, we develop, we tailor-made the technology to the need of member states. And once they are mature enough, we transfer them to the member states through a program called Technical Cooperation Program. And we serve more than 175 member states developed and in developing countries. As I told you, we have laboratories, but we don't have, like FAO or WHO, we don't have regional offices, but we have collaborating centers, which we are very proud of. And so far, we have 64 collaborating centers, IAEA designated collaborating centers. Those centers, they are excellent. They have specific nuclear technologies, and they help us in R&D activities, in training, capacity building, in expertise, and also as our advisors in many areas. So we have 64 collaborating centers in more than almost 40 countries. And I'm very happy to share with you that in Brazil, we have 3 collaborating centers. The LBBMA, animal genomics and bioinformatics. And we have also the CPRM on water resources, and we have Moscamed in Brazil on sterile insect technology. So we are very proud with this partnership with Brazil, because we team up together to help other member states in the region and beyond in using nuclear technology for development. And this is a photo in my visit to Moscamed, Brazil, a very impressive center. And here, the handover to the plaque of collaborating center with the director of the Moscamed and with the ambassador and my colleague Rui here from the IAEA. So just to say that we have very strong collaboration and partnership with Brazil, and we are very proud with this partnership. And just also to continue on this collaboration, during my visit last year, I was very impressed with the visit to the Amazon area and to this ships of hope managed by the Navy. And thank you, Aldo, for giving me this opportunity. It will stay with my memories forever. And we are very happy that we could partner with the Navy to provide the CT scan to scan for breast cancer in women in the Amazon. And we are again ready to continue this partnership, because this is very noble mission to really provide support to the Amazon people in that region. And talking about human health, I want to continue on the importance of radiation, and particularly radiation medicine in saving lives. Aldo mentioned nuclear medicine. As you know, nuclear technology can really be very valuable in human health, from the prevention side and human nutrition, diagnosis. You go to a medical doctor, even to a dentist, you need to do X-ray. You go out on heart doctor, cardiovascular, you need to do checkup. You need to do also imaging technology, cancer imaging, neurological diseases, the same. So it's very important technology for diagnosis. And you cannot cure what you don't see. Diagnosis help for better treatment. And on cancer radiotherapy, half of cancer patients, they need radiotherapy. They need radiotherapy treatment. And you can imagine that 70% of the population of Africa, they don't have this chance to have access to radiotherapy. So if they cannot go to another country, they just die. This is unacceptable in the 21st century. And I guess you agree with me that we should do something about it. And that's why our Director General launched this fantastic initiative called Rays of Hope. He said, let's team up with the countries. Let's team up with the donors and help others, those that they don't have access, to give them access to this life-saving technology, radiotherapy machines. And this is the beauty of radiation technology, saving lives. I can tell you more on Rays of Hope, but because we have a lot to say, particularly on where nuclear technology, particularly radiation technology, can be useful on our daily life. And here again, we are just getting out of a pandemic, COVID-19, and you know that the agency was very active providing support to countries, particularly in nuclear-derived techniques, providing support on diagnosis, detecting the virus, many countries didn't have. So we were the first one providing support to more than 300 laboratories, providing training to more than 10,000 people all over the world. And we continue as we speak through this initiative, Zoonotic Diseases Integrated Action, where we continue training and getting member states ready in case there will be a surge of another pandemic or the same pandemic reappearing. So we are ready to be able to detect early enough to avoid this disaster experience that we had in last 3 years. I want just to, again, here focus on one aspect. You know that we were all looking for vaccines, and for COVID-19, we had this vaccine. Our laboratories that I just talked to you about, we are looking how we can use radiation to optimize the power of vaccines, and not only for viruses like COVID, but for all type of viruses. And now we are talking to WHO on how we can use radiation technology for vaccine optimization, empowerment. On another aspect, well, you remember I mentioned the environment, that radiation technology in environmental monitoring. And I told you that we have a program on terrestrial environment monitoring, but also on marine environment monitoring. And one topic that we really we are now spearheading, and particularly our marine laboratory, is to see how nuclear technology can really trace microplastic in the marine environment from throughout the value chain, from small marine, like you can see here, I think shrimps, and you can see the dots, which are microplastic in the small shrimps, to big fish, and eventually to humans. So this is very important, and as you know, member states are going to sign a treaty in 2024 to make sure that they get rid of their plastics by 2050. So better be ready technically to have technology in place to be able to monitor plastics in the environment. But more importantly and interestingly, radiation technology can also be used to get rid of plastic in the landfill. Look at this horrible picture. How is that? Nuclear technology, you can irradiate plastic. Through irradiation, you can sort out. You can see on the right side this the role of irradiation or recycled plastic. If you irradiate the plastic, you can separate them, sort them out according to their matching physical characteristics. You can break down the plastic polymers into smaller components, and you can use them in raw material, or you can amalgam plastics to other components like wood or concrete, so that it's stronger, and you can use it for other component or product, or you can convert the plastic into fuel through radiation and chemical recycling. And so many ways to use radiation in plastic industry. And this is an open market that we are very happy to work now with our member states. And as of 24, we have a couple of countries that they are ready to go on pilot trial on the field using radiation technology for plastic recycling. And this is in Asia, in Latin America. We are discussing with colleagues in Brazil and Argentina and Mexico on how to use the technology to irradiate plastics. Just quickly on water side, you know very well that, and we have a capability in Brazil that we use stable isotope and also radioisotope to really tell to our provide data, tell to our member state where is the water, how much water you have down there, particularly underground water. And if you use that water, how much can you replenish it or not, and how good is that water for drinking. Very important information when countries, they don't have much water, they are experiencing these days scarcity of water. And just last month, I think in March, we have launched this initiative called Global Water Analysis Laboratories, where we want to link laboratories all over the world to be able to exchange data, because water does not know boundaries. So if I want to know how much water I have, it's better also to help my neighbors to know the same, to have the same data, so that we can talk to each other using informative decision. But one thing that I like also about radiation technology, and this is nice photo provided by Brazilian colleagues, is the use of radiation treatment, E-beam technology, to treat wastewater and make it reusable, either for agriculture, irrigation, or even for drinking water with the fine-tuned treatment. And I'm very happy to, with this truck, as you can see on the left side, that is now ready to move. It's a mobile E-beam, where we can show as a demonstration that you can use radiation technology to treat wastewater and make it reusable again. And this would be very important in dry lands and regions like Africa. My own country, Morocco, would be very keen to use such technology and to see such a demonstration. We are hoping that by 2024 or early 25, we will have such track also in our laboratory facilities in Cybersdorf, and we can have training there, and also take the truck down to the countries to train people over there. And we are looking forward to team up with our Brazilian colleagues on this journey. Now let's move to other applications of nuclear technology. And here, I think just 2 weeks ago, we had a big conference on the use of radiation technology to produce radioisotopes, important medicine for diagnosis, but also for treatment. As you know now, we are talking about theranostics, which those are product radioisotopes that can be used to detection of the tumor, but at the same time treat the tumor. This is fantastic. And research is still moving. So I think this is another industrial area where there are opportunities to scale up and to help countries having access to produce radioisotope for better diagnostic and better treatment. Radiation technology can be also applied in sterilization, sterilizing items like syringes, masks, and other items for surgery. And as you can see on this picture, so many ways to apply radiation technology for sterilization. This is fascinating, and I had the opportunity, I guess you too, Aldo, to visit some centers. I was in Sri Lanka, and there was this very strong woman heading this radiation center, where she's using cobalt-60 and E-beam to irradiate spices, but at the same time medical items like syringes and mosques and others. And she said, it was a public center, public facility, belonged to the atomic energy in Sri Lanka. And she said now she's asking to be independent because she can generate funding enough to pay for her facility, to pay for her staff, and to make benefit, which is great. And I also visited other centers in Vietnam, and the guy was telling me, I can, for $1 invested, I'm having $10 return investment. And at the same time, I'm providing support to the food industry, including fish industry, including all type fruit industry and spice industry. So there is a huge market where there is a win-win and benefit in this technology, and at the same time, you don't use chemicals, you don't use, and you preserve the environment, and you offer jobs. So for me, this is the future. Radiation technology in industry has really a bright future. I'm talking here about another type of industry, the non-destructive testing. It's not new. It has been used for many years. And here in the plane industry, it's used to really detect tubes and also to strengthen the product. It's been used for many years with the many plane industry, airline, to really make sure that the product is really very solid. And this is the importance, this is the plus value of the radiation technology. Similarly, here in car industry, the electron beam, and I think you all know it, and I've seen it also in Brazil, to make the tires more solid, more strong, make the cables resistant to high heat and even to fire. You know, this is an open market that has no limit. Only the sky is the limit. And of course, cultural heritage. We just had yesterday an event with another UN organization on crime and UNICRI, and they are very impressed with how we can use nuclear technology not only to preserve cultural heritage, like here, books, for example, paintings, statues and others, but also to be able to detect fake paintings or fake crafts. So it's so important and so valuable, this technology, and so clean and sure. That's very important. Moving to another area, which also I hope that this will be adapted and adopted that in all countries, because the problem here is the stigma about nuclear. When you say irradiated food, people will back off and say, wow, those are radioactive food. So we need to work the wording out. And I think here, irradiating food, not only it's preserve food, sterilize them and preserve them for a long time, but also you don't use chemicals again here. You don't use pesticide and others. It's really environment-friendly technology, very safe. And it has been used also for many years. The spices that you are using are all irradiated for your own good. And here the example from Argentina, exporting 5,000 tons of fruit free from flies and having benefit here, 27 millions. Which is for China alone is 1/3 to China alone. Another example is the Mexican guava as well, exported to the US, 12 tons, and you can name it. And I think I haven't seen irradiated food in Mexico. Maybe you can correct me, Aldo. In Brazil, but I know that that's also a market that has a value, and I think it has a legal aspect that can be worked out, but also communication aspect to the people to demystify this nuclear stigma and really tell to people that nuclear save lives. And you know, you are using nuclear in everything you are doing. So even when you are walking out there in the field, you are exposed to radiation. So we have to work this out, and I'm very happy if we could do something together. And what I want to say also here, because it's about safety and security, and before we were using mainly solely cobalt-60, and it has some safety and security aspect that's quite heavy, but it can be worked out. However, now we are moving to other tools and other technologies like accelerators that need less heavier safety and security aspects, but also easy to use. And you can see this example that I'm happy to share. This is an E-beam and accelerator for wheat irradiation, wheat safety. And here, this is a small size that can be moved to the farm where wheat can be immediately treated before packaging. While, as you know, the cobalt-60 facility for irradiation, food irradiation, it's a huge facility and has to be near transportation like airport. So it was a bit cumbersome. But now the technology is so advanced that we will have portable accelerators. So I'm looking forward to a bright future for the technology. I'm a strong believer in technology, but we need to work out the communication. We need to work out the law, legislation. We need to work out also the partnership, private, public sector. And of course, funding, the money for R&D is the backbone of any activity. So we need also to voice it out that without technology, we cannot address sustainable development goals, but also without funding, we cannot advance the technology because we need to do R&D on the upstream part in order to advance the technology. This is my last slide, and I want just to say that every day from when you wake up and you watch your mobile phone, you don't know that all the chips that on your mobile are treated by radiation. You get into your car, cables, tires are treated by radiation. You use your food, at least spices are radiated. You go to your medical doctors to use radiation as well. Space industry, electricity, you name it. It's there, it's with us, and we are happy. And I think we should be, we should have this, smoothen this relationship with nuclear technology, and maybe turn out the logo or the how we call it, that nuclear save lives, nuclear does not destroy life if it's well used for peaceful purpose. And having said that, I'm very happy to discuss more with you, and obrigado. Over to you, Aldo.
Thank you. Thank you. Danksan, Naga. Very good.
Very good. Merci.
Good. Merci. Okay. Before pass
our fellow that we discussed this presentation, just Naja, I love it. The last slide. I think it's very important for this public in here. We need to realize that without nuclear application, the quality of life in Europe, North America, and parts of Asia and parts of South America, the quality of life would not be the same. Right, Nasha? I like that, because in the breakfast, when you put a pepper was treated. When you have one strawberry was treated. And then when you go in the garage and you drive the car, guys, every single car in Brazil, and for sure all of US and Europe, all of the cables are treated with the radiation. And then you go to the medical doctor and you say, well, we needed to go in nuclear medicine. You needed to make one.
The pharmaceuticals, yes.
Exactly that. And then
the guy is driving the car, crash, and he go to the hospital. In the hospital, industrial application, syringe, catheters, even the surgical center, everything was treated with radiation. And then
we go to do you know, Naja, that Louvre and the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, they have radiators to irradiate, art. So, again, President Celso, we needed to do something in Brazil, Naja, make a video to show to the general public how nuclear application is important. Like one video when you wake up to show that.
Everybody talk about nuclear energy, Naja. Nuclear energy is critical, but it's very important to realize that day by day, our life will not be the same without nuclear application. Okay, I mean, the problem is, if when I have a public in microphone, I can't stop it. So, okay, Naja, sorry. Okay, let's move to our guys in here that we discuss. Fakuri, ladies first, right? So let me invite Patricia. Patricia will land to be the first one. Patricia, look at her. She's PhD in physics. How come? It's very good. And Patricia, I remember you when Patricia was in London. She was the head of the World Nuclear University, WNU in London, UK, and we related. We have a very nice relation at that time. And now she's back to Brazil. Thanks to come back to Brazil. Now she's also in Bempar. So please, and also member of the board of ABDAN. So Patricia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Aldo. So it was actually thanks to Aldo that we could have the International Nuclear Olympiad there, and that was a great time that we had WNU and a collaboration between WNU and IAEA. That was a fantastic time, and now we are here at NT2E doing a hacker power. So that is also a kind of evolution of the Olympiad with different challenges, and so we just had yesterday. It was absolutely fantastic, and I hope that we can do it every year and include also nuclear application as a challenge. We can open up this year. It's mainly on energy with SMRs and artificial intelligence and cybernetics, but all focus on energy and nuclear energy. So I hope that we can do it, Naja, also for nuclear applications. So it's really great to see you again, Naja. It was a fantastic presentation. And as Aldo pointed out, the many things that we could have, and this is in comparison with the past. And we can do that film, the video that you suggested, Aldo, comparing the 19th century, because if we didn't have all these things nowadays, if we could not harness the properties of ionizing radiation, like material penetration, particle emission, cell destruction, so we have so many things that we now harness, we can control, and in the 19th century, we didn't even dream about. So somebody dreamed about, like Marie Curie, of course, but And then we had so many followers, and there's still so many things to do. And with all these applications and the move from radiation source, from typically cobalt source in an irradiator to electron accelerators, that open up also a huge area. And Naja, I have a question for you. So we can see that, making a kind of parallel with nuclear energy, we can see the Department of Nuclear Energy, they also support a lot on reactor design, construction, commissioning, and all that. And now, with the need of so many accelerators and the prices, the high price of the cost of an accelerator, plus I have to point out that here in Brazil, I made a study, you have the price of the accelerator, you have to add 60% of that, and that's taxes. So many taxes, and that really increases a lot the cost of investment for, and the fixed cost for the accelerator. And then my question to you is how the agency can help in terms of supporting the development of, let's say, what is up, I mean, the most developed thing now is the use of X-rays, for instance, for irradiation. And that compares very well with the gamma, with all the benefits of the gamma in terms of penetration. So how the agency could support the construction of more efficient accelerators, the conversion to X-ray, and also human resources capabilities for maintenance, or local maintenance. So how can we also do that for spare parts? I believe there are many, many accelerators that stopped working, it's not in operation now, due to the lack of spare parts and maintenance. So it's up to you, Naja, please help us here on this.
Yes.
No, absolutely. A very good question, and thank you for that. Can you hear me?
Hold on, Naja, hold on. Your microphone is off. Okay, got it. It's on now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Very good question. Okay, on the development side, we are very interested, and we do that through, as I said, R&D, through our coordinated research program. We are trying to see the application of X-rays and E-beam as an alternative solution to radiation in food, and also in sterile insect technique, Aldo, and I think you can talk about it, but also in medicine. And now the HR part, the training and capacity building, we also do that through technical cooperation program, through group training and individual training, how to use them properly and how to be able to maintain them. But I must also say that the maintenance part is still a bottleneck. And I think we need to build capabilities, regional level and sub-regional level, to be able to provide that support of the maintenance. Because when an accelerator is down and you call the provider, I'm in Burkina Faso, the provider is either in South Africa or in Europe, they will charge us a fortune to go to the country, and sometimes we don't have the funding. So the idea is to build this capability at regional and sub-regional level to be able that country can help another country. And we are doing this now in medical level for linear accelerators. We're not yet there, but I think this is the aim. Very important topic. I hope I responded.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Very good, thanks. Very good, Naja. So let me invite, we have only 10 minutes now to go. Let me introduce now, let me invite, Alessandro Facuri. Facuri, thanks so much to come in, to be with us. Unfortunately, you have some, he is not in here because he has one, problem. But Facuri, it's good to be where you are now. Okay, Facuri also is physicist. So what's going on in here? We have only Naja. Fortunately, you and me, we are not physicists, like Patricia, like Facuri. Also, Facuri's PhD from Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. And Facuri has a large, long experience has, the coordination of the Medical and Application and Research Division of our CNEM, our National Commission of Nuclear Energy. So, Fakuri, thanks so much for coming with us. And I was reading here, he was managed to working with 53 employees, and he has inspected hundreds of nuclear facilities around Brazil. Fakuri, please make your questions. Thank you, and thank you for to be with us.
Thank you very much, Aldo. Good morning to all participants again. It's a great pleasure to me to be here and contribute to this panel. I would like to thank Abidan for this invitation, and also would like to congratulate Mrs. Najar for the fantastic presentation. Mrs. Najar, my considerations are related to the increased use of ionizing radiation in security. This is a reality here in Brazil and in a significant number of countries. To clarify my question, I'm talking about non-medical human imaging, the use of portable X-rays to inspect suspicious objects in different environments. Sometimes these X-rays can be mounted in a van, for example, or X-rays used in customs, border control, prison service, and even forensics. In some countries, as here, the increase of these applications has many times even led to a rediscussion of the principle of justification. Therefore, I would like to ask you how the IAEA perceives the projects of radiation use in public security from the combined point of view of radiation protection and security advantages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, Alexandro?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Very good. Thank you, Alexandra, for the question. And I think you have summarized it, that we need the radiation sources or technology to really monitor at the customs part for security reason or at the forensics, etc. But there is this aspects of the protection of environment and the protection of the individuals, which is also one aspect that the agency has a role to play by setting the standards, dosimetry, environmental dosimetry, individual dosimetry. And this is a work in progress with the member states, because what we do is we issue guidelines, how to use those sources and how to monitor their use, how to make sure that we are not damaging the environment, we are not damaging the people, and we are giving these guidelines and we are training the people that they are using this for security purposes to use them properly. As you said, beyond the medical part, which is also needs this dosimetry part. But this is work that should be continuing, and member state, they have a role to play here, and legal aspect to make sure that the use of these instruments are being used properly and are being used in the respect of the protection of the environment and the protection of the individuals. We can do monitoring when member states ask us to do that with them. But beyond that, I think as agency, we gave the instructions, we gave the capacity, but again, it's the responsibility of the member state to make sure that the legal instruments are in place, application of these legal instruments are in place, and monitoring of the application is also in place. And this is something I think that is very, very good point. I fully agree with you.
Thank you, Najab. Any more question for her, Fakuri?
No, thank you very much.
Very good.
Yeah, Patricia,
Well,
go ahead.
of course, I'll take the opportunity, Naja. Food irradiation, you know, it's in my heart, and so much work has been done. And I could see in my studies how Asia really benefited from the RCA, and I cannot see the parallel with RCAL here. Maybe something like what is lacking is a little bit of business-oriented approach. And also, Naja, here, as you know, we have a new government, And then we also have a new Ministry of Agriculture, people working there. They are not the same that recently were really giving a big support to treating food with radiation and seeing the benefits for export and so on. So I would like to ask you, what would be your suggestion how to approach the new government? It's like starting all over again. We have so many things done. Of course, it's not only communicating with the public, but we really need to show the new people there in Brasilia that they are policymakers. We have a very nice law in Brazil for food irradiation. That's not a problem. But we need a little bit more of support now from the new government on food irradiation. It would be really fantastic that they would listen to your words on the benefits of using accelerators for treating food. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. I'm also a huge fan of food irradiation because I'm a strong believer in using radiation than using chemical or using other hot water or other things that damage the product. Food irradiation is not, as you know, is not new. And I think I understand, Brazil has already the law. So it's really huge leap towards the success. And I think how to convince our policymakers, stakeholders to use food irradiation for food sterilization, we need to show them, I don't know who said that I believe in what I see, right? So if we provide them a document with cost effectiveness, how much you will invest and how much you will get, that's the first thing, a feasibility. And we have done, and I think Texas A&M colleagues, they have done a study in Peru, and they are working with them now to move forward. They have done study, Mexico are doing it, Argentina is doing it. It's working and it has a huge benefit. It's win-win. You are protecting the consumer, you are boosting the export, and you are protecting the environment. So you are ticking all the boxes. There is no doubt about it. Now, take your policymakers, take your government stakeholders to China, to Thailand, to Sri Lanka, to Vietnam. Show them the facilities. Let people talk about it. Show them in the market. Those are food over there. You put, I was in Thailand, and they worked with small farm holders on irradiation mangosteens. And the lady was telling me, we just started 1 year, and the guy, he could preserve his food and he could export success to abroad. And other farmers saw that. So they came to ask more support to irradiate more fruits for export. So the farmer corporation, they need to be informed. They need to be also involved there, that if they want to sell their product once packaged, and if they irradiate it, it will stay longer, and it will keep the quality as it is for longer. I think communication and visual, document cost effectiveness, take them to the facilities, end users, consumers, others that they have using it. We are not inventing the wheel. We are talking about something that exists for many years. And I think this is what we should be doing together. We have organized a workshop in Morocco with the Texas A&M and US government to really talk about the use of the accelerators for food irradiation. And we brought stakeholders from Africa, 150 participants, to show them, because we have small facility north of Morocco, to show them that it's working, and to tell them how it works and what we can do with them. And it's moving. And I think we can do the same in Latin America, the same, having workshops, bringing people that they have done this before, and doing also feasibility studies.
Very good.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Najah. So
to thank you for all of your comments in here, all of your presentation. And also it's important to recall that the one with Celso, when you signed, remember that was a couple of years ago, the agreement? Last year. Wow. Last year. I think that is important for the audience, and here it is very important. Najah should try to help all the time all of the initiatives from Brazil. So I would like to in behalf of my government, in behalf of Abdan, to thank you, Najah, for all of your willingness to help us in different fields. I would say that would be great if you continue that. On the other hand, be sure that I'm working behind the scenes to get some additional funds for you. You know what I'm talking about. We are working on that. So we need a renewal too. So Najah, but again, Najah is a fantastic person that all the time when you approach her, ask something, says, yeah, let's try to find out how we can help. So, Najah, thanks so much for your help all the time. I would like to thank you, Pat and Fakuri, to be here, and for sure, agency, International Atomic Energy Agency is open for cooperation all the time. I would say I can see in here at least 10 people that have been in Vienna, for meetings, for conference, or for training, and for sure we need to increase more and more on that. So again, thanks a lot for your help, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's a pleasure. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Tecnologias para o Programa Nuclear da Marinha, Programa Nuclear Brasileiro e Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos. O Programa Nuclear da Marinha tem o duplo objetivo de projetar e construir um reator de potência inteiramente nacional e produzir futuro submarino com propulsão nuclear e também para a geração de energia elétrica. A AMAZUL participa do Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos, cuja missão é garantir a soberania do território marítimo brasileiro e proteger as imensuráveis riquezas que ele abriga. A AMAZUL tem o compromisso de entregar à nação tecnologia, conhecimento e profissionais capacitados em energia nuclear e defesa. Os projetos em que atua ampliam o acesso de toda a sociedade a inovações e conveniências que ajudam a melhorar a saúde e qualidade de vida da população. A AMAZUL contribui ativamente para a geração de energia elétrica limpa para todos, fabricando, junto com a Marinha do Brasil, ultracentrífugas, usadas para o enriquecimento do urânio destinado às usinas nucleares, e trabalhando com a ELETRONUCLEAR na expansão da vida útil da usina nuclear Angra 1. Na saúde, a AMAZUL colabora para ampliar o acesso da população aos benefícios da medicina nuclear. Participa do programa de modernização do Centro de Radiofarmácia do Instituto de Pesquisas Energéticas e Nucleares, o IPEN, que produz radiofármacos para todo o país. E projeta, em parceria com a Comissão Nacional de Energia Nuclear, o reator multipropósito brasileiro, destinado a pesquisas e produção de matéria-prima para radiofármacos usados no diagnóstico e no tratamento de doenças como o câncer. O empreendimento tornará o Brasil autossuficiente na fabricação desses medicamentos. As tecnologias desenvolvidas pela AMAZUL podem ser utilizadas na irradiação de alimentos para eliminar substâncias nocivas e aumentar o tempo de conservação, que protege a saúde do consumidor, reduz o desperdício de alimentos e amplia os ganhos do agronegócio, uma das maiores fontes de riquezas do país. A irradiação é usada também em cosméticos, medicamentos insumos da área médica e até na preservação de livros, obras de arte e documentos históricos. No setor nuclear, a empresa está capacitada para atuar em projetos e serviços de engenharia, comercialização de produtos, comissionamento de instalações nucleares, operação, gestão de empreendimentos e gestão do conhecimento. A AMAZUL criou um premiado modelo de gestão do conhecimento que está sendo aplicado em unidades nucleares e poderá ser replicado em outros tipos de empreendimentos.
Os projetos e programas que contam com a participação da AMAZUL contribuem para a defesa e independência tecnológica do Brasil. Promovem um notável avanço científico do país, por outro, ajuda a melhorar a saúde e a qualidade de vida dos brasileiros.
A inovação está no DNA da AMAZUL, uma empresa singular que demonstra em cada atividade e em cada projeto a razão de sua existência e o compromisso de entregar resultados ao cidadão. A AMAZUL, Amazônia Azul Tecnologias de Defesa S.A. Tecnologia nacional, em benefício da sociedade.
Ela é um negócio, é uma coisa maluca, né? Os argentinos, para variar, estão perdidos. Mas depois a gente tem que falar sobre isso. Sobre a interação latino-americana. Eu estava falando com o Paulo aí, Calvo deve ser no DEPED.
Eu depois quero falar com você, é o seguinte.
A gente constrói pontes, estradas, hidrelétricas, obras de engenharia.
Morning, everyone. I kindly ask you to take your seat. Let's start. People that are here, I would like to invite you to take your seats. So, for those that I didn't say good morning. I'm a cheerleader. I became a cheerleader. So let's play our role here. We have a panel right now that is very important for us. And for those that were here, they could listen our lecture in the opening. We were talking about the medicine in Brazil, the difficulties of the nuclear medicine that we are facing, due to issues of distribution of the service in the country, or due to the issue of the access to the product, the difficulty with transportation, the difficulty for the import. a new legislation that was approved but is not working so far. And in the middle, we have the population, those that need the treatment and that are waiting like 6 months to have the service and to have the appointment with the doctor. Then they wait more 6 months to have the test, then more 6 months to receive the result, and then 6 months to book again an appointment with the doctor, and more 6 months you have the decrease of the situation, the disease is worse. And everyone that were here listening to the challenge that we are having, and we already started to work on this, and today we'll have here the signature of an agreement that I will talk about shortly. It's very important for us. We released a challenge in Abidjan, an idea that it's wonderful from my friend from TEA, that noticed that the obvious, that time is health. And this is the program that we intend to build. We have the RMB coming in 47 months if we have an agreement of turnkey and hire everything in the package. If we split, perhaps we will have an issue with a screw in a project of this size. We may have a type of problem, and this may take like 5-6 years. But we have a horizon that we will produce in Brazil, the radiopharmaceuticals. So besides the issue of the change of legislation, we have a moment to be able to resolve different issues. In the Northeast, we were having problems with transportation. Sorry, I cannot understand how the aviation has the right to deny the transportation of drugs. I cannot understand that. In my mind, I have 30 years or more. I will not say more, otherwise I will look older, but it's hard to understand this and other issues. And the purpose here is to talk about this, to debate that. And for that, I would like to invite some professionals that we have here in Brazil to be with us in this panel. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Wilson Calvo, the superintendent of IPEN and the member of the curator institution. I would like also to invite Dr. Rafael Lopes, the chief of the section of nuclear medicine and diagnosis by image by SBNM. I would like also to invite Dr. Hernan Lara, CEO of EGEMES. Welcome. I would like also to invite Dr. Patrícia Paghetti. She's the coordinator of the RMB project, IPEN. I would like also to invite, last but not least, Dr. Antonio Cirello, the Senior Manager of Sales and Offers for South America in Framatome. Well, I was talking briefly about an agreement. Abidjan resolved to build a committee that was approved in its last general meeting to build this proposal of the program that we just mentioned. So it's a program that it's aiming, as I mentioned, and it's very well aligned with the thinking that we can imagine here in this moment in the government that is live. what we want at the end of the day is to save lives. So for this, we released this idea to build this program that time is health. And this committee is already working, and we are now inviting some institutions to be part of it. We already have the support of the team of EPAIN. We have the partial support of the companies that are members, and this is a process by layers that we will build. And today, Rafael and I, Rafael, please, we will sign an agreement with the Brazilian Society of Nuclear Medicine and ABDAN, in the sense to be together building this proposal to deliver to the government. So we will work in favor of the nuclear medicine in the country. Rafael, the floor is yours. Thank you, Celso. The Brazilian Society of Nuclear Medicine is very honored to be part of this process, of this agreement. This is our mission as a society, to try to develop the nuclear medicine in Brazil and to have the access to the technologies that we will have the chance to present to you in the patients of our country. So we need a lot of support. The challenge is huge, but the availability to have this opportunity, we see this as a great opportunity in Brazil, and with your support, this will happen. Thank you, Rafael, please. Thank you very much. So already talk a lot. I know that Cal enjoy a lot to speak. He's my counterpart. So the mic is yours, Paul. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Congratulations, Celso Abdan, for the signature that we saw, and also congratulations for this event. Congratulations for the organization and bringing to this event this subject that was mentioned here, that is very important to the country, and also mentioned by Dr. Najah in the previous session, that is the matter of the nuclear medicine. So the importance for the cardiology, oncology, and others, we will have the opportunity to talk here. We have some experts here, as it was mentioned, and during the presentations we will talk about. Each one will have 15 minutes. I know that it's a short time to show their knowledge, but we have a limitation of time, and then by the end we will have some questions and we will promote a debate around this subject. So to start, I would like to invite Dr. Rafael, as Celso mentioned. He is doctor, physician. He's graduated by the Federal University of Santa Catarina, and he has a residence in medicine in cardiology and post-graduation in nuclear medicine. And he was receptor in the residence of nuclear medicine in the Hospital of Clinics, and he has a doctorate in Dr. Pazanese and a member of the Program Development of Leadership with the title of Fellow by the American Society of Nuclear Medicine. He has an MBA in Health Tech, and he's a member of the Brazilian Society and from São Paulo of Cardiology. He's the current president of the Nuclear Medicine Institution, and he also is member of the Cardiology Journal and Image in the Cardiovascular, and also he's the chief of the nuclear department of the Hospital of Heart. So please, Dr. Rafael, be very welcome. Once more, thank you for the opportunity, Abdul, to be here. This space here, I will talk briefly to you in these minutes that I have about the advances in the medicine, the nuclear medicine in the context of Latin America. I have no interest conflict, but I am passionate by what I do, and I do this daily. That is to treat people and use the radiation, to use atoms for peace, to use this in our daily life to promote the health. The challenges that we have today, and this is the future of the nuclear medicine, today it's based in 3 pillars, where we have the development of new radiopharmaceuticals and the development of the equipments. And what is the scenario of the development of the nuclear medicine? We are following 2 ways. The best evaluation of the patients with screening of the lesions and the diseases, but also working for a precise medicine. So the nuclear medicine is based for many years, 30 years. We are a specialty. Our society in Brazil has more than 60 years. We will complete 62 years, and this is providing a great service in the medicine. I would like to call attention, we have 2 techniques, the scintillography that we are talking, the conventional one, and the technology of the 21st century, that is patch. Patch, that is not these dogs, but it's the like a tomography. It's a new thing in the nuclear medicine. This is just to show to you the number of procedures in the nuclear medicine in different countries, and we in Brazil, we are here in this purple one. In 2015, we considering the GDP of each country, we are very close of England and other countries. Now, of course, in these years, we had a great advance from the technological point of view. Our chambers evolved a lot, so we have different advances, but also these chambers that we call patch, the tomographers for this. You can see in this graph that we changed the sensitivity from 0.01%. In the traditional chambers, this became 0.09, but when we think about PET, this new technology, we are going from 0.2 to 0.9 and then 2%. This is a gain of almost 200%. This is a technical evolution of the but more than that, there's no use to have the toy, we need the battery, we have material to have these exams. And just to compare, our radiopharmaceuticals is the way that we use different substances and molecules to see different processes in the body. If we imagine in a factory, is as I have a chamber and some employees to know how that process works. So inside the body, we mark some molecules and substances, and we will follow how they will be distributed. And here, just to have an idea in the scenario of the tomography, when they were approved for use from the FDA in the US and from the European agency, see that in 2000, we already had some molecules, and the glucose here, that is FDG, is the base of the image for this. 80–90% of the exams are done by FDG, but we have different molecules with this advance, and I will comment a little bit. I want you to see where we have here the PCMA. 2 words are important. The PCMA is the antigen specific for the prostate membrane. And we have a great advance for the prostate advance to have best images in this treatment, and then the perspective to treat. And then we have a lot of tracer that is FACO. I will not talk about the technique of the medicine, but I would like you to understand why nuclear medicine is important. We have some wonderful techniques, the X-ray, tomography, and this helped us a lot over time. But see this X-ray, the digital X-ray of this head, is this patient alive or not? This is the question. The X-ray is perfect, there is no issue here, but I cannot see only to look into the anatomy if this patient is alive or not. This, when I see the image of the nuclear medicine, I can know that this is a live patient. this we do this for more than 50 years in the nuclear medicine. That is the use in the cardiology, and perhaps it's the test that is the one that is more used when we analyze the flow of the blood in the heart. And this we do very well for more than 50 years, and for 30 years we do the SPECT. And if we saw a defect on the flow, we can understand this. What I want to show you is this scenario, because we need to understand better this disease. To see two patients almost equal, they are equal and they will be treated the same way, or the catheterisms, or only the drugs. When you see the nuclear medicine, this patient will be in a clinical treatment, and the other one, this other patient need the catheterism and angioplasty. So I can see better who I need to treat, who can get the benefit, and I save money and by not treating who doesn't need. And the use of the traditional scintigraphy we saw in the US, this data is from 2020, in this last decade, and this decreased. And why? Not because the procedure is decreased, but this we have more space for the PEC. And in the reality of Brazil, we have the credit of Dr. Tinoco that presented this last week in our journey of cardiology, and he got the number of scintigraphy that we are doing with the public health system, and since 2009 up to 2023, we had a decrease in the pandemic during 2020, but we did 250 tests, and this is small for the size of the population. We don't have all the data, but we hope to have this 3 times more. Here, it's a detail of a great challenge, considering all the issues that we had of the value of the US dollar, what the public health system paid almost $500. Today, this test, they reimburse $150 US. See the symmetry that we have with US. Today, they do more or less 3,700 tests for the population. In Brazil, we have 145 for each 100,000 people. And this technology advanced. We have patch. Patch is also in the cardiology. We published our guideline. And this is important because the disease is changing. It's not only the disease to destroy the vessel. This is only publications recent from 2022, 23 with new drugs that it can have the traceability to treat the patient. And I think this is more we can have more impact. I'd like to leave this message. These are some examples of PET with PCMA1. The FDG, that is our glucose that is marked, it's a molecule that is not specific. So for some tumors, it works very well. For others, no. These black parts that you can see, there are metastases of a patient with the cancer. The other one didn't have the captation of the FDG. So I need to evaluate both things to understand who needs to be treated with this option or not, because I have the possibility to mark this molecule with other radioactivity to destroy the tumor cells. And I would like to show you this. This is the patient in the left, is the image test. In the right, the image with the treatment. So I am treating what I'm seeing. And besides that, after the first cycle, see how the lesions are decreasing. After 2 months, it's reducing. In the 4th month, almost the lesions disappear. So this is almost a complete response. I'm talking about patient that is a prostate cancer that didn't have a perspective of therapy. So this is very important. In our future is this. We will talk about the neurodegenerative diseases, Alzheimer, Parkinson, and we are not using some clinical tests to use images to know what we were going to treat. More than that, we have the immunopet. The advances in the oncology is to use, besides the radiation and the chemotherapy, our immune system to treat this patient. And then we'll have the possibility to have the image of these immune cells. Remember that I talk about FAP? And why I'm saying that? Because if FDG is the main molecule in 80% of the exams, the FAP is a promise that you see this black part, that FAP is being better than FDG. So FAP perhaps it will be our future, the FDG in the future, and we will be able to treat better. And then it's important to talk in the 5 minutes that I have, but this is important because we are here to understand the size of this challenge. See that these are data from the International Agency of Atomic Power. From 290 countries, we have almost half with the access of this technology. They estimate that they have like 5,000 equipments, but this is not very well distributed. With the this depends on the average of the income of the countries. So for the low income countries, this distribution is very bad. If you see the table on the right, we have this number, so you can see that the distribution it's not so good. We are, for example, in Brazil, we are from medium to high income. We have 1.7 for each million and 0.7 for each million. And here it's important to remember that the disease is increasing all over the world. Basically, and the causes of death is the cardiovascular diseases, and this will continue in the next 15 years. And the ecological diseases are increasing also. You see that the green countries, this is not so communicable diseases. And here you can see data considering our neighbors here. If you consider the access to the nuclear medicine, Argentina has 8.7 equipments for each million of population, and here we have 6.3%. So say that we have a great challenge. In numbers, Brazil has more equipments, but you must understand the size of our population. And this is also data of the International Agency. In 2021, in Latin America, 11 million people didn't have the access to a PECT or SPECT. Again, see that it's not equal. In the low-income countries, you have these numbers here. So you have an inequality very huge here. And here, our Brazilian scenario, our population over 60 years increased 3.2%. The average income in Brazil, the increase of the diseases in the heart increased. The services, besides all the challenges, is increased. After the pandemic, we are facing a critical situation, the challenges with logistics that we will be able to address in the future, but see that this market has a perspective of increase in Brazil and also in the world. Here you can see that it's not only a challenge, it's not from today that we are suffering, our productive chain is suffering also. So we have a huge challenge to have the materials, but we import 100% of some raw materials that feed all the clinics in Brazil. So we suffer with this for a long time. And here, some details that the challenges that we are facing, the reactors in the world are almost, they serve all the world. When you have a non-scheduled stop, this impacts the production all over the world. And TEM is facing also some huge challenges with legislation. So today we have the access of the import of generated, but in the long term this is not sustainable. The legislation must be adequated, and the price has increased also. The sustainability also of the global chain is another issue. So we have big challenges to be addressed. But here I would like to honor all the servers of pain that are the pioneers that brought these generators to Brazil, that today is feeding a lot of services in Brazil. So this future will continue. They will use this technology that is these generators. You can see here the asymmetry of the access of the patients. This is another issue that the cities have, a matter that is very important for us. We need to work that all the advances in the nuclear medicine can reach all the Brazilians. If we consider the private health system, the access to that health exams is from 1.600 for each 100,000, and in the public system is very different, this number. So we have different issues to be considered in the future, and I think this conversation with all our partners, and Abdan also is supporting us as we have other partnerships with Season Foundation, ANAEM. So we are trying to build our partnerships, and because to build bridges is to build ways. Since 2015, we discussed this in Pain, in the forum, in the national program of the expansion of nuclear medicine. So one of the bases here is to improve the legislation, to have incentive for equipment acquisition, mainly to discuss these issues. Besides the legislation to rebuild the table of the public health system since 2009. And this is important because 6% of the services in Brazil are public. However, the other 94% provide service to the public health system. So the majority is done in the private sector. So we already have association of the private and public. So we need to work better to be able to reach more patients. To improve the number of procedures, we have two levels of health, the public and the private one. The two must follow together. And also the logistic challenges are also mentioned. There is 2 weeks that Northeast didn't have the FDG. So when we want to move forward, we have some basic problems. But I'm sure that we have a lot of perspective to improve this scenario and to have the access to all patients in Brazil. This can be a reality, but we need to work together. So thank you very much, Abdam, for the space. The Brazilian Society of Nuclear Medicine I invite for our congress that will be in Porto de Galinhas, as you can see in the screen. Thank you for the attention. Thank you, Dr. Rafael, for your presentation. It's really, we have a lot to build together as institution, and also Abdam with the signature of this agreement and the partnership that we already have of SENEM, of the institutes, of the companies, with the Brazilian Society of Nuclear Medicine. So it's really concerning this scenario. We have almost 75% of the appointments with the supplementary medicine, with these 2 million of procedures with diagnosis and therapy, and only 25% in the public health. So it's a market that is very attractive, that generates today around 5,000 jobs, and our estimation is that this will increase with with RMD and the other actions pointed by Dr. Rafael. We expect this to reach almost 15,000, the number of jobs generated, and also the number of diagnoses around 4 or 5 million, almost the double. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Hainan Lara. He is the General Manager and Executive Director of IAQ Medical Services, and he has a huge experience in GE Healthcare as a commercial leader, and my pet for Americas, and the General Manager of Classes Center, Molecular Image, the Manager of Commercial Operations and Products in Americas also, and he has a Master in Business Administration. He's graduated by the International University of Florida, and he has a strong acting with marketing of products and business and international sales. Also, operations focused on sales, the development of business and biotechnology. So please, I would like to invite Dr. Hainan Lara for his presentation. Thank you very much. Good morning. I am Malara. I am from Argentina. Sorry for my accent. I will try to do my best so that you can understand me. But one of the things that I share with Dr. Rafael is my experience is in the national industry. We are working a lot in this structure of exotrons in the world. And for me, this is important. The increase of the infrastructure as a benefit that the nuclear medicine has and that can offer to the patient. I would like to share also what is going on all over the world, and here, for example, in the US, having a comparison regarding the background, what's happening in the last 5 years. We have the pharmaceutical industries and the challenges that the Latin America has in terms of diagnosis and treatment. If you see, since 2018, 91% of the studies done with FDG, the oncology sector. And the same year, 2018, in the Nuclear Medicine Association in the US, they gained this image that is a little bit the concept of diagnosis, where you can see the evolution of this, and then with the treatment of tests with the same molecule of SMA, and the evolution of the patient increased a lot. And what happened since then? In 2016 up to today, the pharmaco companies need some investment in this nuclear medicine area, and also in the infrastructure and the production of the radiotherapeutics, the infrastructure also in cycles, and also capital for the approval of radiopharmacos and the part of the therapeutical diagnosis as we had in the US. So Novartis, Atlantic, Stelis, on pharma. So this makes the market very attractive in the US, and this was an acceleration in the condition of the treatment in the diagnosis. If you take a look, the same study in 2021, the rate that they said that increased 21% and 4%, and this start in other companies, the pharmaco companies, and like Novartis, LEGAIS, Atlantis, they start using the radiopharmacos. You can see the GA68 that they want to multiply, and you have a very important use of 4% in 21 and 8% in 23. Blue Ward is a company that has a molecule for the diagnosis of the prostate. They had 2% comparing to 8% in 2018. And then we need the network to have the suppliers of the production of radiopharmacos that you have Cardinal. You have the PetNet, you have Cardinal, and the Pharmalogical. The interesting is that they operate with a quality that is centralized. The pharmaco companies, they need to have an agreement in the center, and then the production of radiopharmacos, the secretaries in head, they need to ensure that the production of the radiopharmacos in the Florida or New York, Boston, California is done in the same way, with the same process. This is very important in the challenge in Latin America. So if you take a look in the pipeline of the products for this industry, almost all of them had the diagnosis and the therapy also. Atlantis has the products in the area of oncology, neurology, and cardiology. And Telix has some forecasts to produce also the therapy and diagnosis tools, but they use different radio topics with gallium, fluor, zircony. In the part of therapy, they work with Lutex, Latinium. So there is a trend that is happening in the US that is very interesting. Of course, that this works, and why? Because we have ITM, and we have the Point by Pharma. There is a company, just to give a data that you can find in the website. This invested almost 400 million hours in the infrastructure for the production of the radiotherapies with a test. So they already have an agreement with Atlantis to have the distribution of the radiotherapeutics in a global level, and Atlantis ensured that they have $2 million of radiotherapeutics. This is very impressive. So it's a little bit the dynamic of US, that it's possible because you have a facility of 235, you have 3 networks, Carnaval, PetNet, and Pharmalogic. You have this supplying almost 4,000 PCTs. And today you have the regulation of FDA. So in the system, there is a system that works very well. You have the regulator in FDA that regulates the operation of this.
We also have a very balanced system, and we have the hedge sectors that guarantees that our production is equal with in all over United States. Just making a comparison with Latin America, we do have many differences, even in growth. So that is good news. Our infrastructure is really good. In the regulatory part, we have many cycles that are distributed in the region, and there's there's FDA. We have 47 different cyclotrons. That here in Brazil, there's a cyclotron that operates with its own quality assurance sector. So the pharmaceutical industry, and I talk to them very much, and all of them want to be in the Latin American market. There are so many people and the growth of that area compared to the United States and Europe. But they don't know how to enter that market. They want to, but they don't know how. Why? There's not a regulatory system that's very well established, and there's a big price disparity when we're talking about Brazil and Argentina. So there's not like a price equality, and reference prices in Latin American market, when we're comparing with the United States or even Europe, the price is still a lot smaller than the ones that they're participating. So if we're talking about the challenge that they have and the access that they have to these molecules, we have regulatory problems when we're talking about homogenization. There's a hedge cyclotron problem also, to guarantee that it's produced in the same way in the same country in different parts of the world. So that's just a little bit about what our company has been working for the past 4 years. It's an access project, and our challenge for the Latin American region, how do we give access to a population of 575 million people in a region? So we have many challenges, and as we have a cyclotron hedge in an image production center that is equal in that huge region. But it's a big challenge, but it's one of the options that we are always pursuing the pharmaceutical industry. So pharmaceutical industries, they come all over from the United States and Europe, but Latin America is not seen as an interesting area. They see larger countries like Brazil or Argentina or Mexico. So it is a challenge for them to understand the dynamics, or even with the amount of activities that they have in the United States, they don't have time enough to dedicate one single resource to make that whole cycle in a cyclotron, because it's the same amount of work that you would need for a whole hedge chain in the United States. So that's one of the challenges that we have. If we move and look at the Latin America region as an equivalent system, just like the United States or Europe, you solve one of the important barriers to be productive in that market. And one of the thoughts that once you solve the access problem, when you have a cyclotron hedge that's very well equal in that region, you can move to the next step. That's clinical studies. Except in China, that if I can guarantee the production of a certain pharmaceutical, the information that I receive for that treatment, so I can have a patent or a register, that has to be done where that study was performed. So we talked to the FDA, for example, and they accept that study, but it's important to have a collaboration of the Latin American region to have that vision of that region with a volume of people that it's equivalent to Europe and the United States. So just a little bit to close my presentation. Latin America has infrastructure, a structure that it's compared to many other developed countries. We have done projects all over the world, and they comply with regulations that are in a world standard level. But the biggest challenge that we have here is the documentation process and the equality in the management of that system. Price, that's also something very important to discuss, because I think once we generate that hedge and we start working together in that region, I think the price sort of equals up to other countries. And I think that the highest value that we have for all of this is the access to clinical patients. So at the end of the day, if you lower the costs, the acquisition costs, because Latin America costs for patients is a lot lower than in other countries. So the vision of all of this is that we don't have to have a legislation or a regulation that is approved in the US to have that same regulation here in Brazil, because that's done independently, regardless of the country. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Dr. Hernan Lara, for your presentation, and just highlighting the importance of harmonizing legislations all throughout Latin America, and the partnerships, like, I think it's very important of what's been happening here in Brazil. We have the private initiative and fostering agencies. The industry is also important, and also the demand of the population for the population in general. That has been happening recently. We have new radiopharmaceuticals like Copper 164 and a few others. And just like Dr. Aldo and Dr. Najat have mentioned before, the symposium that was promoted by the Atomic Energy Institute in the beginning of April, that talks about the trends in the production of new radiopharmaceuticals. So moving on, I'd like to invite Dr. Patricia Pagetti. She has a bachelor's degree in statistics, a master's degree in statistics, and a doctorate in nuclear technology. She has been working for over 35 years in the engineering area of probabilistic analysis for nuclear facilities installations. She works for IPEM, CENEM, and she's been part of big projects of nuclear research in the country, many Brazilian projects in the nuclear sector, and has also led the group that represented Brazil in that area for data expansion, for research reactors that was coordinated by the International Agency of Atomic Energy. She has participated in the review of projects for SENEM and the power plant of Angra 1, and since 2008 she participates in the project of a multi-purpose Brazilian reactor that is extremely important to this panel, highlighting for activities that need licensing for operation in the nuclear sector. And since 2022, we are very proud to say that she has been nominated for the R&B coordinator position. So please, Dr. Patricia. Good morning to everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Celso Cunha and Abida for this invitation. So my presentation to highlight the importance of the multi-purpose Brazilian reactor, especially inserted in this nuclear medicine context. So I imagine that most of you here have already heard some sort of presentation about RMD. I've been working on this for a year now. I was invited to this onerous mission to participate in the coordination of RMD project after Dr. Perota has retired. We're a team of coordinators, and Dr. Perota still works with us. And I would like to give you an update of where our project is and highlight the production of radioisotopes. Well, so the application of these nuclear technologies, that is the artificial production of radioisotopes, we all know that we can have that production made by particle accelerators or nuclear reactors. And nuclear reactors where we have that fission of the nuclear fission and the reactions with the neutrons that we call chain reactions. In Brazil nowadays, we have 4 different research reactors. So we have IEAR1 in IPAN. We have the reactor IPRR1 in CDTN, Belo Horizonte. We have the reactor Argonauta in EN, and our critical facility that is the IPN MB01 at IPEN. And here's where we have to talk about the research reactor utilization management, that throughout these years that we have been developing nuclear technology in Brazil, and because that's still very important. But we all know that managing the capacity, the utilization capacity of these reactors, it is limited to a few applications that we wish to use. So, for example, for the production of radioisotopes, we have this graph here that shows the potency density of these reactors and the neutron flow. So for the production of radioisotopes, we have a very limited capacity with the reactors now operating in Brazil. And that is why we had that idea of, since 2008, of why build a new research reactor in Brazil. So we have many reasons for that. So we have the applications in strategic and industrial areas, the scientific and technological development that might bring, and social applications. That is what we're talking about here today in our panel. So social applications is really bring to Brazil the autonomy in the production of radioisotopes for applications in health, but also industrial, agriculture, and environmental protection. the emphasis, we can say that the protagonist of this application is the production of molybdenum-99 and the expansion of nuclear medicine for the benefit of Brazilian society. And that is in this last year that I have been participating in the coordination of R&B. I can say that I have never thought about Brazil so much, just like I have been doing that now. So here we can see how the supply chain of molybdenum is for nuclear medicine. So nowadays we import that molybdenum, and with RMD we would be able to have that autonomy in the production of molybdenum-99. That is one of the radioisotopes that will be produced in our facilities. So just a reminder of our responsibilities. The project owner is the National Nuclear Energy Commission. So it is CNEM's project. We have the coordination that is responsible for it. And we also have important technical partnerships, that's CTMSP, INB, especially in the area for the fuel development for that reactor, and AMAZUL, when we're talking about engineering projects for a few of our reactor systems, and companies that have been hired to develop that project. We have Invapi, that's an Argentinian company, and Intertecni, that's a Brazilian company, and many supporters and financiers of this project. So in this slide, we don't want to leave anyone behind, but I'd like to highlight Fundação Pátria, the Brazilian Society of Nuclear Medicine, and many other supporters and financiers. Here we can talk directly about the production of radioisotopes, and that's one of the many objectives of RMB. This is an initial proposal that I can show you, and it's important to say that in this partnership that we have been developing with FUNEP, I would say that in this next year and 2024, we will have to make a decision about this production of radioisotopes. I will explain to you that we are working specifically in the power plant for the production of radioisotopes. So this was an initial proposal, but we still have time to have some sort of improvement or some sort of update. So we have many radiopharmaceuticals that have been mentioned before, and we can see here that they are used to mark these molecules as a marker, and that will be able to be produced in the R&B facilities. Here we have an update about the deployment phase where our project is. So we can see here it is a project that unfortunately we've been fighting for many years, especially to be able to get our resources. And up to today, the development of all of our resources are we're supplied by the Ministry of Science and Technology. And we hope that from the moment that a resource that's more significant and we have access to them, we hope to be able to enter a different supply phase and a different construction phase. And so that is our dream come true pretty much nowadays, our dream nowadays. And so these are just a few details of what has been presented in that graph. Especially, we already have a few conceptual projects of all the installations, all the facilities of that project. We have a detailed project of the reactor and all the other laboratories that have their facilities and their plants are also nuclear plants. And we have other laboratories for the RMB that will be radioactive facilities that will need licensing. So the detailed project of a few laboratories hasn't started yet, but the reactor project is ready. The development of fuels is all ready. We even have the prototypes of that fuel for RMB, and they are installed in the nucleus of the PMB-01. So they were produced at IPEN, and that's where our partnership with INB was important. So this RMB fuel, we can say that it is ready and will start being produced probably in the next 2 years. And environmental licensing, that is ongoing. The RMB site that is already licensed by IBAMA, so we can start our construction, our building construction. All of the environmental plans are being complied with, and nuclear licensing, that is also ongoing and probably in a critical path because we have submitted it to the Nuclear Protection and Safety, a preliminary report, and we're still waiting for our construction license. So just like I said before, our licensing process, where we're at today, our current situation, we're still waiting for the construction licensing and working with a few questionings for the Secretary of Nuclear Safety, and we're still waiting for that license. So right now, where we have a partnership with FINEP to develop, the main objective here is to design a strategic plan to effectively start building RMD. So we need that plan to be ready. We need an organizational structure that is compatible with the size of our project. So how will SENEM be able to put that structure together so we can move on to the next phase? So we need that strategic plan. And we are right now looking for a specialized company to help us in that plan. We're also planning for the next year the start of infrastructure work. For example, building a bridge in our site. That's going to be important for the construction itself. It will be important to the flow of vehicles and raw material that needs to be brought in. And the beginning of road infrastructure, really, that are going to be necessary. So that's all part of that partnership that we are currently we currently have with SENEM and Fundação Pátria. That is also helping us with the financial part here. And it's also important to say that we need to develop a detailed engineering design of the production facility that will produce radioisotopes. Just like I said, it's also a nuclear facility, so we will need licensing in that area. This partnership will last for 36 months. It started in December 2022. in the end of the past government term, so it has to be executed in the next 30 months so we can benefit from that partner. Here we have the exact location of our RMB. It's located in the Sorocaba region. It's 125 kilometers from São Paulo city, so they have a very important hub for nuclear projects. Here we have the master plan of how our center will look like. And here we have just a small detail of our production and research center. Let me zoom in. In that center we have the reactors buildings, a building where we're going to have research for the production of radioisotope, and also the reactor building. Going inside the building so we can show you what are the main features of that reactor. So we have a 30 megawatt potency reactor. It is what we call an open pool, and the reflector is the heavy water one. The core cooling has an array of 5x5, and we have 2 in-core irradiation positions. And a few characteristics: we have the first shutdown system, we have 6 hafnium plates, so the reactor will shut down with these plates. And a second shutdown system that is pretty much just for safety is the reflector tank, that if it's empty, it will shut down the reactor. So here just a detail of where the pool reactor is located. And here is what is important to talk about: the versatility of R&B. That here we have where we have the reactor, we have the many possibilities and positions for irradiation and for the production of radioisotopes, cold neutron beams, cold neutron source, and its many uses. Here we have a heat map to show that the many applications are correct. Here we have the fuel elements that are already in production. They're located at IPEM. And here we have our current proposal, that what is the RMB reactor. We have the neutron beam laboratory, radioisotope national laboratory, post-irradiation analysis laboratory, and our future expansion, because the idea is that this will be a big technology center, nuclear technology center for Brazil. So if we're able to have a nuclear fusion laboratory, particle accelerator laboratory, and even a radiopharmaceutical center may be installed there, and many other important units and laboratories. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Dr. Patricia, for your presentation, highlighting the importance of that project, not only in a technological level, but also of great social impact. And the other thing is that this R&B construction that's not made exclusively by the Commission of Nuclear Use, that they're also responsible for coordinating this project, but also a few specific people, Dr. Perota, Dr. Rondinelli, and Dr. Patricia, and also many other institutions that are and partners, just like she mentioned in her presentation. We have INB, AMAZUL, FINEP, Fundação Pátria, the Brazilian Society for Nuclear Medicine, and ABDAM, that is the one responsible for us to have this event today and bring to the public something that's so important. And then following, I would like to invite Dr. Antonio Ciriello. He works for Framatome as a senior sales and offer manager for Latin America and as a key account manager for healthcare. He was nominated a visiting lecturer in a visiting professor in Cornell University. He works as a chief engineer for projects and instrumentation and control since 2006. He received his PhD title as a polytechnician in Milan, Italy, and thermal mechanics with the thesis of the application of ceramic material for high temperature reactors of Generation 4. His doctorate degree was financed with the support of the Olympio Joint Research Center in Germany. He has published over 40 international articles about the theme, and he has also a strong work with the Mechanical Engineers Society, and he coordinates many projects involving research and partners. So I'd like to invite Dr. Antonio Ciriello for his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I will present in English because I'm from Italy, so I speak 6 languages, but for the presentation I will present in English, and then to discuss I will talk in Portuguese and in Spanish mixed. So
here, Framatome, actually, I think you know, Framatome is actually one of the main nuclear companies around the world. When I tell you a short story about why I'm doing this for healthcare. When I started to work in the nuclear sector, means 25 years ago, in Milan, in Italy, Italy has left actually nuclear energy. You know, actually, we don't have nuclear anymore. Myself, when I decided to go nuclear, I got like criticism. Guys saying to me, why you're going nuclear? I mean, nuclear is over. I said, no, guys, nuclear is the future. You have to be patient. You have to be patient. For example, look what the other countries are doing. France, US, Brazil. So this is the future because we need it. But not only for the energy, but also for the medicine. And to be honest with you, I was looking even in Europe to start working in the nuclear medicine. But at that time, nobody, if you can imagine, nobody was believing in the nuclear, and even less in the nuclear medicine. So for me, it was incredible, really incredible. Then, okay, actually, as I am pretty, how to say, constant, and I'm motivated, I have passion for what I do, then I kept doing this. So, a few months ago, I think I just skipped the part about, let's say, the section about the Framatome, because I think you got enough information about this. I got actually a proposal. They said, look, now you're doing, since many years, you're working for the nuclear energy, you have been working for, also for Anga 3, among others, for Atucha in Argentina, for, I don't know, Taishan, so everywhere. But I was actually, I had a feeling like I was doing half of my job, or I was actually complying with half of my, how to say, objectives. And the other half, the other part was the medicine. Because, you know, for the future, we have actually, for our survival in this world, we have three things we have to take care of: food and water, energy and medicine. Otherwise, I mean, we are done. So we need these three. So food and water, I don't think actually for the nuclear is the focus directly, but for the medicine and the sterilization, we are in this deal. So I think energy and medicine are two pillars of our future in the nuclear. And I tell you also, that's why we, at least for myself, from ATOM, but myself also as Antonio, we have been thinking about what we can do by using the experience we have in 60 years of nuclear technologies. So what we did was simply to put together the experience, the logistics, the technologies, the industrial experience, the engineering, and see what we have already in the nuclear power and what can be used almost naturally for the nuclear medicine. You know, the overlapping of these two parts, nuclear medicine and nuclear power, from the technological point of view, is very high. So what we did was basically to put together all this stuff and create what we call a brand. Brand means simply we put together the technologies and we start actually doing this stuff seriously, not speaking, doing. I know, I mean, I come also from the research, and I love the research. On the other side, I've learned in the industry that at a certain point of time, you need to do it. And I tell you why you need to do it. If you look through these, lines here, like the radioisotopes, we spoke about the radioisotopes, we spoke about the sterilization facility, we spoke about solutions for the research reactors. What we saw is that the market is really demanding solutions. And when I started, I was impressed. I started actually basically putting all this together a few months ago, because it's really, we are doing now, no? We are applying, we are implementing. What we saw was that the market in Europe, for example, actually has some projection in the demand of isotopes, for example, lutetium, which is increasing 100% a year. I mean, I said, well, I was used to the energy supply, to the energy projection and statistics, which are pretty high. When I saw the numbers, I was shocked. 100% a year for 10 years. This means that we don't have time, because this demand is there and is increasing, and there is no other way, it's increasing. So what we did, we started doing. As you can see here, these are just some examples of projects we have in Canada, we have in Europe, in France, in Germany. For example, for the production of radioisotopes for the cancer treatment. In this case, the projections are even more challenging, 300% a year increase. It's something that nobody could believe. I could not even believe myself. So what I'm trying to, the message I would like to pass through is, now is the time. Now it's really the time. We need to do it. We do it. And this is actually what we are doing. For example, the project in Canada is working well. We are producing. We are modernizing sterilization facilities around Europe. For example, in 3 weeks, I'm in UK. In 2 months, I'm in Germany again. I mean, the people are doing because they need it. And as you know, energy and medicine, if they need it, there is no other way. You have to do it. So just to have an idea about the streams we have now, or let's say the lines we have now, we have the set up a group of, let's say, people and basically a department of people working for the radioisotopes. We have several projects and some projects already running, some projects going to be started very soon, and other facilities which are already producing. We are already producing isotopes, and it's not enough. It's not enough. Among others, we come from a long experience, especially in this case from France, with a project which is called CIRCA, which basically is projects, or let's say production, concerning the nuclear materials, let's say fuels and targets for the research reactors. And even though we cover, let's say, most part of the demand, especially in Europe, even in this case, it's not enough. And for me, I mean, I have to be very honest with you. I am actually, I come from the research. I did my PhD. I was in the European Union. But I have some, like, I would say, a DNA for the sales. when I see that the numbers are increasing and we're not doing, I feel bad. So it's simple. For example, now the lines of, we have now in engineering, where we have solution already installed, already produced, is for the gamma sterilization facilities. In this case, I was actually speaking with some expert 2 weeks ago by us in Germany and France, and they told me, look, we have around about only in Europe 100 gamma sterilization facilities. They were all built in the 70s. So in the 70s, and they're still working. Yeah, they're still working, but they are surviving. Cannot be. And the problem is that they are not covering the demand. Simple. So I know it's simple, but the problem is that when you know something and it's simple, the point is to convert this in reality. This is the hard point. So what we did was, for example, in this specific case, we are using technologies, automation technologies, sterilization technologies, which we got from the nuclear power plants. It's a scaled solution, obviously little. Is automation, as an automation system we have ourselves already being produced for the power plants, but which we scaled to the sterilization facility, and it's working. It's a kind of, to say, a little scaled solution, automated solution for the sterilization facility. Another one is, for example, about special materials. This is our history, especially, as I mentioned, from France. I remember when I was actually 25 or 26 years ago in Cadarache, in France, and I was speaking with people doing this job here for the targets. And they were telling me already 26 years ago, actually we are far behind covering the demand. And 26 years later, we are in the same condition. But it's good that actually us as a company, as an industry, worldwide, that we are doing it now. Because we recognize that there is not only a market, it's a mission for us. It's different. It's a mission and then a market. For the research reactors as well, we have plenty of this solution. We have been working a lot, not only in Europe, in the US, also partially with Argentina, for example. I was in Argentina 2 weeks ago with the current colleagues. I know them very well. So we are working on that. We are collaborating already. But we, for example, another point, as I heard many times about, also in this debate, about collaboration, about supply chain, about access, we want to do it. So we are here, and I'm representing this will. This is just an overview, but basically what is interesting here to know is that, again, by scaling the competence, know-how we have already in the power, let's say in the commercial plants, we are scaling down, basically just as a matter of dimension, also the same solution we have in the power, also for the research reactors. Means that we use already industrial standards, industrial processes. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. It's there. What we need is there. And also, last but not least, this is something that I like as well, because I was born here, let's say, from the scientific point of view. When I worked in the Joint Research Center, in the European Research Center, I was working in the hot cells. We have also services related to the test, let's say, for performing tests, performing hot cells tests, and so on. But what I would like to say is that the intention of Framatome, especially Framatome Healthcare, is not to do everything from one side, like, I don't know, Europe, and then we spread off. No. The idea is to use this know-how, this experience we have, and do it with local partners, Brazilian partners, Argentinian partners, US, as we do in the US, as we do in Canada, as we do also in Spain. We are doing it. We are producing. So that's actually the main message, I hope. I'm fine with the time. So in any case, if you have any question, and it will be a pleasure for me to discuss, even with my Portuñol, Spanish or Italian, whatever you want, and many thanks for your attention. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Dr. Antônio Ciriello.
Thank you, Dr. Antonio Ciriello. Once more, you brought the reinforce of the importance of the partnership, the union between Framatome and the public and private sector in Latin America, and some experiences of success in which Framatome brought to us from the nuclear sector, for example, dealing with some radioactive facilities, and also the production of radioisotopes for the medical and health area. We are close. We have only 5 minutes left to end this session, so I will take the opportunity of these 5 minutes to pass the floor to our experts, our speakers, to a summary, a highlight of the perspectives presented, and the importance to the nuclear medicine in the country. And also, one of the works that we have been doing in the Ministry of Health is to highlight the importance of the radiopharmaco as a strategic use, and to have this as part of the industrial complex of health, considering the producers, the partnerships between the public and the private sector, that this can be part of this industrial complex of the health, so important to the country. So to start the final remarks, I would like to invite Dr. Rafael to some final words so that we can end our session. Thank you once more to everyone that is here, and mainly to the Spain that GAMA is giving us. I think that we need to talk with Dr. As it was mentioned in the previous session, we should talk about the nuclear medicine, about nuclear power, to talk about the power of this energy that can move forward and bring, as he mentioned, the quality of life that we have today, and the future, as it was mentioned here, water, food, and medicine and health. So some specialities are so multidisciplinaries. To take care of the patient, we need the nursing, and so in others, and alone as a doctor, we cannot do anything. So we need everyone on board with us. We need this technology and people that are going to deal with this, all the logistics involved in this. So my message is, we alone, we don't do anything. So we really need, more than ever, the partnerships in Brazil. We have big partnerships, but I'm sure that the competence of the Brazilian and the competence of our colleagues from Latin America and the partnerships with Europe and US will reach a nice future for this area. Thank you, Dr. Rafael. I would like to invite Dr. Enen Lara for the final remarks. Thank you for the invitation. I think that it's important to say about the challenges and to continue and to push the industry in favor of the patient. The nuclear medicine has an important role in the diagnosis and treatment. For me, there are many things that are happening that are very good regarding the chemotherapy, for example. There are less invasive treatments, and so the role of the nuclear medicine is very important. So I think that in the world level, having Brazil, Argentina, it's important to have the access to treatment and health the same as US and Europe. So part of my job is to close the gap in this what we have offered in the US and try the collaboration among the companies, the governments, so that we can have the access to the medicine that we have in other countries as in the US. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lara. Now, Dr. Patricia Pagetti, please. Well, I would like to invite all of you to visit R&B site in this fair and to remember once more the importance of R&B as a structuring project to Brazil in the area of science and nuclear technology, and also considering what was exposed here to Latin America. We have some agreements very important in this area with Argentina, and also the project of R&B with the production of radioisotopes in Argentina and Brazil. This reinforces everything that we have been talking about, and our commitment and our effort is that we can have the resources arriving in the correct time to have a good forecast about the flow, the structure for SENEM. It's really important to be able to build R&B. So I would like once more to thank for the opportunity to be here participating in this panel. Thank you, Dr. Patricia. And now, Dr. Antonio Cirielli, please. What I would like to say is about the definition to close bridge. For me, this means to talk, to chat, or to operate. So the idea in the form atomic, but also from our side as company, as industry, is to talk, to operate, and to find solutions, and also because we have the experience, and for long term, this is very important. So from our side, we have the availability, the will. Not only this is a subject of the market, but it's a mission for the humanity. So this is my final message. Thank you. I would like to thank once more our speakers. Congratulate Abda. Dr. Celso Cunha is here with us for the opportunity and for the panel, the advances in the nuclear medicine, and we hope to be here again in the next NT2E that for sure is being designed to bring some subjects that will contribute with the country, and also talking about the nuclear medicine that is so important. So I ask applauses to our speakers. Thank you very much.
Nossa energia vem da Terra, do átomo de urânio que libera o calor, que move as turbinas e gera energia limpa. O urânio, que se encontra misturado com outros materiais nas rochas, é britado, dando início ao ciclo do combustível nuclear. O ciclo das cores. O urânio processado e beneficiado gera o concentrado de urânio. Esse concentrado é convertido em gás e segue para a fase de enriquecimento, aumentando sua concentração e poder para gerar energia. O gás enriquecido é transformado em pó e com ele produzimos as pastilhas, que são empilhadas dentro de varetas de liga metálica e depois são agrupadas para a montagem do elemento combustível. Essa estrutura, com 5 metros de altura, que colocada dentro dos reatores das usinas nucleares, gera energia elétrica, sem emitir gases de efeito estufa. Enfim, uma energia limpa. Indústrias Nucleares do Brasil. Há 35 anos contribuindo para um mundo mais sustentável.
Vinculada ao Ministério de Minas e Energia, a NUCLEP, Nuclebras Equipamentos Pesados, é a maior caldeiraria pesada do Brasil. Somos uma empresa do ramo de energia pela própria natureza, fundados para atender, fortalecer e consolidar o programa nuclear brasileiro. E somos a única empresa brasileira capacitada à fabricação e manutenção dos equipamentos nucleares mais importantes do país. Desde 1980 já fabricamos para a ELETRONUCLEAR os geradores de vapor substitutos para a usina de Angra 1 e os condensadores, acumuladores e racks supercompactos para a usina de Angra 2. Hoje, a nossa missão e foco é atender às instalações dos equipamentos da usina de Angra 3, que aqui estão. Com precisão e eficiência, fabricamos os seus condensadores, fundamentais para o resfriamento da água no circuito em operação da usina nuclear. 8 acumuladores, responsáveis pelo resfriamento em casos de eventos emergenciais. E o seu pressurizador, componente que mantém a água do circuito primário em estado líquido. Aqui estão também prontos à instalação a estrutura central do núcleo do reator de Angra 3, o vaso de pressão do reator e seu tampo de fechamento, o estator do gerador elétrico da usina, a turbina de alta pressão, seu rotor e geradores de vapor. A posição geográfica da NUCLEP não é aleatória. Estamos estrategicamente localizados para atender com prioridade as necessidades da Central Nuclear Almirante Álvaro Alberto. Nosso terminal portuário privativo visa o pronto escoamento dos equipamentos para a eletronuclear e a proximidade das usinas, a manutenção e prestação de serviços essenciais. Devido à nossa versatilidade, atuamos em segmentos e projetos complexos, que requerem mão de obra específica e qualificada. Com isso, possuímos uma infraestrutura diferenciada com capacidade para absorver projetos únicos.
Sou NUCLEP e trabalho pelo Brasil.
Eu sou NUCLEP, eu trabalho pelo Brasil.
Eu sou NUCLEP e trabalho pelo Brasil.
Juntos, construímos uma trajetória de grandes realizações, aprendizados e renovação, o que nos fez ter a certeza de quem realmente somos. Esta é a nossa marca. Ela reflete grandes mudanças e uma história de 75 anos. Nosso símbolo, um quadrado formado por 4 semicírculos, é inspirado na união da engenharia com a confiança nas pessoas. As formas revelam integração, enquanto a combinação do azul com o verde representa o equilíbrio entre a nossa capacidade técnica e a sustentabilidade. O conjunto expressa dinamismo, visão panorâmica e a renovação do nosso olhar para o futuro. Somos agentes de uma profunda transformação. Acreditamos na capacidade ilimitada das pessoas e servimos a uma sociedade em constante evolução. Com competência técnica e desenvolvimento sustentável, trabalhamos para ser a cada dia mais competitivos e inovadores, atuando de forma ética, íntegra e transparente. São muitos os desafios, mas um objetivo nos une: construir confiança para um futuro melhor. OEC. Se é concreto, é de verdade.
Bom dia. Vamos dar um aviso lá fora? Vamos começar? Foto do...
Good morning. Okay. Let's start, folks. Please take your seats. Then the people will arrive. I learned that there is a delay here. So for those that I didn't say good morning, I'm saying now good morning. Thank you once more. We will continue with the subject of the medicine. And the next panel, we will talk about the impact of the legal changes in the Brazilian market. Many of you that work with the nuclear medicine, you know the effort that we have to have the flexibilization of the monopoly. It's an effort that we had for a long time, but we still don't feel the practical effects of this flexibilization. That is, we still need to transform the law into acts, into facts. And more than that, we should consider the impact in the Brazilian population. It's important to meet the needs of the population. And we are moving forward a lot. We are improving a lot. We can say that we improved with the regulation, with CAMINHOS, with Anvisa, and we still have a long way to follow. But I think that the debate now is regarding this flexibilization. This has to do with dealing with the population, as I mentioned before. The other panel, we have different aspects. It's not only to have the flexibilization on the monopoly. We should resolve the problems on the transportation, on the production, on the distribution, on the capacity building of the workforce. When we say that we are concentrated in the southeast, we say, oh, let's open a lot of them all over the country to deal with everyone. We have radiopharmaceuticals, but do we have professionals? So this is another issue. So we have many issues, and that's why we are having the commitment to have a new proposal built together with many hands, so that we can, as my friend from TEA says, so time is health. And in this spectrum, in this debate, we cannot be outside of the debate of this regarding this flexibilization and what we have the advance and what not. And to discuss this, I would like to invite Dr. Ricardo Gutierrez to moderate this panel. He's a counsel of CAMINHOS. He has a large experience regarding regulation in the market, and he still is supporting Dr. Fakuri and the Department of CAMINHOS that has the responsibility for monitoring you. So I think the debate will be nice. Ricardo, please. Take your seat. I would like also to invite Dr. Rafael Mari, the president of Google, the group RTH. Please, Rafael. I would like also to invite Dr. Ansu Izabi, the manager of Anvisa and one of the great partners in this sector. And anticipating, please, my greetings to Antonio Barros. I will be with him shortly. I still don't know the date, but it's already scheduled. And I'd like to invite Dr. Samira Martins and the physician of CAMINHOS to be with us. So, the mic is yours. Good morning, everyone. Let's try to warm up this room, bringing a subject that for sure is a hot topic. For me, it's an honor and a pleasure. I also thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Abdan. Senem has been acting in this area to ensure the security standards for the nuclear power, and we should remember always our obligations as part of the society, as a provider of this system as a whole. And with the spirit that we are here approaching this subject that for me it's very interesting, as Belchior that we miss said, in his music, the new thing always comes, and the new will come also in the nuclear medicine. And sorry for the one that I'm missing them, but we should look forward. And with this spirit, I invite Rafael, that is the vice president of RBH, and also he's a pioneer in this area of radiopharmacy in Brazil. He today is one of the leaders in this sector. And having this introduction, I would like you to do your presentation. Thank you, Jessica. It's a great pleasure. Thank you, Abdan, for the invitation. It's an honor to be with friends like Gutierrez, Anderson, Samira. It's really a pleasure. So as it was approached, Thank you. So by building this material today, it's important to have an overview about the regulation regarding the production and trade of radiopharmaceuticals in Brazil. This subject is very new. The Anvisa, it's an agency that is new. Anderson can help me, but I think it was founded in 1999, right? And it was very nice because we had so far the monopoly for the production and trade of the radioisotopes in Brazil, and we had the permission to produce a specific part of the radiopharmaceuticals, the SCOT kits that are drugs considered as radiopharmaceuticals, and by being non-radiative, we had the permission to trade. But regarding the production of radioisotopes was a monopoly of the state. And here I can show you some important milestones regarding Anvisa and Selene. First of all, the constitutional amendment in 2006, we had the first step that was the flexibilization for the production and sale of this in 2 hours. At that time, we had one facility producing fluor in São Paulo, and it was visible to understand that we were not able to deal with all the demand in Brazil. So the first impact was the flexibilization of the monopoly in 2006. And in parallel of this, Anvisa was working in an intensive way to create the first regulation frameworks. We didn't have this regulating the sector. How can I have a certificate of good practices once the radiopharmaceuticals are drugs, right? How can I have the register of a drug? I will apply the generic concept or consecrated. So Anvisa worked creating the standards RDCs and regulating the good practices and registers. And this was evolving, and also Senem already had a lot of regulatory frameworks for the production of the radioisotopes and the production of the nuclear medicine. Brazil is reference in terms of milestones for radiological protection, the management of radiative waste. So due to the Goiânia issue, we had a learning curve on this. And evolving, we had another important point. Always in the private sector and the public sector were saying that Brazil, that Anvisa, CNA, were not allowing the innovation to bring new radiopharmaceuticals to Brazil. The process had a lot of bureaucracy. It was very expensive. And from my point of view, this is not true, because there is no use to create a regulatory framework in Brazil different from FDA and A and Japan, because the Brazilian company want to access the world market. And the Tony Lara said the important things. So if we can bring technologies of biotechs in Europe to Brazil, our plants should have the license according to the international standards. I can have a regulatory framework that is simple, but tomorrow I may not have, for example, biotech bringing the product. So this created this regulatory environment that is robust. And Anvisa published a new milestone in terms of framework that is allowing us to bring the molecules that are innovative without the matter of the clinical study, phase 1, 2, and 3, proving and validating the production, the quality control, the security of the drug. And then we were able today to see new molecules being produced in the private and public sector in a way that is faster comparing to 4 or 5 years ago.
Of course, that we have certain limitations of number of doses per week, but if in the future an American industry enters Brazil with a definitive patent, then that wouldn't work. But I think it's an incredibly important moment to have that regulatory situation resolved. I remember having countless conversations with Seneng when in 2013 we have been talking about the collapse of transportation and the high costs for flight services. So we have services, for example, for North and Northeast that are very expensive. So doing a brainstorm, we were thinking, how does the American model work? And we understood that in the United States, we're talking about 2,500 services that use CT. And in Brazil, we're only talking about 150 machines working. And so the American market is very much larger. And one of the structural issues is the radiopharmaceutical usage in the United States. So 95% of the medication that is used in the United States come from individual labels, from individual packages. So it improves that matter of the radioactive chain as a whole. So back then we were talking to Anvisa about having these regulations working. And so Seneng admitted that, well, yeah, this will bring us an important impact. So let's see what Spain's doing, what Japan's doing, what the US is doing. So they did their homework, and when they came back to Brazil, we discussed and implemented the first centralized unit in São Paulo as a pilot project for the construction of these regulatory marks. So we have this also for radiopharmaceuticals very well established. So I'm telling you this to show you that that's not a problem anymore for the increase of the private initiative in the market. From my point of view, it's not a regulatory barrier. Also today, it's very obvious for us, how do we get a pharmaceutical industry to produce S&E test? So that's not really a barrier nowadays anymore, or a gray area for the regulatory mark to have this in Brazil. So I have a few specific problems in a few specific cities for sanitation agencies. So if we have Anvisa or Covisa, but they're very small if we're comparing to regulation issues. So Brazil nowadays has great examples of when we had this monopoly flexibilization that was walking parallelly with the regulation mark and technological area, because the technology that we have nowadays in Brazil is pretty much the same one in the United States. So we don't really have a technological gap nowadays. So radiopharmaceutical that is being tested, for example, by Novartis, we do have that sort of technology since 2020 in Brazil. IPEN has been producing and commercializing data tage that's something that's very new in the United States, but we have it very common here in Brazil. So this is an interesting scenario here in Brazil. That's pre the monopoly for the production of fluoride 18. We had an installation, a facility that produced those cyclotrons, and then after the flexibilization of the monopoly, we had that's something very interesting. It's policies for the prices of these radiopharmaceuticals back then. So we had standard prices internationally. So it's not only important to have these regulation marks. We need a safe and economical environment for these prices that are practiced in the market. So the industry is not going to invest 20, 30, 40 million reais in a production plant. So we need a very encouraging economical environment. And that was a great example here in Brazil. So this is what we currently have: private production centers, public production centers that are being deployed here in Brazil. And moving on, we have the number of PET scans in Brazil back in 2006, before our market was open. And currently we have a whole different reality. We have over 75, and that number is growing constantly. We still face a few challenges, but that's a completely different reality. But we continue to have nuclear medicine here in Brazil, still not as spread as in Argentina, for example. I wouldn't even dare to compare it to the US, to the American market, but we still have a long way to go. So this is the growth of PET scans in Brazil. So we can see the impact that the private initiative has in Brazil. So we're talking about the cycles in Curitiba, São Paulo, Brasília, and so on, and how we were able to work as a group, as a collective. Here I also show the number of doses that back in 2006 we commercialized about 7,300 doses in 2006. And then after we opened our market, after we had the regulation marks and private investment and public investment also, so now we're talking about 155,000 dosages of FDG. And here we have data that shows the number of doses that was issued by the public sector. And even though we had a little decrease in the dosage, but we have an exponential growth that was supplying that chain. So there wasn't a rupture or higher costs for the pharmaceuticals for the hospitals. Because if I increase the price of these radiopharmaceuticals, it's really complicated. Who's paying for this? So we have health plans that are paying for this, so we don't really have a maneuver space here to act. So we have this whole issue on reimbursement, if it's either private or public. Here are a few important points that made this PET scan possible here in Brazil. And I like to say that the price in 2006, FDG costed about 850 reais, and it was exclusively commercialized by IPEM. They were the main vendors here in Brazil, but currently, when we have many other players, the FDG price here in Brazil is around 700 reais with the costs of transportation. So we have competition numbers increased, we have many other factors increased, and the price decreased. So nowadays we have many new molecules that are being manufactured here in Brazil, and for example, fluoride, SNA. Here's another interesting example, because our market is extremely, I say it's a blue ocean, because we have so much potential for innovation and so much potential for innovations like this one. For example, in 2012, we started importing gas generators, gas 68 generators. So these generators, they can use many other technologies, and that was the construction of this technology, and having a discussion with Seneng and Anvisa, because it's incredibly important to have this new reactor, because we have so many issues around it. But in 2012, we used it for the first time, and currently we have over 54 nuclear facilities that use this technology. And why is that important? Because we have this basis that is now possible to treat patients using PSMA test. And here when we're talking about gallium-68, we have to think about of individualized and whole medicine. So Brazil nowadays is the 4th market in the world that uses that technology for PET scans. Here we have we have other data for the services of nuclear medicine for lutetium-177. So we have a higher concentration of the use of this technology in the southeast of Brazil, but we see that the north and northeast of Brazil have been growing the use of that. Nowadays, for example, we have it is very possible to talk about radiological safety and to make available this radiopharmaceutical right inside that pharmacy. So, because it's really complicated to have such a short life medication like this to be transported to further locations. So nowadays we're talking about an exponential growth of the number of patients that are being treated with lutetium PSMA. Nowadays it's very common to see patients in São Paulo and Rio that come from France and from Germany to have that treatment here in Brazil, and just to highlight that this radiopharmaceutical cannot use reimbursement from SUS or other healthcare plans. And also, just to give you an example of the number of dosages that have been issued by IPEM. So theranostics is a reality here in Brazil. So regulation marks, technology and production capacity is very important here in Brazil. And we have to constantly talk about this, the economical benefits. So I can have international or private or public investments. We also have a healthy environmental environment. And we're not only talking about private competition. How long haven't we seen any sort of adjustments in the reimbursement for myocardial scintigraphy, for example? We saw that a few years ago. SUS used to pay for that for $400 before, but nowadays we only have a $150 reimbursement for that. So the cost of that raw material just goes higher, about 20% inflation a year. So these regulations, they also help that radiopharmaceutical to become more expensive every year. So it is a structural issue. So we can talk about the expansion of nuclear medicine in Brazil. So Dr. Lara has mentioned before, the base of the pyramid here is still the generator of technetias and myocardial scintigraphy, but more and more we see theranostic as a protagonist. So 10 years ago, FDG was responsible for about 95%. Nowadays, the big pharmaceutical industries, they basically only have 30 to 40% as a test, as a therapy. I won't even talk about Brazilian market because it's still not so relevant, because the American market is about 46% and the Brazilian market is about 2%. So it is a reality that we have to improve. And just to finish my presentation, so Celso talked about the flexibilization of the monopoly that happened last year. And the big question here is, okay, we know that we have logistics issues, we have capacity of production that's also complicated, we have a few other importing issues and not being able to supply everyone that needs it. Brazil does not have a multi-purpose reactor still, so we're not self-sufficient in molybdenum. Argentina is self-sufficient, and they will have a new reactor installed in the next couple of years. So this strategical radioisotope issue is critical, and that's something that the government has to work on. The deployment of these nuclear reactors, it's something that the state has to develop and deploy. So, and where does the private initiative comes in? Most governments in the world, they are responsible for this discussion and the availability when we're talking about public partnerships. They have the transference from the public initiative of molybdenum to the private sector. For example, Argentina in 1980, we had CONEA that operated a reactor and had the whole supply chain of radiopharmaceuticals. Nowadays, CONEA still operates that and offers molybdenum and other isotypes that is able to attend to supply all of the Argentinian market. How many radiopharmaceuticals does Brazil export to international markets? So it's 0. So that's something that we also have to think about. And the benefits of the flexibilization of the monopoly is also very big for that sort of trade. But all of this that I'm talking here, so we have technology, we have human resources that still need to be improved, but so if we have 10 new cyclotrons in Brazil every year, do you know what's our biggest challenge here? We don't have enough nuclear radiological protection supervisors that are capable of helping Brazil. So we have companies that are developing courses for capacity building training, so that they can have that sort of service here, because we don't have supervisors that are prepared for that. It's not only supervised, but it's also to work actively in that facility. So we need radiological protection and continuous training, and they have to live that operational day-to-day operations in these facilities. But The big discussion here is what is the price that is being set here in the Brazilian market? Is it subsidized or not? Just something else. What's the percentage of patients that have access to nuclear medicine? So how many of them come from the private health sector? We know that 25% of our procedures are public, that use public health system, but the rest is the rest comes from the private sector. So we need international investors for Technicians production plants. And are we going to have these investors when the cost of production plus taxes plus logistics costs that will have a price of at least $10, for example, but it's sold in Brazil for $3. So it's something that we have to discuss. It's important to have these subsidies. It's important to have a public entity replenishing these this raw material, but we also have to have that discussion about price, just like we did with FDG. The FDG had a regulation mark, but it needed to have that financial issue discussed. So basically that's all I wanted to discuss. We have here 3 great professionals that can contribute to that issue. So nowadays, currently, what companies in Brazil are indeed benefiting from that flexibilization of the monopoly, either SENEM or from other institutes? So nothing has changed. So that's our big discussion here. And it's really useless to just discuss this without considering that we have this whole regulation that is very well mapped, so we cannot only blame Anvisa or other institutions. So we need to discuss and find an adequate and proper environment to talk about investments and innovation in Brazil. Thank you very much, Rafael, for your presentation and your critical approach to this medical supply and the expansion of that technology here in Brazil that saves so many lives. And I now yield the floor to Anderson, and he works for Anvisa. He is a pharmaceutical expert, and he has vast international experience. He worked with the organization of, and he has been working for the radiopharmaceutical development here in Brazil. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be participating in this debate that's extremely important for nuclear medicine in Brazil. And just to comment on what Rafael commented when we're talking about regulation marks that we've been talking about since 2008. The first one was the medical services for using nuclear technology. We have 2 points here. One in 2006, where you have mentioned very successfully, and the one last year. And then regarding Anvisa and this regulation mark, we had 2 very distinct situations. Back in 2006, we didn't really have a regulation, and Anvisa was not prepared for that. So they had to fight very hard to in fact benefit from that monopoly flexibilization. So, and that's when we started the registry in 2009, the Good Practices Regulation. And back then we had a very particular problem in Brazil, because different from other countries that, if I'm not mistaken, in Argentina, they had all of the radiopharmaceuticals that were in their market to be regulated, and we decided that we would need a regulation mark for our radiopharmaceuticals, and that created a problem that lasted over a decade of a scenario where we had radiopharmaceuticals being traded, but without any sort of regulation. So here we're talking about radiopharmaceuticals that had their registries but did not have an official randomized study, because they were simply registered based on empirical use. So we had that problem, and we were working very hard to have that registered. And back in 2006, we started working the legislation, knowing that it needed updates, because that legislation did not work for the Brazilian market. And in a way, we knew that we needed to regulate the medication situation in Brazil. And then in 2019, if I'm not wrong, we had a new legislation specifically for that. Once we have these radiopharmaceuticals registered, we are able to know a lot more about these products. So little by little, we had these products registered, and basically 95% of the products that are being commercialized nowadays in Brazil, they are registered in some form, either formalized or with any other sort of registry. So if any adverse effect that is notified to Anvisa will be able to trace back to that product. So that was the fourth point. And with that outbreak of monopoly last year, we had a distinct situation from 2006, because when we ended with the monopoly last year, we were ready for that. So we had our regulation marks that had been discussed. Radiopharmaceuticals were a lot more regulated, and we had normatives that didn't only flexibilized the access to new medication, for example, involving cyclotron and others, but it also flexibilizes the possibility of a more simplified study for these diagnosis technologies. But Anvisa is pretty much ready for this. If one market player wants to register a product, for example, with excuse me. So we have an opening for that. So we had more flexible regulations and more aligned to the CTD format when we're talking about document petitioning. So the market nowadays has its regulation mark very well established. Maybe I found that very interesting, because that maybe because of the pandemic, we're not really sure, but luckily Anvisa was very much well prepared for that. And parallel to that, I'd like to call your attention for two discussions that we're currently having at Anvisa that contribute in the sense of allowing a wider access to this treatment. And we're also discussing radiopharmacies for in-house use. That's still a big gap that we have in our legislation that need to be regulated. So what sort of radiopharmacies, what are the categories of it? Is it a centralized radiopharmacy? What normative do I use? Or a radiopharmacy that produces in-house radiopharmaceuticals? What sort of good practices do I need? So it is a discussion that it's ongoing in Anvisa. I think it's extremely important. And very briefly, I think the society will need to participate in that discussion, and I think we'll see great contributions for nuclear medicine. So nowadays we have a mark for registration that is very well aligned with the activities that happen in other countries. And the good practices mark that is also very much complied here in Brazil. With this monopoly breakage, we expect to have an expansion in the market, maybe not on a short term, but maybe a medium to long term. We can't still predict that a date for that development, but it will inevitably happen. I think it's really a matter of time for the market to adjust. And with the new legislation of radiopharmaceuticals, in-house radiopharmaceuticals, I think we have a package that is very well aligned, very predictable, because these players, they want predictability. And we have some other price issues that are not Anvisa's responsibility, but from the point of view of regulations, I believe that we have evolved very much. So RDC 51 has transformed into other regulations. It was widely discussed with this regulatory sector, and nowadays we have a very much more evolved and mature sector than when we published the first one. Thank you, Anderson. And I'd also like to hear from Samira. She has a doctor's degree in radio protection and safety. She is part of the Committee of Nuclear Energy in Brazil. And I can tell you that she's one of the biggest specialists of protection and safety in cyclotrons and radiopharmaceuticals. She is a person that's leading the Forum Project for Liberations and Regulations together with Spain, Mexico, and Argentina. So countries that are incredibly relevant in this area, and that will be very useful for Latin America. So as a reference, she will publish a tech doc together with regulation agencies, international regulatory agencies, and I think she can help us understand this revolution and the advances that this whole system is going through. Thank you for your kind presentation. I thank for the invitation for being here. It's a huge pleasure to be here. And I thought that Rafael's presentation was just amazing. I think it brought to us the idea of that exact moment that we're living with the future of nuclear medicine. So we have important advances that were discussed in the past few years. But the question that remains is that, well, what now? What about the future? So paying a lot of attention to SENEM, DRS, and all of these discussions, we have restricted our communication with other countries' regulatory agencies. We have increased our technical cooperations, and also this experience exchange, just like you mentioned before that, about the first industrialized radiopharmacy. So all of these advances in communication made possible so we could be here today with these norms that were published that bring safety to society and to investors, really, because these are very high investments, and it's important that the population knows that these regulatory agencies are paying attention and that these requirements are justified. We're exchanging experiences with other countries. We are adapting regulations to our models because each country has a different model for licensing, and that's not easy. But SENEM has improved, and I think that our regulation mark is very well established and brings us safety so we could advance. Now, answering your question, I haven't received any project for that need approval for radiopharmacy plant, and the question is why? Why is that happening? I agree that That's not really a matter of regulation. And here I'm really talking about the points for safety and for protection, and we have this open channel for communication to discuss new projects, discuss new technologies, and I believe that this sort of passes by a few business issues. So I think that Leticia's discussion very important, because I think it's very common to have that comparison between scenarios of cyclotrons concentration in the southeast, and we have this suppressed demand in a few regions of Brazil that cannot have access to that, but Leticia's has different characteristics. So let's think of a hypothetical radiopharmacy in the southeast of Brazil. It is possible, but it's not easy because we have this whole logistics involved. But it's possible to send lutetium to other regions. In this data that you brought to us, we see that this concentration in the south and southeast region of Brazil is still high. So in my opinion, that really is a matter of investment for a hypothetical radiopharmacy to send lutetium and supply that need of the southeast, but also to send dosages to other parts of the country. It needs very high investment. So you need labor force very well trained. So I think we have market aspects that are not in the scope for the regulation of sending. So I would like to start this discussion and hear you as an operator and as an investor, if you agree to that opinion, and what is your opinion of how can we improve these parameters and guarantee the access of these radiopharmaceuticals to everyone. Now, this issue of lutetium, more particularly, and the scintillography exams, I think we see an even higher impact. For example, if you get the cities of São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro and compare it to a city in the Northeast, for example, so the cost of these generators end up being a lot higher, and so you have radio pharmacies that are located in those cities, and you end up improving that those issues. Lutetium, for its life cycle, it has a higher logistical cost, so but it's not that big. I think that the issue with lutetium goes to a different point.
It's a matter of knowledge, and the moment of this knowledge about the theranostic, this is the first point. It's not all the nuclear doctor that has the comfort and security to start a work and this type of work. The criteria on the selection of the patient. I had a meeting with a group from Germany to create a program of capacity building for nuclear doctors, physics, biomedicals, to work in this environment. That today it's a knowledge that is very heterogeneous. So I think the knowledge is the first point. The second point is we have a problem with the balance in the payment of these procedures in some places of Brazil. So we see some places that pays better, so they have a huge concentration of this. So then this is not stimulating the entrepreneur that is a doctor to have the procedures in these places. So we have a regional and microeconomical issue in Brazil. Today we have, for example, some places where the reimbursement of the procedure is 1,070 reais, and in the others, in the Northeast, the same procedure is 800 reais. So the same profile of patient, the same radiopharmaco, the same transportation, and half of the amount of the reimbursement. So I think this is a matter of a microeconomical and regional thing, and the knowledge of this environment also. Rafael and the other speakers also, I think that there are different variables involved on this, the matter of the tax, This is also something that is very relevant, but I would like to touch a point that in a certain moment it's interesting, the position of regulator, because we get to know and get information. And one information that I think it's important, that sometimes this has to do with this, and I think we can reflect a little bit, is regarding the vision of the future. The production of morbidities, it's decreasing a little bit. And this has to do with the quality of the equipment and other factors, also the pandemic, but this is a trend and also bad, I think. But one aspect that I think that can be related to this and that we didn't consider is the availability of the cold kits that also suffer registration of Anvisa. The cold kits it's a simple point that it's needy. We are not talking about something sophisticated, but we don't have the coverage that we have in the rest of the world. If you can comment about this. Yes. First point, that I agree with the macro vision, but Anderson can say also the production also of a test PCMA is simpler than a production of a cold kit. The production of this that you can inject has a complexity, mainly when we talk about PCLA, data talk, accident. Yes, we have the structural problem in Brazil, and it's true that IPEM was acting on the producing of those kits, and in a certain moment it is not being produced anymore. The private initiative in Brazil for a long time, or it's importing and register and sell or produce in Brazil this set of drugs and trade it. But some products, we have a gap of supply. When it's not acting, we had ECD, Desidra, radiopharmaceuticals with a volume not so big, but it's important. If you don't have an ECD, you don't have a brain scintigraphy. If you don't have CDT, you don't have the other types of exams. And there is another important point, and also considering the pandemic, there was the revision 567, where we had an interesting point. Those radiopharmaceuticals, it doesn't matter if it's kits or radioisotopes, that I had a problem with the supply, that I have not been able to supply. Anviva authorized the import, the allowance for import and trade of different international suppliers, and the rest are in the country of source. Of course, following all the procedures of import and track and trace of the process. So this is important to keep this market of the small kits. If you look the portfolio that is being traded in the US market, this is less than in the Brazilian market. The quantity of kits there, the macro aggregated, it's being traded for $400 the bottle, and thus this price is not justified because the cost is low. Because despite having the reduction of the portfolio, we also reduced the quantity of players, and this is concentrated on the heads of some of them. I think Anvisa had a correct movement. Today, each service of nuclear medicine in Brazil, for example, if you want a scintigraphy, you can do through the process of import, and RDC was postponed up to March of next year, allowing the import. And regarding this, the other 95% of the kits in Brazil are produced in Brazil. So there is this matter of the manufacturing, and today see Argentinian players in the Brazilian market submitting the register, but we should care that the rules of regulation exist, and we must follow this step by step. It could be simpler. I think no. Today, Brazil was able to establish a partnership with the greatest biotech in the world because our regulatory framework today is equivalent of the European one. Today, we can export kits to Colombia, to the medium East, because today we have the standard. Brazil today is member of PICS that allows to recognize the certificate of good practices given by Anvisa and also given to the country. So many people think that it's a bureaucracy, additional bureaucracy that supports. I think that we have time for one or two questions. I don't know if Anderson wants to complement. Just a brief speech. Besides these projects from Anvisa, PICS, we now are in the process of GBT, that is global benchmarking tool. That is a process to be recognized by WHO as an agency of maturation level 4, that also will allow some projects of reliance among the countries. So this will facilitate a lot. And regarding the kit, I think that we had this resolution. This is good for the market, but it's a resolution that is provisional. We want the products registered here. Unfortunately, we were depending only on EPAN, but when it stopped, we had a problem with the supply in the market, and without having the drug register, this is not so simple, so we need to open this possibility. So the ideal is to have the players in the market developing and registering the products and supplying with the process, with all the registers. Any question in the audience? We have 3 candidates. I will ask you to be brief. I don't know if I will be able to listen to all of you. Wonderful presentation, this discussion, a lot of knowledge, a lot of growth for us. Rafael, you were presenting the number of cycles in Brazil. We have this issue that North and Northeast always had the issues of supply, and there we have 2 cycles that are under construction in the Northeast region. So this is a question. Why in this moment we cannot have a better vision about Northeast, and we are always thinking, oh, we're not going to Northeast because we don't have demand, and we don't have demand because we don't have production. So how to break this, and why these 2 that are here in the region Southeast didn't go there? And you mentioned also an example, the cost of the market, this is very low, the cost is very low, the production cost is very low, the regulatory cost is not low. So I will talk about numbers. I'm creating the numbers. If the cost of the macro of 1 kit is 10, the regulatory will surpass this 10. And also the companies, you know that you have this structure of maintenance of the labs, of the company, of the labor force, and everything like this. So it's not like this. When you say this in a simple way, if the cost is 10 and the company is selling by 50, it's earning a lot of money. So I would like you perhaps to correct this. I don't know. Thank you. You are correct. And your speech is the same of mine. Many times the market is asking the price of the kids without the vision of what is behind. The good practices, the quality assurance. I should have professionals that are well prepared in the production and the quality assurance, and it's not optional. This is mandatory to ensure the quality. The cost of production of 10, I have a lot of other expenses and investments that will increase the cost of the same bottle of 300. And depending on the world market, there is an exit of players and the concentration of 1 or 2 players that are abusing of the price that they have. It's the MMA situation in the US. Who called me to talk about this was FDA, that was concerned about the price of the kit. Regarding the private cycles, it's a matter of market, of demand of the market. We have a circuit that is beginning. This is in the final phase of licensing, and in a region that is extremely bad, cared about from the point of view of supply chain. So we have this in Recife, Fortaleza, we have a private facility. I think yes, the investment is not in the same speed of the Southeast for sure, because the market is here. So we have more concentration here. Samir, can you compliment about the situation in the Northeast? I think we cannot fight with the image, the picture of Brazil. It's clear there is a concentration in the Southeast region. I think we should try to find some tools to resolve this. What can we do? So considering that this has to do with the market aspects, and this is out of the scope of SENEM, I think it's important to share that there is some regulatory authorities in other countries that include in the licensing a type of market evaluation, and in the stage, the pre-operational state to approve the local, that is the first act of approving. So the authority there is regulation use some KPIs, for example, the number of equipments, the cycle per population in that region, and this authority has the competence in this moment to say no, it's not possible anymore in this moment to have the installation of a cycle in this region. Today we are talking about our regulatory framework in SENEM, but are places that we have this. So the discussion could be in the way to find out these KPIs and the normative that will allow this type of assessment. Yes, this subject is interesting. Just remembering that it have the decommissioning of a cycle, we have a problem. This generates impact to the society because the ureas generate waste. But we have 1 minute left. Wonderful presentation. I'm Marcos Leo. I'm the partner of the Medicine Vilas Pedras. Regarding this framework in regulation, I think it's important, but there are some implications. EPEN was forbidden to produce some kits. Some kits that we were buying for 180 reais, different from the public health system that kept the same price. So 180 reais became 900. So we have an increase very huge, and this is not in the register in the table. So when you talk about the player, I would like to be included as a buyer. I'm not a player, I'm suffering, but I'm participating on the operation. So we had a bad impact, and some companies that work with the table from the public health system, and part that is dealing with this are the private companies that deal with them. They bankrupted because they could not observe the impact of 800% in the kit that where we have the greatest number of the exams, that is the myocardium. So from the point of view of regulatory traceability, this is very interesting, this is very good, but we had bad impacts that were not thought when they decided this. They didn't think about this. Some companies bankrupted due to this change. Or you're going to have this regulatory framework. We know that EPEN will not be adapted, and let's compensate this amount. We didn't have this counterpart in any moment, and I understand that the company that is selling the kit currently is not because of an excess of profit. We don't have the subside as EPEN was. EPEN was the pillar of the nuclear medicine, but in a certain moment this was bad to have other companies entering in Brazil and working here. The regulatory framework was bad for this because EPEN was not able to be adapted to what was written, and then they are depending on the private companies that don't have the subside. But they didn't think about the consequence, and the consequence was that the price is 800% greater. So this is very bad for the companies, for the business. But is there a solution for this? Think about the future. What is the solution? Anvisa is thinking to be together to the Nuclear Brazilian Society to be registered by SUS, because this environment will want to be registered by SUS. So what is the future of this? How can we consider this new reality? For those that are dealing with SUS, my reality is not 170 reais. SUS pays other price to this in the two phases. And here in Rio de Janeiro, it's a big city, we have not 900 reais with a TMR of 3.5 months. So this is the reality. A kit increased 800%. The future is, how can we resolve this? Thank you, Marcos, for your comment. I think that it's really very important what you said in different subjects. And I would like to call attention that this is not an easy problem. We have different initiatives that should be adopted. It's not only one solution, there is no magic solution, but we have different initiatives that should be adopted and the problem should be faced. Unfortunately, our time is over, so I'm being informed that this is a very important subject. We could spend here hours and hours on this discussion. I think it's a forum that allows this exchange of ideas, and I think that there is a concern that is being led and that should be taken to concrete actions. So with these words, I would like to end this panel. Only a brief feedback of the situation. Just remembering that Anvisa didn't close EPEN. EPEN stopped it by its own. So, and the standard of good practices of production was published in 2009, and we are now after 15 years, and the other companies that produces the kits as NT2E adapted. So Anvisa doesn't have participation, direct participation to say, EPEN, you're not working anymore. It was the decision of EPEN due to other issues, saying EPEN that so Anvisa should not interfere. So I would like to say this because Anvisa has nothing to do with this. This is a complex subject. There is a difficulty to deal with this system, and this should be thought. Well, unfortunately, we need to end. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good lunch. Good afternoon. We will have our raffle at 1:50, okay? So for the ones that were here for the 3 days, we will have 3 prizes here raffled in the stage.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. I don't know if it was the minister that was able to keep you here until right now, but this event has been so successful. We've had over 1,500 people. Our audience is always full, and we're heading towards the end, and it's a huge pleasure to have you here with us. Our panel will talk about technological innovations and the nuclear sector. If everyone that works in the innovation sector knows all of the difficulties we have, and then when we're talking about the nuclear sector, it gets even scarier. But it's not that scary. I'm scarier of lawyers that work for the government, for example, than we have in this continent of innovation and nuclear sector. We have suffered very much, mainly because of our public companies that don't really understand the innovation law. I already heard the following sentence: well, we don't apply that law here. And then I don't really understand, because, well, so you're telling me that you don't comply with the law? Or that we do a whole innovation process and then in the end you say, well, but you have to have public bidding for that. So we're here today, and I would like to invite our moderator, that will be Edmilson Camparelli. He's the president of Group Media, to moderate this panel. Minister, he's a reporter, but he's a good guy. And I would like to invite our Minister of Management, Public Management and Innovation from the Brazilian government. I'd also like to invite Dr. José Aranha. He's the president of the APLICAÇÃO board, and he's a longtime friend. And I'd like to invite my dear friend, Dr. Carlos Aragão. He is the Director of Scientific Development of FINEP. And we heard that they're very rich right now, so. So, Camparelli, you have the floor. Once again, thank you all very much. And let's listen. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate ABDA and its president for this incredible initiative. I have just arrived to this event, but I can tell it's been a huge success. I'd like to greet you all that are watching us here and also online, and my debate colleagues here. Well, Minister, we will first start with your lecture, and then we'll go to the Q&A. So you have the floor. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank for Abidam's invitation. It's a huge pleasure to be here sharing this stage with such important people. I think it's a very important event. I haven't had time to walk by the stands, but I will as soon as I get a chance. I come from Rio, but it's the first time that I see this this exhibition center, and to discuss such an important theme that is technological innovation. And of course that we have a specific sector here, that's the nuclear sector, as you can see by the stands and the reception that I've had here, it's a very wide sector that has different branches. But I think that the focus that we have on this panel is technological innovation, and it's something that Brazil needs urgently for its development. And as an industrial economist, I am also a professor at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and I participate in a few research groups, even though right now I had to stay a little bit far from them. And we know that Brazil, so it could have a development jump, goes through technological innovation. So that's specifically because that's the theme that I accepted to participate here. I've had this invitation for a while now, and we thought it was a very interesting panel and the event as a whole, but we're not always able to be able to participate in all of the events that we are invited to. But fortunately, I was able to be here. Well, first of all, I'd like to present to you this new ministry that we have, and we do have innovation in its name, but that would be more focused on public services and how we provide them to the population. But we have areas that support and that are important tools for technological innovation as a whole. I think that's the main reason why I'm here. And I'm just going to very quickly just talk a little bit more about the ministry. Because it is a new ministry, it's still not very well known. People know the secretaries that we have. Maybe the oldest one is the assets of the union. But it is a ministry that has been created to focus on a decentralization of obstacles towards society. So how do we unlock a few things that are locked? So sometimes we have issues that are taken care by other ministries that are not very well taken care of. So public management that should specifically be considering different management styles for our society. So unfortunately, these budget issues were always complicated. So now this ministry has that idea of having a more long-term goal and towards the Brazilian society. We've had a proposal for both for the group of researchers at EPEA, but also public administration, that were suggesting that we could have this specific ministry to have a big transformation, benefiting more inclusive projects, but that this is also about unlocking these new projects for technological innovation. And like our president always says, that maybe our technological laws are not very well understood. We get that. It's sometimes we have these blockages that should be rethought, and people should have a closer look into that. And I believe that being here and being able to discuss this, it's essential. And maybe people that are part of this panel, especially these two amazing specialists, will talk about issues that I haven't even heard of, for example, but it's very important to understand them. So yesterday we had the Council for Sustainable Issues that was launched by President Lula. And so we have these new proposals to the government. So we want a new chamber to be created, especially to work with our ministry. And so this is really a discussion, that's something that is under our radar, and we understand that that's essential. So we are concerned about this transformation to improve public administration processes, and so maybe a project that is focused on reducing inequality issues and that we can improve competitivity, for example. And we have 3 main areas. We have 7 secretaries. So one of them is very small, but still very meaningful. But we have this whole people management area. The process management area is also associated to the Secretary of Innovation, but also the Digital Government Secretary that is also has its own technological development in its core. So we have a few big companies that are also represented here, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about these companies very quickly, but showing our concerns at how this Ministry of Management and what is the potential of these companies to invest in our country. Not only the sector, not only from the nuclear sector, but from all the other sectors that we can also mention. And our idea is to use these areas to transform the state and use it for national development. More directly, that it's associated to this theme. We have this law from 2004, but we know that we've had other complements to this law, and I'm going to focus on the most recent one that is very much associated with this concern that was mentioned by the president of ABDA, and it's the bidding processes. And why? Because one of the subjects that is under our umbrella is really public procurement, because we have this whole procurement that has its own regulation that applies to all public sphere, all Brazilian public sphere, and many of the times all of the normative instructions that affect states and cities are being reconstructed to strengthen and improve these instruments. So I'm going to talk about a recent change that we've had in the bidding law that facilitates the purchasing, the procurement power of the state. That hasn't been regulated yet, but we are in a process of regulating, and because it is something new, we would like to do this with a high participation of society to understand and to have this regulated, but to understand the public, to understand society and hear their ideas and their proposals, so then we can indeed use our procurement power as an innovational tool. So we know that after 2004 we've had the Lei do Bem. More recently we've had another law in 2018, and strengthening the Technological Institute. That is a big important area, but I'd like to focus here in this new instrument that is the competitive dialogue. We all know that the problem that we have with procurement power is to purchase something that doesn't exist. So there comes problem with bidding. How can I bid something that doesn't exist? So theoretically, when we're talking about public procurement, that is indeed a problem. So you have different ways of doing that, and in Brazil, our procurement laws were not updated to allow that. So that's why we've always had that duality, because I have a law for that, but I have these bidding laws that was supposed to be ended by now on March 31st, but it didn't, because we had to postpone its end, but the new law is already being applied. So they could use exclusively that law. But the old law, we had these public procurement articles, but it needed to be improved, and it's precisely this process that allows this conversation between party that has a problem and needs an innovative solution for their problem, and then having this conversation with the other party that can have a solution, so then they can buy something that is not questionable. So there is a big challenge that goes through this whole different institutions and coordinators, but it also goes through so integrated laws make more sense. So one law should not overpose the other, and obviously the new laws will always be superior, be valid than older laws. And in Brazil, how do we guarantee all fairness in these processes, but without suppressing innovation capacities and fostering to the technological capacity of the country? So I would like to call your attention for this at something that we are working on right now, and that it needs many societal complements, because the government isn't really ready with this modality. We are aware of the problems, but maybe we're not able to deal with these problems. So we're constantly foreseeing relevant issues to this new modality, but it's impossible to foresee all of the issues. So we can deploy this innovation law to be a important fostering point to innovation in Brazil. This goes through a process, and then we have these fundamental premises. And because we have the ability to normatize together with other more central ministries, for example, the accounting agencies, so we can participate in this coordination point, also strengthen these bonds and these partnerships, and organizing all of this innovational system that already exists but needs improvements. And then we have here, I'd like to highlight the fostering for innovations that we have, FINEP. It's one of the financial institutions that is thought to help this sort of actions. Our state companies that have a very important role that was mentioned here, and also universities. And here we have 3 representatives from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, but probably we have many others from other universities, and we have local governments that can be part of that process. Recently, we've had the National Industrial Development Council recreated, and we decided to do that because we felt it was very much needed, and especially for the procurement issues that is central to industrial innovation to our country. And this council is considering this reactivation because of fostering industrial development, and then we have this capacity and intentionality of innovative solution diffusion. Also to think about a new industrialization that is sustainable, and that goes a lot along with what we think that, and we have been talking a lot about that, is to have this green transition as innovative and technological transition. And obviously what always comes to mind is that regulatory good practices, and obviously we have to see if the laws are being applied correctly and not against the sector. We have, the council will have this permanent role as a dialoguing tool. It will try to help this ecosystem to foster technological innovation, and it's important that they walk together down this path. And we need to have a very strong innovational initiatives. And when I started and the president of ABDA talked to me, he said he showed me that this sector has a very large participation, but that it depends on a whole supply productive chain, and that's a huge challenge for us. So it is our role to understand this as a whole, not only from the point of view of formation, but also the point of view of production. It's also because it's also important for other sectors, and we are very much focused on the development of industrial development. And so I think that everything that is pointed out is about everything that was not working before, and we are working on it to encourage to work in different manners. So we're very open to that conversation. We have a few data here from the ministry. So we now have over 44 billion reais in public procurement back in 2022. In 2023, it's going to be a lot higher. And so we have a very good potential to, it's interesting to see this as fostering industrial and innovative production, innovational production. And as I showed here, that the focus in this forum, it is to focus on state companies. We were able to have these public assets, as we are very much interested in how society can benefit from this. But from the point of view of state companies, is how can we strengthen, how can we help these companies to help even more society? And before, we know that in the other term, the last political term, they lost a lot of power, and we're trying to reverse that and guarantee that these companies can have a high innovational potential. We have 27 state companies, but the big ones that are here connected to this sector: AMAZUL, NUCLEP, that's also here, ANB, and ELETRONUCLEAR. And it's a whole range of investment in these companies, and I'd like to highlight two things here. For 2023, we have a budget that is aligned with the past year's budgets, but very soon we might have a recomposition of the budget for this year. So then we can reuptake the constructions that from Angra 3. You know that since 2009, the companies that were part of the Eletrobras group were very disconnected from the main investments that were destined by the government, because they did not prioritize certain groups, they did prioritize other groups. And then this year we proposed that next year these investments can then be can happen again to these companies, so that they can continue to invest in such a strategic sector to Brazil. So we will do that recomposition. We have been discussing with these companies about 1.3 billion reais. And we're recomposing this so that we can help them with the investments for this sector. In the procurement area, as I've said before, we are indeed in this regulation moment, and we have to postpone the use of that law until the end of this year. And with this new module that we need to have it regulated, that's the competitive dialogue, that has a huge potential as for innovation. And now that Congressman Julio Lopes is here, we have been debating this very much. That's digital identity, and these areas are very much connected to the subject of innovation. And maybe just to reinforce this that we have been discussing, the digital government structures, infrastructure, because we have till the end of November to to deliver our official proposal. So it is important because it has a role that affects lives of our citizens and lives of the companies also. But we have a specific project that's for digital identity. The Congressman knows very well that with this new bidding law, we have capacity building programs to states and cities so that they can indeed migrate to this new law. And we're going to support all Brazilian states so that they can issue digital identity until the end of November. A few states were very much behind, but the only state in Brazil that was able to do their part was Acre. But till the end of November, we will assure all states to be able to issue digital identity and to have that we'll have a centralized source for Brazilian citizens' data. We're also in this governmental transition part because we have another huge space here to foster the productive development and technological development in Brazil. We have a system that we would like to migrate all of the resources to this system so we could use this as an inducing way in a partnership between the federal government and state governments. And I'm here so we can talk about how to strengthen our technological development, but especially for a more inclusive and fair Brazil. Well, I'd like to thank our minister for this amazing speech, and I'd like to say that innovation is a very specific theme. The nuclear sector is even more specific, and when you have these two things together, things get more complicated. But that's why we have these great experts. And to clarify and to have these important discussions, and because it's through these discussions that we have new ideas and things end up aligning better and having a smooth flow. I'd like to talk to José Aranha here and ask you to comment a little bit about our minister speech and ask her a question. Good afternoon to everyone. Well, I'd like to start by thanking President Celso for the invitation to be here and to congratulate him because ABIDA has opened two interesting interfaces for us. I represent these startups and technological parks, and that was very much privileged by our president because ABIDA started looking into these startups and starting these initiatives of using nuclear energy in many different areas and different applications. The more applications we have, the more possibilities we have for new investments, and that makes us pioneers in innovation, even internationally. Innovation is directly connected to competitiveness, so we need to be working with this technology at the same level as other countries. And I'd also like to congratulate our minister for two very interesting things. The first one that was that the creation of the management ministry. I have been fighting for this for years because we have so many ideas to be deployed here when we're talking about universities and startups and public procurement, not only the process of public procurement, but also innovation itself. Because when we're talking about working with universities and companies and the government and society as its whole, we see that this is a very complicated area because of the complexity of the processes. Because when you create this ministry to follow up projects, it's such a beautiful thing. I'm having this explanation about how government is concerned to improve these issues. It's amazing. It's very gives me high hopes. I'd like to congratulate the government for this, and we have these innovational environments. So it's any sort of environment that allows us to make new products and have new services and create more competition and have this taken to international partners. So I'm also very happy for seeing that the ministry is also worried about social inequalities, because when we're talking about technological demands, we are referring to what the United States, for example, do with mission procurement. So what's important to the country? What are the big issues that we have to face differently, that we have to focus on? And that's when we have the big successful cases for oil, gas, nuclear sector, and that these are the big challenges that we're facing. But I'm going to talk about one that hits me more specifically, that is about social inequality. I have been working with the favelas, and here in Rio de Janeiro, FAPERJ has been working and understood that the big problem in Brazil is social inequality. So how do we invest in solutions to solve that problem? So that problem is not only solved through resource management and just willing to create new infrastructure. If we don't change the economic power for everyone, if we don't have equally the knowledge and opportunities, nothing's going to be solved. So the downside and the difficulties that I have felt, innovation is very new to Brazil. We're talking about the amendments that had just added the word innovation to our dictionary, so we didn't even had that word in our dictionary, and because it's very early, 2004, and our legal mark is very recent.
And even when we are talking about legislation, so let's use the power of purchase from the state, and let's have a purchase where we will have the developer, research group, or an entrepreneur or a supplier during 8 months of what was developed and what was expanded and invested together. So it's a co-investment. It's not from a single area. So this concept is very good, but in practice the results are very small so far. What I tried to search for some cases. The president asked me to come to this panel. I was trying to bring some real cases. What can we do in terms of innovation that became a case? So a public building that was used as an innovation institute that is producing something and being managed by a social organization. We don't have. So it is stopped in the departments from the state. So the law didn't work. This only happened in Brazil. And I'm happy that the minister will try to release this. So the questions that I would like to ask are linked to this. How can we transform this need from the country, the need that we have in areas like the nuclear area? There is a very extensive and complex area that should be very creative. And how can we release this issue and the account department from the government will say that it's not possible. So I think this would be a good contribution to clarify this. And also, is there any strategy from the government to be able to give the priority to these missions? Because this is something that is among the ministries. This is not from a single ministry. So different ministries should decide what are the priorities of the country. We have here, each one will talk, Dr. Aragon, that is an expert. We started in the Scholarship Institute for Innovation and Science. So he will speak now, and I will pass the floor to listen from him what we can do to define the priorities from the government. Without questions to the minister, I already asked my questions. Well, so now the minister will answer. So you asked two questions. One regards to how can we transform the needs of the country. And if I had this answer ready, it would be easy. I think we have a pathway that we can build together. We have been doing a work together with the control departments to care about issues that sometimes are held there due to a lack of understanding. And we think that you can have an internal control or an external control. They are very available to have this dialogue so that we can see where are the problems and understand. And I think that one of the issues that is stronger in the innovation area is to be able to make mistakes. You know that you will invest, you will spend money to do something, but this will not be right. In the minister, we are having a partnership with Mariana Mazzucato, that is someone that thinks a lot about this. And we are having a partnership with her so that we can support internally the public servants to understand what is a process of innovation. And she also, in a certain way, formalized this matter of the missions to understand how the technological innovations should move in the country. And Apple, for example, in the US is the result of a public investment that was very huge, and then the private sector used that technological base to have a product that can be traded. But all the bases that produced the technological search was done with public resources that they have the capacity to invest in something that cannot work. So this way of control, we should understand that you may invest a lot of resources that not necessarily will provide a return. So I think this process is a process that we must do together. And it's not only the Ministry of the Management. We have the role to look this and invite the stakeholders, the other ministries of science and technology, for example. So we can do this together with the civil society, the productive sector, so that we can think about those channels and how can we resolve the issues that we have to fortify these processes. And in this sense, also in the strategy from the government to give the priority to the missions. I don't know if you are aware, but the program is bringing this idea of missions as a booster. What are the big Brazilian challenges? One for sure is in the social area and also health, education, but sectors that also has a potential to be linked. For example, we have the health. Another executive group was just managed, right? It's an area with a huge interface with the nuclear sector, and this rationale to think about a big social issue that is the health system, but to see this as a potential of a productive development. How can we do this with partnerships, with technological stakeholders, for example, and how can we spread this to other areas? And we are in a process right now of having the pluri-annual plan. So they started a little bit late of what would happen in the other years, and this is being accelerated. Next week we will release the digital platform for the social participation in this pluri-annual plan that will happen in May 11. We participated with who is doing this, that is the planning ministry, but our management ministry, we supported this for the social participation, and we will release this in the next May 11 to have the Brazilian society together. We will have some workshops all over Brazil so that we can have an idea about what are the priorities in a regional basis, so that we can define what are the big missions that we will have next year. So this, we have the basis on the guidelines from the government and what was agreed with the society during the election, and now we have the process to define the priorities in a collective way. Each ministry is thinking about what are the priorities, and it's important to have the dialogue with the society. So this is a construction, what we want to do more and more with the society. I was talking about Mariana, but also recently in the ministry, we have the Secretary of the Transformation, and what is the state in the 21st century that should have the capacity to produce, but also there is the important role to do this in a partnership with the society. So it's not something that the state is imposing, but it's the opposite. What is the society imposing to the state? What is the priority? And the state should be able to respond and to boost the tools. But I think that the technological innovation depends on the public sector in any country around the world, but we should release what will allow more partnerships between universities and companies and allow more capacity for technological development. And I think we are about to listen to resolve the problems. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I would like to invite Carlos Aragão to provide his statement about the minister lecture and then ask a question. So you can also comment, no problem. Well, I should follow my academic source as a professor from the University of Rio de Janeiro. I need to structure an introduction to come to a question to our minister. And I would like to start saying that the nuclear sector by itself, it's a technological innovation that is disruptive, all the sector. And the proof of that is that it's based on science and technology. I don't need to remember that the origins is in the decade of 30 with Leo Szilard, Otto Hahn, Fritz Strassen, the reaction in chain, the fission process, and he proposed the first prototype of the nuclear reactor. And obviously in this process of reaction in a chain, in a controlled way, this was the great challenge. And we know what happened when you have a controlled way. It's an experience that is different and that can change the world. But also the control that was done with science and technology allowed us to have a first nuclear reactor in 1954 and the use of the nuclear power to other destinations. And then from that point on, the nuclear sector developed. We are going to the fourth generation of reactors, and in each generation it was incorporated innovations from different types in materials, neutronic, hydraulic, whatever, and learning also with the mistakes. We had the cases of 3 Mile Line, Genovia, and Shima, that in a certain way took the industry to incorporate some security or safety mechanisms and transforming the processes and in a more secure products. This development, obviously, it was not restricted to the energy area. It was already mentioned by Aranha that the technologies, the nuclear technologies, can impact the medicine, that is the health in a general way, the radiotherapy, the radiopharmaceuticals, the tracers. This impacts the industry that at the end of the day we can have the test of fuels, of materials. This can impact the agriculture with some techniques that are very creative. If you see in the International Agency of Atomic Energy, you can see some techniques that are considered by a lot of people that allows us, if you go to Petrolina, there is a company over there that is dedicated to ensure that our fruit culture should be preserved so that we can export products with good quality. The same thing with food, to preserve the irradiation of food. There is a technique that is being expanded all over the world. And in this way, we can contribute for our health. So that's why I'm saying that the nuclear sector by itself is an innovation. And today we are collecting the results of work on the basis of science and technology that allow us to have new products, processes, and services that were used by the society. This was a virtual process that is continuing. As I mentioned, we have 4 generations. We are going to the 4th generation of reactors. The future is presenting to us the possibility to have the small model reactors from small size. And Leonardo may be here, but the micro reactors, Leonardo is there. I need to say that, right, Leonardo? Well, the result is that we are seeing here a very clear example of technological innovation, very well succeed, and that has the challenge to convince the society that the nuclear is not to be seen as something that is a threat or a hazard. It's the opposite. This is a sector that offers solutions in the health area, solutions in the agriculture, energy areas, and so on. And without mentioning the future projects that we can think that can be good. For example, using the residual heat of the reactors for the desalinization, that is very important for our country. In the Brazilian case, the nuclear sector has 2 big programs that is inserted in the Brazilian program of Brazil. One is program from the Navy. I had the opportunity to work with the Navy in Brazil for almost 6 months. My boss, the Admiral Newton, I was the employee from AMAZUL for 6 years, and we contributed for today the Secretary of the Navy. And the issue from the Navy has to do with technological innovation. To them, we could domain the complete cycle of fuel with we used some very creative process to have this flow with a contribution very important to the country, because today we are able, Freire is here, and know that we are in the 10th cascade. We are exporting the uranium enriched and also provide a part of our needs in the plants of Angra. And another big development that we should keep in mind for this sector is the multi-proposal reactor, RMD, that will allow us to produce radioisotopes to radiopharmaceuticals, and will allow us the line of neutrons to have all the researches and tests in materials and characterization of materials, and also with the impact in the field that will be used by the program of the Navy and also to the nuclear industries in Brazil. So I'm sure that this sector is a sector that has the innovation in its DNA. This is something that I hope to have shown that. But I would like to say, and this will prepare my question to the minister, in this environment, the FINEP, that is the agency from the Ministry of Science and Innovation, together with CNPq, that is the 2 agencies from the ministry. CNPq is more dedicated to researchers, and FINEP is more to support the institutions and industries that work with technology. And FINEC over time is doing a huge effort to have this dialogue. ECT and companies can be more fluid and allowing us to pass through all the steps of the PRL, the steps of technological evolution that are very necessary to our country. I should say the news, because recently we had an additional investment in our National Fund for Technological Activities. So the main tool that FINEP has to support the science and technology in the country, this fund will not will not have a contingency. So this means that this year we will have something around 9.6, more or less 10 billion reais, and half will be some resources that can be reimbursed, that is credit to the companies, and now will be offered in a lower rate based on the our index of reference TR, that will allow us to have this in the service of a lot of companies with a technological basis that need credit. And on the other side, the other half, we will have some resources that cannot be reimbursed, that will also, as mentioned by our minister, that it was possible due to the law of innovation. The law of innovation, I was the director from the same department from FINEP from 2005 to 2007. So in 2005 was when we started to use the economic subvention. I had a participation in this process, and she brought the subvention that is as an element that is very important. Due to this, many companies, recently I went to LAD, that is Latin America Aerospace and Defense. It's a big fair, and there I got the impression, the number of companies which owners said, we only exist due to FINEP, because they had the support in their startup phase. They were growing, and the mechanisms were being sophisticated in a certain way that the companies had the condition to export, and some of them with a lot of success. And then my question to the minister, in these possibilities of support that we have, the subvention is important, the investments from FINEP is important to the companies, the credit, the reasonable credit allows the entrepreneur to have the loan. One element that is missing in different chains, productive chains to different companies, is this matter of the power of purchase from the state. So we need to complete the cycle. We need to have all the elements available to be able to have the support. And before having the question, I would like to tell you that FINEP is a department from the Ministry of Science and Technology that started in this government with some objectives very clear. One of them is to recover, consolidate, and expand our national system of technology and innovation. There is a set of universities, center of research, technological institutes, and industries with a technological basis. And this is something very important. We cannot compare with other countries from Latin America, the system that we develop. The second purpose is to have the industrialization of the country with technological basis. The minister said this. We need to have the industrialization of the country with products with added value. And last, we are talking about the national programs that are structuring and with innovation. And this is a mantra. We should incorporate this and repeat. For example, this may be a song for For example, the complex of defense, of the complex of health, energetic transition. She said about this. They are calling the ecological transition, that is more matter of decarbonization, and also the digitalization, the digital transition. And then my question is, Minister, I saw here things that really are very good. They are wonderful. Only the fact to exist a ministry dedicated to the management, that we know that is one of the causes of the company to die and will not be able to recover. So this applying in the structure of the government is very important. What I would like to ask is, when we will have this dialogue in a frequent basis, in a fluid basis between your ministry and the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, because everything that I said, your ministry for us is very important because can make feasible exactly what is missing for us so that we can have an agenda of exports that is not limited to commodities and that we can produce with an added value and that we can be competitive in an international basis. Thank you. Thank you. This answer is easy. The other one was hard, but this is easy. Luciano and I, we have been with a good dialogue. We didn't have a technical chamber that I think that we can do. I was talking with her in the morning due to other subject because we have small and big issues to discuss, to be treated among the ministries. This makes sense. I think it's important to have a technical chamber with the secretary of the state companies, that it has to do to involve the state companies, not only the ones from nuclear base, but the ones that have this huge potential to increase the power of purchase of the state, but to fortify the technological and productive basis. We can do this with FINEP also. FINEP at the same time is a public company, but is funding and booster of innovation. So I think that in the Council of FINEP, we have one of the directors of the state's company because we want to be close to fortify this channel of dialogue with FINEP, but also with the Ministry of Science and Technology as a whole. So this is a homework I will write to Luciana as soon as I leave here so that we can immediately establish a dialogue channel to treat this that has to do with the Ministry of Science and Technology. I brought the Council of Industrial Development because I think we should involve more ministries, but we can have a more parallel also, and we have been doing this with different ministries. We mainly with the new ministries because they are more fragile. They need more support from our ministry to be fortified and start working on those policies. But this in the digital area, but also in the Secretary of Innovation, we have almost some consultancies with the ministry to fortify some areas. And I think this work is fundamental to be done. So the answer is from today on, we can start this technical chamber. Thank you for your class. For me, it was a class. I'm not an engineer, neither physician. So this technical part for me, it's a big class, an important class for me. And really, it was a very important panel to see the potential that we have of dialogue and mainly of work to transform, to have a transformation in the technology. So we are coming to the end of our panel, and I would like each one of the participants, if you want to have your final remarks, I would like to start with you, Carlos. With me? Oh, okay, let's go. I think that I should have paid to be here because I learned a lot, really. I must say that probably I and many people many other people, we didn't know more deeply the work that the Ministry of Management Innovation is doing. I think that all of us always want this, especially us that work in the public sector. We know that now we can count with what will help to release the issues, and this has a very importance. And the only thing that I would like to add, besides thanking a lot the minister by her presentation and by her availability, and that immediately she established these sources, and I think this participation in the ministry, it's very important. But I think that considering the nature of the Ministry of Science and Technology and our agencies, we need to talk as soon as possible with more frequency. So my final message is we cannot forget that this sector is due to the science, technology, and innovation. And that if we think that we will develop our country and get a sustainable development, social, economic development, but also in the environmental scope and responsible and socially fair, I think that we cannot, by any chance, forget that science, technology, and innovation are the tools very important that we have to get this target met. So this is the message. I come from the science area. I'm a physician, and so everyone that knows me know that this message I have been repeating for many years, not only me, myself, but different colleagues. But I think this country should be proud of the national system of technology with a huge potential. That's it.
Well, your final considerations? Well, I'm so happy today. In fact, this presentation from the ministry has left me incredibly satisfied, and we waited for this for so long, and to see this possibility is really incredible. I believe, Minister, that this possibility of perhaps the ministry works with these prototypes and these pilots, that we can learn that the MVP's speed is a lot faster than the legislation, so we have to test that. And using agencies like FINEP, for example, it's a big operator. It has a big history, a long history. So it might be that vehicle for operating innovation. I think we can do a lot of interesting things. And since Dr. Aragon has left his message, I will say that startups become unicorns. So they're $1 billion companies. And Brazil is a big unicorn startup producer. And we know that all of these startups started very small and had a lot of stimuli from projects, from universities, from local initiatives, because the trend here is to have user innovation, just like MIT is doing, is to enjoy the user's innovation and use it to develop innovation, and with that make a product or service be competitive worldwide. So I think we do have the mechanisms for that. We have everything for that. Now we have your support. So I'm very happy. Thank you. Minister, your final considerations, please. Well, I was also very happy with everyone's speech, and I think that indeed this theme of Brazilian science and technology, and because it's really we have created for so long instruments and tools for Brazil to be able to have a very high technological development. We have developed a lot. We aren't very much ahead of them, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't strengthen our Latin American partnerships, because we have this whole productive integration that has a huge potential. But I think that, just like we said before, it is a commitment, it's a big commitment for the government to unlock the central area that is so important for Brazilian development, the social and economical development project that is so necessary for all of other equality mechanisms, especially innovation. Because it's exactly what you were saying. We can have the innovation process and spread its ideas. I listed here all of our public tools, but it's important to remember the private sector that makes a lot of difference, so we can scale up our businesses. So I think that's the process that we need. As a government, we have to understand where the problems are so we can solve it. And these partnerships with technologies, with these new technologies, are very important. We've had 814 new jobs created that will be working with innovation in our government. So that's very important. It's a central area for Brazil. We need to straighten, and it's a partnership that needs to become stronger every day. And our ministry, I don't think everyone here read our responsibilities, but one of the things that we have there is that our big mission is to transform Brazilian states by increasing our transformational power to especially to improve our citizens' lives. And I hope we will be able to do that with the necessary partnerships. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the participants and especially the minister to be part of this event, and all of you who have heard us till now. Thank you very much.
Pode ir, Larissa. Por favor. Parabéns. Vamos para o segundo sorteado dessa tarde. Segundo nome, participante aí do hackathon, né? Larissa. Vamos lá. Luciano Carlos. Luciano está aqui com a gente? Hã? Ok. Vamos para o terceiro, seu terceiro nome? Vamos lá, terceiro sorteio de hoje. Paulo César Freitas. Bem, aqueles que não estiverem aqui, como a gente teve até um atraso na programação, estão aqui, né? Estiveram conosco no evento. Tá? Vou disponibilizar aqui os nossos contatos da Abidan, para que possam fazer contato e a gente entregue o prêmio, os prêmios, né? Que era uma Alexia e os Apple Watches, ok? Uma salva de palmas para todos sorteados. E vamos seguir com a programação normal. Obrigada.
We breathe energy. We depend on energy. We produce energy. We transform energy into brilliant ideas for a greener planet. For medicine. For clean water. For safer food. For our future. Energy for life. Ross Adam.
Our society deserves consistent, reliable energy to power our lives. Our planet needs that power source to be safe, clean, and environmentally friendly. Holtec's SMR 160 is a safe and secure source of carbon-free energy positioned to fulfill the world's energy needs. This small modular reactor produces zero emissions, requires a small footprint, and most importantly, is intrinsically safe and secure. The SMR 160 prototype incorporates passive features of its operation to ensure the utmost safety and reliability. All safety systems are within its containment, making them secure from any potential external threats. It has the potential to power a small community or a large industrial or commercial facility and can take up as little as 4 acres. SMR 160 can be used anywhere in the world, including the most arid desert areas, thanks to its flexible use of either a standard cooling water system or an air cooling system in lieu of the large quantity of plant service cooling water used in traditional facilities. SMR 160 uses less water, produces no greenhouse gases or pollutants, and has a small footprint. It can be effortlessly constructed and used in the most inhospitable locations of our planet, ensuring every population a safe and reliable means of power. Holtec's SMR 160 is not a dream for the future. It is now. For more information, log on to www.smrllc.com.
Tractebel is leading the way in the deployment of a new generation of reactors, the Small Modular Reactors or SMRs. SMRs are smaller, simpler and standardized modular reactors. Their components can be built in factories and shipped to site locations by truck or rail, making them quicker and far less expensive to build than traditional ones, which facilitates investment for private actors. They also incorporate the most advanced features of the nuclear technology. They can provide carbon-neutral and reliable energy to complement intermittent renewables when the sun does not shine or the wind does not blow, to power or deliver process heat to heavy industries and cities, and to produce low-carbon hydrogen to fuel planes or boats. Our nuclear know-how and innovation enable us to support nuclear and industrial players to successfully deliver SMR projects.
Tractebel offers the healthcare sector a unique combination of infrastructure, nuclear, and radioprotection skills.
A one-stop shop approach to design facilities hosting nuclear medicine equipment and radiotherapy while putting sustainability at the center of every decision.
Our multidisciplinary approach is increasingly valuable as the use of nuclear medicine is growing by 5% per year, and 1 in 2 people will benefit from it during their lifetime.
One example of a project combining Tractebel's infrastructure and nuclear expertise is the CHE Montlégat, the new 100,000 square meter hospital in Liège, Belgium.
Montlégat includes a nuclear medicine department that requires specific skills to complete, especially in the field of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning.
The client requested a sustainable building, so we designed it around energy and water saving. We incorporated several passive design features like optimal positioning of the building and the orientation of its windows to require fewer heating and cooling systems.
Our combination of nuclear and infrastructure expertise makes Tractebel the ideal partner because we can accompany healthcare stakeholders throughout the entire project from idea and basic design to project management and civil engineering.
We cover every phase of the project through our broad range of competences, like structural, mechanical, electrical design, 3D modeling, fire safety, radio protection, rat waste management, nuclear safety and decommissioning.
Tractable combines infrastructure and nuclear expertise to develop sustainable healthcare facilities.
For cutting-edge research, diagnosis and treatment for the well-being of people around the world.
Boa tarde a todos. Prazer.
Good afternoon to everyone. It's a huge pleasure to be with you here on the last day of this event. And this panel will talk about politics and political perspectives for the nuclear sector. Julia Lopes, Congressman, please come to the stage. Our third panelist is a member of ABDAN, but he is with Minister Esther right now, but he'll be here in a minute. Well, so... Oh, okay, so I apologize. Before it was supposed to be Celso, now Leonon is going to be with us. It's a huge pleasure. Well, so let me present myself. I'm a journalist. I also have a graduation in economics, but my professional life was always turned to economical journalism, and I've always had a personal pleasure of looking into the energy sector as a whole. And since I've always had that crush for the nuclear sector, I ended up understanding a little bit more about it. But as every common citizen, I was also very afraid of the nuclear sector. Obviously, we have these stigmas and stereotypes of how this sector was originated. It was originated in a tragedy, and the Bellic uses, so that has marked us for many generations, because we had a more pacifier spirit. So that the nuclear sector was always seemed dangerous for us. Then we had Angra 1, and then the construction of Angra 2, and then one day I went to Angra, but always trying to understand the economical importance of that activity, and especially for the energy sector. Just telling you this story because I think it's part of our panel theme, and it's really about how can we overcome this prejudice with society, because if we don't gain society's trust, we'll always have difficulty with growing. So one day I visited Angra. I think Angra 2 was starting its constructions, but and so I asked people that worked there, aren't you afraid of being here? And then he answered to me, well, do you see that small village over there? We could see that village. I live there. My wife lives there, and my 2 kids. And I thought, well, human being, we're naturally a little suicidal. Ever since we were babies, we're we're very complex beings. But we put yourself at risk. You put your wife at risk, but you don't put your kids at risk. And I once wrote about this. And I think that sort of helped me understanding the nuclear sector, because we have to look for that path to clarifying and giving information from the nuclear sector to the general population. Because, for example, you can visit the facilities in Angra, but it's not a very busy place. I have a special feeling about Angra because I had to write a book about that bay, and so I had that book written for the inauguration of Angra too, and so for me it was incredible to be able to study the Ilha Grande Bay. I discovered that when our discoverers our founders, when they arrived there, they were amazed by its natural beauties. So let me do my job as a moderator. And let's talk to our representative, our congressman, Julio. The idea here is to discuss how the sector is seen by the Congress in Brasilia. What are the advancements that we can make, and what are the barriers and challenges that we face? So, Congressman, if you could tell us a little bit about this. Well, it's a huge pleasure to be here. I'd like to congratulate Celso and Abdon and say that, in fact, we have this new perspective of a more organized Congress. We didn't have that subject in Parliament before, and now that we have been talking to Abdul and Brazilian nuclear programs, I was always very interested in that. I was in the base of the Marine. I was talking to Admiral Peronio, and I think that I can make a contribution, a political contribution here, to try to make this nuclear program in Brazil to become a state matter, so that we can all benefit from the investment that is being made in this program, and especially under the perspective that we are all citizens of Brazil. So for Rio de Janeiro as being the main, has such an importance for holding Angra power plants. So I talked to Governor Cláudio Castro about the need to divide his secretary for development so we can focus on nuclear energy and having someone taking care of this department specifically. And I am happy to say that we have a colleague, Hugo, and unfortunately he's in the US, so he couldn't be here with us today, but I'm pretty sure that he's going to be responsible for that secretary, and he will allow us to guarantee that at least in Rio de Janeiro these projects can in fact happen. I had the opportunity to talk to the minister. I have so many projects and proposals for innovation and for management, and I'd just like to talk to you about two of them. One of them is my project that makes all of government acts to be digital. It is, we cannot allow that we're in 2023 and we still have a government to have analogical data that don't have any sort of monitoring, any sort of recovering. So I have a law project, and I am asking for urgency for it to be voted so we can provide full traceability to any sort of government document. So you can see that it is really doesn't really make any sense because we have such a smart system and so well designed to control our vaccine program. And so we know that it is you can have frauds happening, but it's something very complex and not so common. But the Brazilian system for vaccination control, it is all referenced and it's linked to the CPF system when we're talking about popular pharmacy programs and special disease and rare disease and degenerative disease or rare types of cancers. We have medication that costs thousands and thousands of reais, and then we have no monitoring for this. And what we use here is really the SUS numbers, and that is a number that does not favor the Brazilian society. The number that controls our health system is the CPF number, because that's the number of the citizen that is receiving the treatment or the vaccine. So since we have that number from SUS, it's not linked to the CPF, so it makes things a little messy. So my proposal is that you cannot have a single doctor's prescription without an electronic signature from the Brazilian government. That is one of the best ones in the world that has double digital signature, because we have face recognition factors, and we also have hand digital security recognition. So this is one of the projects that I have. It's something that I talked to the minister, and the other proposal that I'm also making that is part of my whole political life. We have the CPF, that is a unique number for every sort of interaction from the citizen with the state. And our project makes the CPF the only number needed for any governmental service or and unfortunately this hasn't been implemented yet, but it's a priority, especially when we're talking about health, where we have higher costs that are not very well managed. So what I'm saying is that we have to create a unique number for companies also, just like the CPF logic. So it's like we have CNPJ, because it can be connected or linked to one CPF or to a group of CPFs. If you have a digital basis that can monitor all this, so what I'm saying is that this is so important for Brazil, and it has to be implemented by the state. For example, we have an article I read today about a journalist. It was a well-written article, but they were writing about monitoring and about this organizational progress that it's so important in Brazil. So this process has been built for a while now and was pretty much handmade for decades. And so this article was really criticizing what has happened in the past government term. And so just very quickly, in the first month of this year, I had a meeting with the minister, and I asked him to recreate that structure for nuclear coordination in this ministry, because we have to finish the construction of Angra 3. Every day that we have those constructions late, we're losing millions of reais. It's the biggest construction that we have here in Brazil. It's a huge opportunity for economical growth. We will have pretty much 7,000 direct jobs created. So the ministry still owes us an answer. And yesterday we had a meeting with the Minister of Mines and Energy. But he said that nuclear energy is still very expensive and it needs to be analyzed. Obviously, we were then very much worried because obviously we have full reservoirs that detain water. So it's very easy to say that it's expensive. If we had an emergency like we had 2 years ago, would we still be saying it's expensive? So energetic safety and planning in Brazil needs an intense parliamentary activity, and it needs the society collaboration and cooperation. So I am open to listen to your proposals so that we can take this program to National Congress. And I have no intention to understand about physics or about the nuclear area. My idea is to have this political action to work for the development of economical benefits that this area can bring to Brazil. I am so sorry I took too long. And let me even ask you a second question, because we have our politicians from Rio de Janeiro. We have this sort of proximity really to the nuclear sector, because we have Angra 1, 2, we have the Marine that's also based here. So we do have this affinity with the nuclear sector. We also have universities that englobe this nuclear sector. But obviously that in Brazil, just like you said, that nuclear has many applications in the health system, but many other congressmen are not really interested in the nuclear sector. So how do you feel that in Congress? Well, again, Celso, you just arrived here. I was just congratulating you for this event. Our minister had a brilliant participation here, and I think that this is the sort of work that will end up being successful. We have a communication. So the greatness of this sector is directly linked to the technological development of this country. We will not evolve economically if we don't invest in the nuclear sector. And I believe that we were able to bring forward 222 congressmen and 13 senators to join this nuclear cause. And but it is this first contact, so it's important for people to gain conscience that this area can take Brazil to a different economical level. So there we have these political opportunities for international relations in Brazil. Just like Celso was talking to our minister today. And he was talking to her about the opportunity of fostering these nuclear industrial power plants that they have in the U.S. and they have as a raw material Russian enriched uranium when they are part of what's happening in the war of Russia and Ukraine. So it's really a geopolitical issue, and we have, so it is a big conundrum, I'd say, because we have to look at what's happening and understand about diplomacy and obviously the consequences from an executive point of view. I had the joyful opportunity to be invited to the inauguration of the for the inauguration of the power plant that I think that companies are very isolated from each other, and we see that they have now been working collaboratively. And if you haven't still been to NUCLEP, you have to go. If you haven't been to ANT and ELETRONUCLEAR, you have to go there. You have to visit. You have to take a look around to see the greatness that we're talking about. I've had the opportunity for many times to visit these places, and I was amazed with these projects that have such a huge potential. We have Angra 1, Angra 2, and 3 under construction. We have this whole uranium process. We have the technology. We have everything, but we only produce 70% of what Angra 1 uses as a fuel. So we need, you can just gain easily the finances. For example, FINEP just gave 2 million reais to the technology sector, and if we don't use it quickly, we're going to lose it. But so I think the sector needs to have that sort of mobilization, needs these events and these visits, because we have journalists like you that use your capacity to mobilize society to have a Brazilian nuclear program with a lot of systematization and optimization. Indeed, Julio, it's not really easy for the media because you always have the other side. Well, but Germany is shutting down all of its power plants. Well, that doesn't really justify things. It's not because they're going in the wrong direction that we have to copy them. So Germany has made a few mistakes, and we shouldn't really follow their steps. Let's copy what they're doing right, not what they're doing wrong. You know, so you have seen the other side. You have, you're the one that made so many issues, so many benefits to this sector available. So the society, the role of society really is to understand what this sector can benefit, and even to have these conclusions of what we're doing in Angra 3. Well, first of all, I'd like to apologize, Congressman, because I'm here representing Abden as a technical director, but it's a huge pleasure to have you here. And before answering your question, I'd like to congratulate you because you were the one to realize the importance of nuclear energy for the state of Rio de Janeiro. And you have realized that for a few years, and you have constantly supported us for the past few years, and you are now responsible for all of this success and the committee that we have now. And I think it all has to do with this perception. Rio de Janeiro is the capital of energy. As a whole, really. So it is obviously the capital of energy and also the capital of nuclear energy. Because economically, the nuclear sector in Brazil is pretty much limited, but for the state of Rio de Janeiro is not really that limited because it's basically 100% concentrated in the state of Rio de Janeiro. Because we have the production of uranium in Bahia and Ceará and a few research institutes in Belo Horizonte and São Paulo, but the whole rest of the sector of this industry is in Rio de Janeiro. So I think you realized that, and you have been supporting us for these past few years. And I believe that you really joined us in a fight that we've had for the past few years. And so if the articles that you wrote and you have incorporated for the report in the public ministry, if that article had been approved, we would all have ANGRA 3 ready and running. So it's important to understand that nuclear is a theme that's very sensitive to society. People are very sensitive to that issue because you were asking, for example, you were talking about that, talking to that guy that lived in a village next to ANGRA 1, and he was okay, but that's really an exception. The rejection rates for nuclear energy just increases. It's really the reverse law of gravity. Because what happens is people that live around or very near these power plants, they can realize two things that people that live far from these plants don't realize. First of all is the benefit of those people that live around ANGRA. They know they have some sort of relationship with these power plants. They're either a salesperson or a worker. So that perception of the benefits of these power plants, the economical benefits, they're very visible to these people. But there's another factor that I think it's very important, is that the familiarity factor. When you become familiar with an issue, like when you see the power plant every day and you talk to the people that work there and live around there, you become very familiar, and it makes you see things more naturally and more clearly, and all of that fear that you had since the beginning is sort of goes away. Well, nuclear energy was known to society because of two horrible holocausts of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So that generated a fear that is really complicated to be reversed, and it's really transgenerational because it goes generation to generation. And because we have the fact of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but you have this perception from society that are death rays. Ever since we're kids, we're always watching robots and TV programs, shooting these rays, so everyone's afraid of the thunder that comes out of these weapons in cartoons. So that in fact increases the fear of people for nuclear, and that really happens because people don't have the familiarity with our real technologies and the benefits of it. We can see through nuclear medicine, it only brings benefits to the population. It's a theme that deserves a greater attention than the one that we usually give. And so I think that the role of Parliament is really fundamental, because we have these projects for nuclear energy. They have a long time for maturing, and it needs continuity. So it needs to trespass different terms of governments, different terms for Congress. So you have to have like a minimum consensus from society and understand better that project. So there's something that I don't like to say, but it's really nuclear is a project of state, but state is a very abstract character, a player. So we see that very clearly. Maybe it's a good example, the United States, because you have long-term projects and you have a minimum consensus between the political forces in the United States that make that these projects will remain independent from whoever's in the government. So we need to do something similar to that, not only for the nuclear sector, but that continuity is fundamental, and it is formed through these minimum consensus and the many political activities in the Parliament, in Congress, excuse me. So Congress, without the support of the population, doesn't really get anything done. So I believe you have an essential role in this transition of government, and that's a challenge that we have to win for nuclear program, but also for other programs in Brazil. How can we have this minimum consensus to be established in the country? And I think it's through it that we will be able to reach that goal that we aim. And evidently the sector needs to communicate and to mobilize and do its sort of lobby in a good sense. In the case of the nuclear sector, as a good part of it belongs to the state, we have NUCLEP and ELETRONUCLEAR, that becomes very limited because it's hard for you to lobby something from the government to the government, or a part of the government to Congress. So in this case, we have the associations that are connected to the sector that have a fundamental role for that. You see a different path, and you see that we're in the right way. So for you to develop a nuclear program, you need the participation of companies. And just like you've mentioned, the main companies are state companies. So the key to success goes through the development of the private sector companies in the nuclear activity.
The monopoly that was defined by the Constitution can be understood with total restriction or less restriction. The point is that important to open for the private participation, because you will have the interest not only from the state companies, but for a huge quantity of companies acting in the program. And some actions on this sense were taken. Recently, the law that give more flexibilization for the monopoly of the mineral extraction, this should be reflected in other scopes. The law that you had the privatization of Eletrobras, it's very important for the private sector in the ELETRONUCLEAR. So it's fundamental to have the private participation the greatest as possible, and with the regulations that are restrict, so that this can be in the society and it's not something isolated, isolated sector, self-sufficient, that will never be. So I think this public acceptance has also to do with the communication, with the information, with having the congresspersons also involved in and also with the private sector. The private sector is the engine of the economy. So you see as an opportunity this segmentation, considering the nuclear that is not under an umbrella under Eletrobras. As it's today outside this umbrella, and this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity because it's outside this umbrella, but Eletrobras has an important role today. Eletrobras is not the controller, but it's the owner of the majority of the capital. So it has an important role. But how can we boost this private participation to increase? This is a challenge, to create models that allow the private participation and to be the engine to look for some investments, because the model of investment with public resources, it's not efficient over time. If we consider the history of the sector, so we should look for new models of financing, and we should have the participation from the private sector. So do you think that this private participation really it's feasible? I think that today we had a great step, because this idea of Afghan to discuss with the Minister of the Science and Technology. So I think this is the new umbrella. It's the new resource that we have. We should tell Brazil and the world that the majority of innovation and the invention and all the technology in Brazil depends on the structure and the advance of the nuclear. So Celso enjoys the public challenges, and he challenged us in the last event so that we could have the Congress front. I would like here to propose that we have seven Brazilian universities with this subject of nuclear energy. So I would like to get in touch with all the professors and the students that are part of this community, so that together with us and the companies that are sponsoring this event, so that we can have ideas and proposals, so that we can have the public policy to have the innovation mainly in the nuclear sector, and consider this as a state policy for Brazil. I think those that are in the academy and that can face the experience of the future in this activity, they should more than everyone to ensure the life and investment in the sector. Celso already did this with Sebrae, and we can try to get in touch with them again regarding the startups in the nuclear area. Do you have any news? And there are not few startups that are in this proposal of done together with Sebrae, that they are interested and they are doing well. So equally, I think that we should gather these people, the people from innovation, from the academy, the ones that have the perspective of the future much better than ours, because we are more to the end than in the beginning, so that these people can feed with new ideas, proposals, new contents, so that we can propose to Brazil a new content, a new way to do something very important to our country. I think obviously the technology will change. Today I'm the manager in the planning area. I like to say that I'm a professor in the planning area. I always was a teacher of this. So I'm struggling with ANP. I would like to share with you. So since a couple of years, I have been fighting with this. So by visiting UNS, I don't know if I said this before, but one day I was visiting UNS. That has to do with ANEL. George, I don't know if you know a panel like this, where all the kilowatts of energy is released, and that panel is a result of the fragility of our electric system that was that had a lot of failure. So we need to build something that to have our electrical system more reliable. So Brazil developed through the national operator of the electrical system one of the best systems of control and input and monitoring in the world. US or doesn't have, perhaps China has, India perhaps has, but Brazil has something that is very different and qualified, because any issue regarding electrical transmission is identified in real time. And the engineering group can see in the panel what is the issue, regardless the level. Any level of critical situation, the engineering people try to reestablish or redistribute. And then by seeing that, I said, oh, why INP that we have here, although control of the production of oil, Rio producing the majority of the oil and gas in Brazil, why don't we have a control panel as ENS controlling all the Brazilian system of fuel, in having the information in real time, so that the Brazilian citizen, everyone here, we can know, and we can every year by fulfilling our car with fuel, we don't have any control on that. So in the Congress, I had the obligation to have there to duplicate this panel, but for the Brazilian system of fuel. And I'm struggling with this for more than 3 years, and finally 2 years ago they published that they will do the control that they're calling the gas station online. That is basically the control of the system of fuels. How can I say, with softwares of architecture where you have some volume sensors that can understand the density and volume, and they will monitor all the system of fuel. So in terms of innovation, this is so easy that I think that everyone here is aware, but the sanitization issue was done. The JEC, one of the utilities of water that gain here in Rio, and it's providing investments, they contracted satellites that are over Rio in 8 to 8 days, or 12 and 12, and according to the substance in the area, they can know, based on satellite, where is the liquid water in Rio. Only this year they recover more than 3 million liters of treated water, because they can the chlorine that they have. So based on the chlorine, so can you imagine the level of specification to identify the holes in the pipes and that are feeding the oil, or so if we can this online monitoring, imagine the gain. And then I was talking with the Institute of Legal Oil or Fuel. Of course, now to the monophasic system, this will improve all of the tax collection in the fuel sector, that we are charging 1.48 reais per liter, but this will not resolve the issue, because Brazil produces 137 billions of liters of fuel. 20%, we have more without any control, without any type of supervision. So like 36 million billions of liters that are like solvers or that we have in our cars or in our the equipments that reduce the capacity of the engines without the society have any control. Some data from the foundation, Getúlio Vargas, shows that in the last 10 years, the loss in the gas station in terms of real revenue in Brazil is around 14 to 20 billion reais. I went to the Minister Haddad and I said, Minister, I did the digitalization proposal in the chamber because we need to have this as a cross competence in Brazil, and mainly regarding the tax. You are presenting an logic reform in Brazil. Brazil needs a digital reform. I like José Roberto Afonso in economics. He is a postdoctorate by the University of Lisbon, and I think he says, if you get our tax structure, only our tax structure, the same, with the same rates, the same terms, the same due dates, everything equal, and you have this in digital way, you can expand the basis, you can increase the revenue. But what my friend says, that we have some revenue tax and from the back to forward. If everything is registered online every day, if every day we can in our cell phone register, we will know what we are going to pay in terms of tax by the end of the year. So everyone can have this information, and we would not expend almost 1,700 hours because everything would be in real time. And then we are working this in the National Congress to do this. And then we had a minister to talk about this that has to do with the nuclear energy, because we need to have a national monitor of fuel. And also, as we have a high fight in the exploration of oil and sea or in dozens of kilometers below the water, Brazil has online in real time all the extraction. Any barrel of oil extracted or any gas leaked or burned or introduced is monitored in real time, and in LEP also. Really, well, now we are going to talk about other issues. Well, unfortunately, we need to stop. We don't have any more time. We have another panel coming, so we could be here talking for more 2 hours. We have a lot of things to discuss, but I think this is good to our event. And what called attention to everyone that is here, that if we do not face the challenge of communication to bring the society to the sector, showing that this brings more benefits than any other threat that may mean, as they call attention, this is an opportunity of innovation in Brazil. So there are a few things that we can highlight regarding technology in Brazil. Some genomic projects, perhaps. The enrichment of uranium, I think this is going to be good for many generations regarding this conquest that we had. The management also of our plants for years and years, the survival of the plants. Just to have a short comment here, in the beginning of the year, I asked the minister, and I would like to say that here, Minister, we from the Congress, we would like to request something to you. If you can create a system of monitoring the nuclear system, and please do not replace anyone without having a deep assessment and about the strategy that what is going to be done, because people that are on their roles, they know their roles and responsibilities, and anyone that you put new there, they will require like 4 months to start working. So it's important to establish a strategy and eventually to establish who will be the replacements. But it's important to live there, working, the ones that are in their position, so that the companies can have the best performance. And then you, with the knowledge, with the hirings that are and capacity building that of the people that are going to replace, so you can have the replacements in the correct time. And then he said that he would do this because this is reasonable. Because we're not talking about names, we're talking about strategies of actions that should be done. And I'm saying that because I told him about the academy. I would like to say that we indicated a lawyer to be president of the ELETRONUCLEAR, and I don't want to criticize this indication, because obviously there are other skills that may be good for this position. For example, the Congressman Serra that was in charge of the health, and he provided a great contribution. And also in education area, we have people providing a good contribution. But the academy also didn't react, and the society either, because we had a lot of thinkers and people from academy in the nuclear area. We have very skilled people, not only Leonel here, but everyone that are here, that would have the capacity to manage this company. And people that are in the academy, they are waiting the opportunity to show their value, and they are not being considered. And I would like to register this. I think that we need also, the journalists also need to help us, so that Brazil had a huge asset in the nuclear area, a brain asset, without any perspective of the future. And we had some brains that are being graduated, and we need to show perspective or opportunity to them. Otherwise, this will have less hope. We need hope, not only to this sector, but to live, to fight, and to insist. So let's have the resilience. I hope that the minister can listen to your work. Just to finalize, it's a pleasure to be in this debate, to share this panel with the Congressman João Lopes. I think that the challenge of the public acceptance is huge and it's infinite. It is always being far off the target, but we should insist, and being able to have some people like the congressman. It's important to this convincement about the future of the nuclear business that we have. And I would like to end with a reflection that has to do with the geopolitical that you comment. We have a situation that is single, that is a huge opportunity to Brazil due to the geopolitical issues that are blocking the feed of fuels from natural uranium, enriched from Russia to the Occident. And Brazil has the condition to cover at least part of this gap in the supply to the Occident. It's a pity to lose this. I don't know the time that this window will be open and who will close the window. So I think the moment I would like to tell this data here, because I think this is important. It would be a pity to not take this the opportunity of having this window open. And Brazil doesn't have any enemy. We don't have anyone fighting with anyone in our borders. No one fighting with us. There is a certain bias against Rio, but we are going on. So thank you very much. Let's go to the next panel. Vai embolar o tempo.
This
is for you. You who see how essential electricity is to people's lives every day. You who understand how we must reduce our CO2 emissions now. You who know that nuclear energy is a powerful source of low-carbon electricity. It is also an industry that demands unparalleled levels of safety and security. Yes, this is for you. You who know that for over 60 years, we have been designing and building nuclear steam supply systems. We have been developing and manufacturing components and fuel assemblies for all the major electrical utilities in the world. We have been delivering the heavy and mobile components needed for the nuclear island, as well as the instrumentation and control solutions. That we provide the maintenance and engineering services for more than 250 nuclear reactors around the world, and that we are participating in the construction of new reactors in France, China, Finland, and the United Kingdom. So yes, this is all for you. You who trust in the expertise, the experience, and the commitment of our 14,000 employees. Whether you be an electrical utility customer, engineer, new graduate, or simply a consumer of energy anywhere in the world, this film is for you, for each and every one of you, because you believe in nuclear energy, because you trust Framatome. Because every day we are committed to serving our customers and working for energy that is competitive, reliable, and safe.
Seja muito bem-vindo à Eletronuclear. Conheça um pouco da atividade da Central Nuclear Almirante Álvaro Alberto, instalada em Angra dos Reis, no estado do Rio de Janeiro desde o final dos anos 60, antes mesmo da construção da rodovia Rio-Santos. Nossos cuidados com a segurança contam com os métodos mais avançados que a tecnologia nuclear mundial dispõe. E isso vai muito além das sucessivas barreiras físicas existentes em nossos prédios. Temos procedimentos técnicos e administrativos rigorosos e um sistema de treinamento constante de nossos colaboradores. A produção de energia nuclear acontece sem parar, 7 dias por semana, 24 horas por dia. Isso porque ela não depende de nenhum fator climático, como chuvas ou vento, para gerar energia. Essa energia é limpa, produzida com tecnologia avançada a partir do beneficiamento do mineral urânio, uma riqueza da Terra que se transforma em luz para agregar segurança e confiabilidade à matriz elétrica do Brasil. Diferentemente de outras fontes, a geração de energia nuclear praticamente não produz gases de efeito estufa. E isso é importantíssimo para conter o avanço do aquecimento global. E tem mais. Como a nossa produção de energia é concentrada em uma área muito pequena, as usinas podem ficar próximas aos centros urbanos, onde estão os consumidores. A operação é monitorada regularmente por órgãos nacionais e internacionais que atestam a qualidade de nossa operação. Nossa central nuclear possui 2 usinas em pleno funcionamento e uma terceira em construção, além do Observatório Nuclear, que é o centro de visitação da empresa. Veja Angra 1. Esta é Angra 2, inaugurada em 2001. Esta é Angra 3, em construção. Assim que Angra 3 entrar em funcionamento, a central nuclear vai conseguir atender dezenas de milhões de pessoas. Será um grande avanço para o Brasil, que pode sofrer com o desabastecimento de energia em tempos de estiagem. A tecnologia da eletronuclear é tão segura e de ponta que pessoas do mundo todo, de todas as idades, querem ver isso de perto. Por isso, o Observatório Nuclear fica de portas abertas de domingo a domingo. Entretenimento, informação e uma vista belíssima da central nuclear promovem uma experiência qualificada sobre a energia do futuro. E no dia a dia, realização a realização, a eletronuclear está nas casas, com as pessoas. Também está na natureza, com diversos programas de preservação ambiental, como o projeto Tartaruga Viva e o Centro de Reabilitação de Animais Silvestres. E onde há uma usina nuclear, há natureza preservada. Diversos programas monitoram a qualidade do ar, da água, bem como a fauna e flora do entorno da central nuclear. Essa é a energia que acende o futuro. Eletronuclear. Energia limpa.
Our society deserves consistent, reliable energy to power our lives. Our planet needs that power source to be safe, clean, and environmentally friendly. Holtec's SMR 160 is a safe and secure source of carbon-free energy positioned to fulfill the world's energy needs. This small modular reactor produces zero emissions, requires a small footprint, and most importantly, is intrinsically safe and secure. The SMR 160 prototype incorporates passive features of its operation to ensure the utmost safety and reliability. All safety systems are within its containment, making them secure from any potential external threats. It has the potential to power a small community or a large industrial or commercial facility and can take up as little as 4 acres. SMR 160 can be used anywhere in the world, including the most arid desert areas, thanks to its flexible use of either a standard cooling water system or an air cooling system in lieu of the large quantity of plant service cooling water used in traditional facilities. SMR 160 uses less water, produces no greenhouse gases or pollutants, and has a small footprint. It can be effortlessly constructed and used in the most inhospitable locations of our planet, ensuring every population a safe and reliable means of power. Holtec's SMR 160 is not a dream for the future. It is now. For more information, log on to www.smrllc.com.
Bom, vamos dar início. Vamos avisar o pessoal lá fora que vamos dar início à próxima.
Know that we will start the next and the last session in this room. So we are coming to the end, and I still have my voice, preserve it. This is Valda, Yes, Valda. That helps. Well. So we are here talking about the market, talking about opportunities, talking about businesses, and then it's gathering people. Many people didn't meet each other for a long time, and we were able to meet everyone at the same time. So sometimes we want to discuss things that inside the companies we don't have time, and we were able to do this and to move people. And this panel is going to talk about opportunities. Which opportunities we're talking about? What is going on in the companies? What are the business that we can expect? What we should be prepared to work with these companies? Not only the small companies that were there in the panel, focus on this for small companies. Let's talk here about opportunities with ELETRONUCLEAR, NUCLEP, AMAZUL, and INB. They are the anchors of our sector. They are the engine of this sector. And here we have, it's not a matter to say, oh, we have under 3 No, we have Angra 1 and 2 also, and we also have business there. We have the submarine. We don't have only the submarine, we have the R&B, a lot of things happening in AMAZUL. In INB, also I tell Bricky that he is sitting on the gold bridge. He will be the next millionaire. So it's a huge opportunity. And to talk about this, what we are talking about, I would like to call to moderate this panel the journalist of the state agency, Marília Sabino. Where is Marina? Oh, she's there. Applauses. Be very welcome. Thank you. I would like also to call to be here Dr. Sandoval Gama, the director of ELETRONUCLEAR. Would like also to invite Dr. Oscar Moreira da Silva, the managerial director of NUCLEP. Is also building some towers. And I would like to invite Dr. João Tupinagá, the Superintendent of Strategic Planning and Trading of INB. And last but not least, Dr. Ricardo Veloso, the General Coordinator of Business from AMAZUL. Não quero te dizer não, mas é muita gente. Good afternoon. For those that are here with us and for those that are watching from the transmission, our debaters. Yes, we have our debaters. Ludovic, the technical director of Flamaton. Sorry, no, Ludovic. Be welcome. And Dr. Marcos César from the business development area from ATEC. Now we have the team complete here. So let's start. As Dr. Celso mentioned, we will talk about the opportunities of the main companies in the nuclear sector. We will have lectures from our speakers, each one 15 minutes. Then our debaters also will have the final considerations and then the questions. Just to start, let's have Dr. Scar, the Managerial Director of NUCLEP. So good afternoon, everyone. Today it's a huge challenge. We are in the last panel. We will try here to have your attention the better as possible, considering our production area up to the end of the chain of nuclear production. I would like to show our institutional film.
Vinculada ao Ministério de Minas e Energia, a NUCLEP, Nuclebras Equipamentos Pesados, é a maior caldeiraria pesada do Brasil. Somos uma empresa do ramo de energia pela própria natureza, fundados para atender, fortalecer e consolidar o programa nuclear brasileiro. E somos a única empresa brasileira capacitada à fabricação e manutenção dos equipamentos nucleares mais importantes do país. Desde 1980 já fabricamos para a ELETRONUCLEAR os geradores de vapor substitutos para a usina de Angra 1 e os condensadores, acumuladores e racks supercompactos para a usina de Angra 2. Hoje, a nossa missão e foco é atender às instalações dos equipamentos da usina de Angra 3, que aqui estão. Com precisão e eficiência, fabricamos os seus condensadores, fundamentais para o resfriamento da água no circuito em operação da usina nuclear. 8 acumuladores, responsáveis pelo resfriamento em casos de eventos emergenciais. E o seu pressurizador, componente que mantém a água do circuito primário em estado líquido. Aqui estão também prontos a instalação, a estrutura central do núcleo do reator de Angra 3, o vaso de pressão do reator e seu tampo de fechamento, o estator do gerador elétrico da usina, a turbina de alta pressão, seu rotor e geradores de vapor. A posição geográfica da NUCLEP não é aleatória. Estamos estrategicamente localizados para atender com prioridade as necessidades da Central Nuclear Almirante Álvaro Alberto. Nosso terminal portuário privativo visa o pronto escoamento dos equipamentos para a eletronuclear e a proximidade das usinas, a manutenção e prestação de serviços essenciais. Devido à nossa versatilidade, atuamos em segmentos e projetos complexos que requerem mão de obra específica e qualificada. Com isso, possuímos uma infraestrutura diferenciada com capacidade para absorver projetos únicos.
Sou NUCLEP e trabalho pelo Brasil.
Eu sou NUCLEP, eu trabalho pelo Brasil.
Eu sou NUCLEP e trabalho pelo Brasil.
Bom, depois desse breve filmete na área, essa área, especificamente a área nuclear, que a gente está se atendo à apresentação aqui da NUCLEP, vou dar início à nossa apresentação. A missão da NUCLEP, ela nasceu com a missão de atuar na área de caldeiraria, mecânica pesada, a fim de contribuir para o desenvolvimento do país, visando atender às demandas estratégicas da nação, principalmente nas seguintes áreas de atuação, que é a nuclear, que é o nosso foco de hoje, mas também na área de defesa, petróleo e gás, mineração e geração de outras fontes de energia. Nós estamos estabelecidos desde 1980, quando começou realmente a NUCLEP, teve início a operação da NUCLEP. Nós temos 1,5 milhão de metros quadrados de área, sendo que 95 mil metros quadrados de área construída, e capacidade de carga de até 600 toneladas. E uma sala limpa de 100 mil partículas por milhão. E estamos vinculados ao Ministério das Minas e Energia. Nossa localização é estratégica, né? Ela não está ali simplesmente na área de Itaguaí, mas nós estamos num triângulo entre Rio, São Paulo e Minas Gerais. Temos um porto perto, que é o Porto Sudeste, Porto de Itaguaí, a base estaleiro naval da Marinha. Temos um terminal privativo. Então, nós estamos numa situação estrategicamente bem localizados, perto das usinas nucleares e perto dos grandes centros industriais do país. Nosso terminal privativo tem capacidade de até 1.200 toneladas de carga. Há pouco tempo foi modernizado, então nós estamos com plena capacidade nesse terminal para escoar equipamentos pelo terminal. E somos certificados ASME 3, temos certificado o selo da ASME 3, que são para componentes nucleares, e o ASME 8, que são para vasos e equipamentos também de qualificação internacional. Obras que nós já realizamos com o selo ASME 3 e ASME 8 são gerador de vapor de Angra, autoclave para INB, cilindros para INB, vasos para o CETESP, que é da Marinha, cilindros também 30B para CETESP, o LabGene está sendo construído, a parte de equipamentos pesados, torre regeneradora também ASME 8, em andamento o bloco 40 para a Marinha e os GVs e VPRs para a Marinha também. Nós já produzimos alguns equipamentos nucleares, vários equipamentos nucleares, como o gerador de vapor para Angra 1, outra foto deles, autoclave para NB, acumuladores para Angra 2 e Angra 3, pressurizador para Angra 3,
reactor for UNGA 3. The HEC super compact for UNGA 2. The nuclear reactor, the lower part that we have in Argentina, and we are actually in the nuclear segment. We have some works to restart UNGA 3 with ELETRONUCLEAR, and the work with the heavy equipment to the Lab Jenny, that is the generator for electric center in Panama in the Navy, and also for the submarine. Condensator for UNGA 3, it's ongoing also. This is in our main office. The exchange of heat for UNGA 3, that would be the package 101 that we are looking for, are the package for exchange of heat for UNGA 3, but this is ongoing. We have a schedule of 37 months to deliver the 9 exchangers of heat. The Lab Jenny, that is a lab for generate nuclear electricity from the Navy in the Block 40, that for the submarine of nuclear propulsion that is being built close to Sorocaba, and we are preparing a part of this heavy equipment in this lab. And not only the hull, but the external sections, but also the generators, the steam generators, and the VPR. Here is an example of what we are building and producing together with the Navy. And regarding our perspective for the future, the close future, I hope, is to continue UNGA 3 in the producing of equipment for the service providing, the building of the the RMB, then the possible demands for the equipment replacing UNGA 1 and UNGA 2 that still exist, so we need to keep them. So NUCLEP will be ready for that, aiming to work with the strategic objectives of the companies. So these are our perspective for the future, besides the submarine of nuclear propulsion, the construction of a hull that is resistant for the port besides Lab Jane. So I think I was brief. I will not occupy the 15 minutes, but the idea is to leave you to debate also, so we can have more time to debate the issues involving NUCLEP. And our partners, just to let you know, and my information, contact, and if you want to get in touch. Thank you very much. So continuing with our panel, Dr. João Carlos from INB, that will present now some information regarding the company. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation of Abdan for the participation on this, and also to congratulate Abdan. This is really an event very nice, and we see that this event it's very good. This is very important. We are meeting people that we didn't meet before, and many times we have some meetings and you see always the same people, and here we are seeing different people, and this is very good. We will talk about opportunities involving ELETRONUCLEAR and the other plants in NUCLEP, AMAZUL. I'm John Pineda Basso, Superintendent of Strategic Planning of INB. So a brief presentation just to localize each company acts in a different scope. NUCLEP, as our speaker said, is acting on the producing of this type of assets, and ANB acts in this cycle of nuclear fuel.
ETN, that's responsible for furnace for the hydroelectrical generation, And AMAZUL develops technologies for the Brazilian nuclear program. It's the youngest one here. So it's important to say that these companies, they are in the state group. So in this group, we have regulations that are very strict, connected to for the nuclear area also, since it's a monopoly, and also regulatory ones. So it's all very complicated. It's a complicated framework. I usually talk to my people that in the movies we have Peter Pan and its adventures, and they always happen on Neverland. So I usually say that our adventures happen in the no land. So nothing is allowed, nothing is permitted. So I would also like to congratulate everyone that acts on the implementation of for your resilience to be able to deploy these technologies, because I know it's not easy. And even like our congressman has mentioned in the previous panel, that sort of thing, it increases our costs. So it's another small detail. So we're talking about, we have to talk about the big train that that conducts all of these projects that are the reactors, because they're the ones that are responsible for transporting minerals and even reactor services, mechanical components. So that's the strength that will define the demand levels of the market, because demand is what happens from the perspective of what's going to happen. So the demand is increasing because we have a very positive perspective, and that is being pulled up, excuse me. And I'd like to start talking about our relationship with ELETRONUCLEAR. It's basically our reason of existing. They're the ones that we provide nuclear fuel. And it's interesting because we have with them what we call a monopoly that's optional, really, because they're the only buyers and we're the only vendors. So that's an interesting characteristic. And so that's really a portrait of what we have as a contract with them for the providing of fuel for Angra 1 from the 18th to the 21st recharge. And so it's important that we have there a horizon of the 7 years of contract that gives us a certain tranquility, but we have to know, we have to be aware that in a short period of time we'll have to start negotiating again for the renewal of these contracts. Well, so because of these contracts that were signed in the end of 2021, and because of the income, excuse me, we've had a few contractual issues, and then we were able to realize that we have a disruptive problem, that is that conflict with Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. So that really increased prices very aggressively, and the problem is that our database is basically based in 2021. So our contract was not updated. It was not really following the trend, the price trend. So what we're trying to do is we're renewing this contract to bring safety, really, and security to both parties. And we're trying to fix this mess that is really worldwide. Well, and motivated by this contract of fuel, this fueling contract that we have, it's really so we can attend, so we can help, we can refurnish. We have for ANGRA 1 and ANGRA 2, they have approximately 8 years of contract at its total. So that's also something we work with, and something that's important there, and it has to be looked at very carefully and with a lot of hope, is that lifespan expansion for ANGRA 1. They have 20 more years of activity. So this project will bring longevity to our and I want to talk about the participation of AMAZUL in that project. If this project did not have that extension, we would be ending ANGRA 1 in 2024. So it is an interesting situation because we would only have ANGRA 2 as an income and not have ANGRA 3, really. So that's an absolutely risky situation because we have just finished our fiscal budget. So we have a billing that was predicted, and you have such an impact. So it's a very high risk. But I think we were able to mitigate that. But we really have to pay attention to planning in nuclear area. It's really important because we're talking about a lot of money. It's millions of dollars. And still in this aspect, I think everyone said here, but I don't have to talk about it again, but it's the end of the construction of ANGRA 3. First of all, because it is a significant moment for INB and will bring stability for sustainability, because we have just finished our fiscal budget, so we have we have a certain balance, but it is an unstable balance. So we have to have that. So we have the tranquility to advance with this planning. So, and if we're talking about the PDE of 2031, that wants another reactor. It's really good, but we have to know when, because INB will have to make some sort of adaptations to its plants. But for ANGRA 4, that I hope it will be also held located in Rio de Janeiro, we will need to make investments. And when's that gonna happen? I cannot just make investments if I'm not sure that it's going to be a safe return. How's the funding of that? So we always have to stick to planning. And then talking a little bit more about our other partners of INB and AMAZUL, we have the isotopic enrichment project that we also have the participation of CTMSP, and it's in its final phase. It's worth talking about the ultra centrifuge providing from CTMSP, and also the second phase of the uranium enrichment power plant, because it was it's the second one. The first one was seen as a demonstration power plant, and the second one is really more a hands-on power plant, a commercial power plant. So it's a lot of money. So the funding for this is very high, and we're fighting for this. We have to increase the speed for the providing of these centrifuge. Well, future possibilities we have, because of this engaging of AMAZUL in our SMR projects, we see that very positively, and it might bring a synergy to INB to provide that type of fuel, because INB has a partnership with Holtec to also develop SMR fuel for them. And then in that same subject, we also have the enriched uranium 20%, because most fuel pre-SMR will have 20% of enrichment. We have a project from INB and the Marine and IPEM, but it needs to be strengthened. It needs to gain traction. So it's something that we have to pay attention to. How can we give traction? And in this event, we were able to discuss that very much. We were talking about Haleo, and INB has to have licensing to enrich up to 20%, because if we now have a 5% enriched raw material, in the future I need to be ready to supply 20% enriched uranium. So also we talked here about Lab Gene. That's the power plant for the submarine. We have already manufactured the uranium-02, enriched uranium-02 tablets that were manufactured and delivered. We now have a few spare parts that are being built, and we're negotiating what's the best way to have this contract. It's a little more complex. Well, and just very quickly to talk about NUCLEP, we have many works that many opportunities that we have worked in our past history. We've had equipment to the mineral complex of Poços de Caldas, the production of containers to fuel elements, prototypes of 30B and 48Y cylinders, technical assistance to enrichment plants, and recertification of 48Y Dutch cylinders. Well, and here we have a different chart that it looks a little chaotic, but it's not chaotic, it's dynamic. It's different. It's just to bring you the idea of what this international market really is, and the demands that we have been receiving for the past 2 years with the participation of INB and also the meetings in the agency. So I just try to put a few of them here together. We have Haleo, we have EDLO International, we have proposals for many other businesses, and we are connected to this project. It needs to gain traction, or we also have Holtec with Haleo and SMR. We have Kinea, and they were one of the big reasons that we started looking at Haleo, because they had research projects that use metal uranium that is 20% enriched. So since 2017, that's something we're pursuing. We also have EPOSHO, WMC, Framatome, also we have Cameco, Converdan, Kazatomprom, and we have Numerco, Rosatom, they're new players in this area, and the Canadian company SRC that recovers nuclear mining waste. So we see here what is demanded here. Mineral area, we have demand for that. And then we have a new law that says, at least that's of my understanding, well, look, you're free to partner up with any other company you wish. When you start working on the details, you understand that that's not really it. That's not how things work. One of the first things that we did in INB was to have a meeting with our board of directors to show you, well, here are the gaps. This one, and this one. So how can I be attractive to a company if I don't have a payback system to that company? How am I attractive to a company that I cannot show them? How am I going to give them money? If the government does not regulate that law, that's really not going to work. But is the law important? Sure. It's great. But if we don't move on to the next step, there's really no use. That's a reality. So it's not so easy. Everybody wants to be a part here, but they don't have the capacity to supply what is needed. That's what we call the opportunity window. So is that complicated to solve? No. But to do a work like this, you have to call for INB because it is the business unit. They're the ones that are going to support you in this. And it's crazy because we have all of these factors in our legal areas. They understand that I cannot sit with a company and you have all of the research and all of the study, and then we'll sign the contract. No, that's not correct. It's not fair with other companies. So we have to study, and then you will make those data available for public bidding, and then you'll find out how you're going to pay for them. So that doesn't make any sense. So these are things that are not very well defined, that need more regulation, and lawful understanding is also not clear in this case. So something that we were talking before, and I wanted to show you. The takeaway of this is that ANGRA 3, the regulation of the law, is fundamental so that we can supply the market. The extension of ANGRA 3 and also the PDE that we also need for even one more than ANGRA 3. Thank you very much. Thank you, and then we will now listen to Mr. Simval Gama from ELETRONUCLEAR. Well, good afternoon to everyone. It's a big pleasure to be with you here today. And because we are a little bit late, I'm not going to play the movie about electronuclear because it has been displayed quite a few times during the day. So let's move on. This is our complex with the 3 power plants in the nuclear central Admiral Álvaro Alberto. Angra 1 and Angra 2 are in operation. This complex is completed with Angra 3 that is under construction, and with the dry fuel storage is part of our complex also. We would like to highlight here that in big packages, and then I'm just going to touch up on a few items, is the challenges that electronuclear has for the next few years. For Angra 1, it's a power plant that has its concession guaranteed up to 2024. And as other companies in the world, we have opted for having an expansion in the lifespan of this power plant. It is an advanced project, very mature project, with a 4 billion reais investment until the end of this lifespan extension. And then from 2024, we would like to operate this power plant for 20 more years. We also have Angra 3 with ongoing investments that go up to 2028 and an average of 20 billion reais. For operating power plants, Angra 1 and Angra 2, we have in 2023 a budget for material and service providing and other components in the range of 3 billion reais. For Angra 1 and Angra 2, we have improvement projects and modernization projects, about 143 million reais in investments. For the dry fuel storage unit, we have until 2025 a number of around 600 million reais. As big blocks, we have opted out to Angra 3 since the financing project and modeling project is still being defined, and the financing models is still being defined. Electronuclear has implemented a process that we call the accelerating plan for critical lines, and what it does is they have these emergency constructions to be done using resources that have been previously defined, and we have that guaranteed to until 2028 for those opportunities. And I mentioned this acceleration plan because it's important, and the technical supervision services also are part here. The reuptake of Angra 3 has some very consolidated marks that until 2010 we had about 32% of the construction ready. Until 2022 we've had a 62% progress. With the conclusion of this construction that still needs 20 billion reais for the next 5 years, we will have over 3,000 jobs created for the construction and commissioning, and over 1,000 direct and indirect jobs created for the operation. For the useful life cycle of Angra, and we have the contract until 2044, we have a total investment of 4 billion reais, and that started in 2022 and it goes until 2029. If we consider the plan that was presented to the agency and SENEM, so we have the authorization and licenses to operate here. We have listed a few projects that are in operation. We have the battery banks. We have the acquisition of control bars, and all of these projects here are in execution right now. We have also listed a group of projects that are still in the process are still in negotiation, like MSIP and monitoring systems. We have the anticipated detection of fire focus, and so that's all part of the package that we have come up with to start operating, to continue operating this power plant for the next 20 years. These are still ongoing negotiation projects. The dry fuel storage waste unit in 2022, we've had the first campaign that was established. While we don't have our final storage to be established, we have a second campaign there for the deposition until 2025. We will have there 530 million reais in investments to be able to store that sort of fuel. Now, looking at these other installations that are part of the complex, we have already hired and in the process of hiring specific softwares for calculation of nuclear fuels and safety analysis, managing softwares for obsolescence, monitoring, seismic monitoring services for the region of our central heat exchangers, LCH for Angra 2. We have already hired, we have already bought material for the modernization of Angra 2, services of inspection, independent inspection in Angra 2, modernization of physical protection of the system, the hiring of services for the environmental conditioners, and software for the management of technical documents. So this pretty much, we have other areas of opportunities. We have cleaning, we have transportation, we have food service, we have physical security, health. And these are services that we demand annually for both investment area as cost areas. And these processes are significant because of our features and because of safety aspects. Last year, we've had a significant change in the partners organization in our company to become a private company, the entrance of a new deal.
And this shareholder, this new shareholder in the company, so that we can have the programs and investments. We had a good equation to this. Now we have insured and under a process of authorization and hiring to deliver around 600 million reais for Angra 1 and 2. It's an equation that in the beginning of the year we need to have an adjustment for Angra 3 that we were thinking to have around 2 billion reais. Initially, we had a budget approved of 450 millions, and we had a complement now in this month of first part, and we are working to these funds that support the hiring of services and funding. I would like also to highlight other sets of goods and services. I would like also to highlight some of them, as I mentioned, regarding the hiring of support of IT, the migration of systems that were old to be updated. The secretary services, the company is doing this hiring. Nuclear and environmental engineer services, the symbol of the filter, that is another project that we have, and this relation of complement. Thank you. And I will leave our references and we are available. Great, thank you. Now, our last panelist, Dr. Ricardo Mendes from AMAZUL. Well, thank you. I will ask you to stand up because I'm the last of the last. I'm the last speaker of the last panel, of the last session in this wonderful fair that we have in these last 3 days. So first, I would like to thank each one of you that had the energy to be here, an energy based in uranium enriched that keep you here in this activity. Pay attention, and my mission is not to leave you to sleep. That's why I'm standing up, so that you can at least you can look to one side and the other side and not getting and falling asleep just because today is Friday. So I'd like to thank the possibility and the opportunity to participate in these 3 companies consecrated in this nuclear sector. So to AMAZUL, I do this on behalf of my director, President Admiral Milton. It's an opportunity very important so that people can know how it was mentioned. So this is part of the sector. Let's follow this agenda, understand what is AMAZUL. This is this child that will complete 10 years this year. And what are the modalities of business that AMAZUL can participate, the areas of acting, the scope, and then the final remarks. So AMAZUL, it's a public company that started in 2013 and it started operations also. It was created in 2012 and started operating in 2013. It's an anonymous society, so you have the skills that is important to think about. Why should I know this company? This company is not in department of the direct management. It's not a private company. So this brings some features that will define possibilities of business, possibility of actuation that is different from all the others. So we have our own asset, and it's important to say that a public company from the public management, this is, in our case, is indirect, so it's not part of the state. It has its own entity, but also is an institution of science and technology. And this opens us a lot of opportunities of partnerships and foundations of support, diversity, and other situations. And it's linked to the Ministry of Defense through the Command of the Navy. In this sense, it was qualified in the Ministry of Defense as a company that is strategic for the defense, and this gives us the possibility to have additional hired with the tax regime that is different. Regarding the possibilities of AMAZUL for the public management is to be hired without any bid. This is in the law on the creation of AMAZUL. So besides the law 866 or any other law, AMAZUL has a own law that allows to be hired by the public management without bid. AMAZUL can participate with a minority in private companies and can establish office brands in Brazil and abroad, and can operate as an institution of science and technology. And what are our differences regarding all we said? AMAZUL participate in the committees, the technical committees of the development of the nuclear program of Brazil, and participate in the high level of the public management as an actor that can have an influence, and also as a technical advising consultancy, and then that's why can participate in a way and show some pathways for the decisions of the authorities. We participate in strategic projects in the nuclear sector, projects with a long term, and we also have the prospection of partnerships in the national market and also international market. This is the more controversial. It's a criticism that we have in electronuclear, because we say that this is the single Brazilian company specialized in nuclear power, and then they said, no, we also do this. What we do not only for us, we do to our customers, we do, and this makes us different from all the other companies from the nuclear sector. So, given the context, AMAZUL started in 2012. 2008, we had the signature of the agreement between Brazil and France to build a submarine, and the Navy had the need, very huge, to capture and to keep human resources high qualified, that sometimes, or in the majority of the times, were not interested to work in this type of work. So AMAZUL started in this context and brings in its DNA the management of people and knowledge. So AMAZUL provides this management of people to work together with the Navy in the programs, the nuclear program of the Navy and the submarines program, and also the knowledge management, because this knowledge, once our Brazil reach this, Brazil cannot lose this knowledge. So the knowledge management is fundamental in the existence of AMAZUL. And this took us to develop a methodology in the knowledge management. In this methodology, it's a product and can be applied in any company from the nuclear sector or not. And is a strategic product also recognized in the Ministry of Defense. So it's the first opportunity of business that I would like to present to you. You can know our methodology of knowledge management of AMAZUL. We have a lecture in the 13, Commander Tomé presented here in one of the panels, and I invite everyone to know this product. Many people talk about knowledge management. Everyone says that that know how to do the knowledge management in a very secure, consistent way. And in which way AMAZUL conduct its business? What AMAZUL can offer to you that are here? AMAZUL can work with some terms of execution decentralized, some agreements, some technical cooperation agreements, some understanding memorandums, some agreements of science, technology, and innovation. And AMAZUL can also be part of a consortium to work in certain business and also participate in joint ventures and in societies with a specific purpose as a minor part. So this mix of possibilities turns AMAZUL as a unique company in the nuclear sector. And our participation is in 3 big programs. In fact, I need to clarify that the program is a big Brazilian nuclear program. And AMAZUL, considering everything that I showed to you regarding the context of its creation, to segment its activities, and it's so considered the nuclear program from the Navy, the program of developing the submarines, and we consider also the Brazilian nuclear program, all the other activities that have these other programs. So in the nuclear program of the Navy, AMAZUL, besides participating with 6 engineers, with the people and knowledge management, in a partnership in the preparation of the projects, it can participate also with a focus on these both main products: the cycle of the nuclear fuel and the lab to generate nuclear energy. Which picture was there in that other slide? Regarding the cycle of the nuclear fuel, the main opportunity that I bring to you today is the USEXA. That is the plant that produces hexafluoride of uranium. Brazil already domained, in terms of technology, all the cycle of the uranium enrichment. So there is one step that we still don't have the production. That is the conversion, the yellow cake in hexafluoride. So AMAZUL will end and conduct the activities to end the construction of USEXA, the licensing and the commissioning. Those activities will be conducted by AMAZUL this year in the coming month. So we have opportunities to companies of building, electromechanical assemble, equipments, and different possibilities in the market. Regarding LabGene, AMAZUL also participate in the construction of LabGene. Today we have 12 agreements with the purpose of the construction of LabGene, some with some partners here, and other needs will appear over time. So be prepared. LabGene is the prototype of the system of propulsion of the submarine. So here in this picture, you can see an area in red that we call the block 40. That is the reactor bunker. Who went there saw this. So the submarine, you have the propulsion part that starts there to the back part. Regarding the program of submarine development, we have 2 products also that are structuring. The first one is the onboard nuclear plant, and the final product is the end of the submarine program, is the conventional submarine with the nuclear propulsion. So the onboard nuclear plant in this picture, again, you can see the red square that is in a phase of project. The project is built by the Navy in a partnership with AMAZUL, and we will start the phases of hiring. So shortly we will have the activities and just aiming the construction of this plant that will make the difference when the conventional submarine and the one with the nuclear propulsion. And there, in this picture, you have the submarine platform as a big product, a final product of our ProSub. So talking about the Brazilian nuclear program, considering the subjects that are not directly linked to the Navy or the submarine, we have different activities, and I will state here some of them to you. We have the participation of AMAZUL in the extension of the life of the nuclear plants in the partnerships with the ELETRONUCLEAR. Today we are participating on the extension program of the life of Angra 1, and shortly we will participate on the management of the aging of Angra 2. It's a process that is more preventive than Angra 1, done with more time. Angra 2 is, we already have the authorization for operation in 2041. Regarding the participation of AMAZUL in the production of radiopharmaceuticals, supporting and with IPEM, working in the logistics and in the center of production of those radiopharmaceuticals that are dealing with all the country. This is very important for the treatment and for the detection of this. We have the commercial plant of uranium enrichment in a partnership with the nuclear industry of Brazil. AMAZUL started this project initially with this term of execution decentralized, and now with an agreement considering the change of the situation of INB from a company dependent of the budget and now not depending on the budget. And then I will like to highlight here the point, because the flexibility that AMAZUL has to adapt, to be adapted to the needs and to the viability of each partner. And one of the greatest points in the nuclear sector, perhaps together with Angra 3, is the RMB. AMAZUL participated in the elaboration of this project in a very detailed level. So a preliminary detailing to the reactor, and it's a reactor that will be built in the surroundings of Aramar. And this will give us mainly the possibility to have the self-sufficient of the country and the production of the radioisotope. That is the raw material of the pharmaceuticals, and Brazil today doesn't produce it, only import. So it will be a big work. It will demand different types of companies and will bring us a great improvement in our country regarding the nuclear medicine and other areas also. So I will present a video that I will show with more quality and beauty what I just mentioned, what is AMAZUL, and then I will end.
E Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos. O Programa Nuclear da Marinha tem um duplo objetivo de projetar e construir um reator de potência inteiramente nacional e produzir seu combustível. Essas tecnologias serão usadas no futuro submarino com propulsão nuclear e também para a geração de energia elétrica. A AMAZUL participa do Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos, cuja missão é garantir a soberania do território marítimo brasileiro e proteger as imensuráveis riquezas que ele abriga. A AMAZUL tem o compromisso de entregar à nação tecnologia, conhecimento e profissionais capacitados em energia nuclear e defesa. Os projetos em que atua ampliam o acesso de toda a sociedade a inovações e conveniências que ajudam a melhorar a saúde e qualidade de vida da população. A AMAZUL contribui ativamente para a geração de energia elétrica limpa para todos, fabricando, junto com a Marinha do Brasil, ultracentrífugas, usadas para o enriquecimento do urânio destinado às usinas nucleares, e trabalhando com a ELETRONUCLEAR na expansão da vida útil da usina nuclear Angra 1. Na saúde, a AMAZUL colabora para ampliar o acesso da população aos benefícios da medicina nuclear. Participa do programa de modernização do Centro de Radiofarmácia do Instituto de Pesquisas Energéticas e Nucleares, o IPEM, que produz radiofármacos para todo o país. E projeta, em parceria com a Comissão Nacional de Energia Nuclear, o reator multipropósito brasileiro, destinado a pesquisas e produção de matéria-prima para radiofármacos usados no diagnóstico e no tratamento de doenças como o câncer. O empreendimento tornará o Brasil autossuficiente na fabricação desses medicamentos. As tecnologias desenvolvidas pela AMAZUL podem ser utilizadas na irradiação de alimentos para eliminar substâncias nocivas e aumentar o tempo de conservação, o que protege a saúde do consumidor, reduz o desperdício de alimentos e amplia os ganhos do agronegócio, uma das maiores fontes de riquezas do país. A irradiação é usada também em cosméticos, medicamentos, insumos da área médica e até na preservação de livros, obras de arte e documentos históricos. No setor nuclear, a empresa está capacitada para atuar em projetos e serviços de engenharia, comercialização de produtos, comissionamento de instalações nucleares, operação e gestão de empreendimentos e gestão do conhecimento. A AMAZUL criou um premiado modelo de gestão do conhecimento que está sendo aplicado em unidades nucleares e poderá ser replicado em outros tipos de empreendimentos.
Os projetos e programas que contam com a participação da AMAZUL contribuem para a defesa e independência tecnológica do Brasil. Se, por um lado, promove um notável avanço científico do país, por outro, ajuda a melhorar a saúde e a qualidade de vida dos brasileiros.
A inovação está no DNA da AMAZUL, uma empresa singular que demonstra em cada atividade e em cada projeto a razão de sua existência e o compromisso de entregar resultados ao cidadão. A AMAZUL, Amazônia Azul Tecnologias de Defesa S.A. Tecnologia nacional, em benefício da sociedade.
Bom, nossa breve conclusão, a gente traz aqui o ciclo do combustível nuclear para trazer à luz aquilo que nós mostramos aqui da participação da AMAZUL. Então, tirando aqui a parte de mineração e beneficiamento, que nós ainda não participamos, né? A AMAZUL participa da conversão do urânio em gás, com projeto de construção do empreendimento da USEX. Ela participa do enriquecimento de urânio, tanto com o seu pessoal alocado no Programa Nuclear da Marinha, na parte de desenvolvimento do ciclo de combustível, né, com a elaboração de novas ultracentrífugas e novas tecnologias, como na elaboração do projeto de engenharia para ampliação da usina comercial de enriquecimento de urânio na nossa parceria com a INB. E isso é o passo para o processo de conversão, de reconversão no elemento combustível, aquelas pastilhinhas ali embaixo. Elemento combustível esse que vai ser usado lá na usina nuclear ou nos SMRs daqui a algum tempo, quem sabe, né? E na nossa parceria aqui com a Eletronuclear, não só nessa fase preliminar, mas também durante a sua operação, a sua vida útil das suas usinas, a AMAZUL participando na extensão dessa vida útil. Né? Trabalha diretamente, óbvio, com o submarino com propulsão nuclear. E estará envolvida também, já em tratativas nesse momento, com um futuro depósito aí de combustível queimado, um depósito de rejeitos nucleares.
Storage of the fuel burned.
Opa, desculpe, voltou. Então, o ambiente de negócio da AMAZUL, como nós vimos, ele perpassa todo o ciclo do combustível nuclear, mas também ele envolve engenharia nuclear, submarinos, segurança nuclear, reator multipropósito, energia, medicina
R&D,
nuclear,
energy,
radiação de
nuclear
alimentos,
medicine,
ou
and
seja,
radiation in the food.
mundo de
That is,
possibilidades que a AMAZUL pode atuar.
world of possibilities that AMAZUL can
Então,
participate.
finalizo agradecendo aqui aos senhores pela atenção, tá? E digo aos senhores, cada um que está aqui, cada um que passou por essa feira tem um motivo para pensar na AMAZUL. Então, quando pensar num empreendimento nuclear, pense no que a AMAZUL pode ajudar vocês. Obrigado.
What AMAZUL can do for you. Thank you. So after all these lectures, we have a lot of subjects to talk about. I will ask Big, our first debater, for your comments and also questions to our panelists. And I will ask, just to be brief due to our time, but feel free to ask your questions. I don't need 3 minutes, I need less. My wife is Brazilian. So first I would like to talk, as I'm the last of the last, I would like to say that I enjoy a lot. And this means that for a German person, I don't have any other comment. 7-1, it's okay. The oldest here will know. For me, it was a surprise, a positive surprise. It was very professional. Thank you very much for the organization, for the invitation that I'm seeing here. I hope that next time I can participate also. Perhaps next time we will also bring a film, at least 1 hour of marathon. But okay, let's. Thank you very much for your presentations. What I noticed in your presentation, you mentioned that you have an agreement of 6 years, comedian. And for us, we only have the maximum 5 years. But in general, there's a lot of background for me. Of course, that we had good business here in Brazil. We want to stay here. We like to work with partnerships. But the point that I think that is bothering, and sometimes the bureaucracy, the laws, as you mentioned also, and to the participants, I don't know if you have the same impression, and how can you improve that? Who would like to answer? Well, this is a constant challenge for those that work in the public management, regardless which one is, and those are in the nuclear area, because it's a little bit more complicated. We are asked about the performance of a private company, but they provide us a framework that is a very hard framework. Can you imagine in my area, we are in the commercial area, in the international market, to work with this framework in the market, in the external market, that we have a dynamic market, mainly in the crisis time, it's very complicated. You lose a lot of things. And then I think that we should have a legal framework that could be less tough to our business. I think that our legal framework, AMAZUL, has some benefits that was able to establish in the beginning, that I think this could be valid for other things. For example, regarding the international market, to have a bid that takes a long time internally, and to decide they will take more X time. So people don't care about this. So how long are you going to decide? 6 months. 6 months in this market that is always changing. This is the point of the iceberg. We have a lot of work to do. And I was talking about the law, the 14542, and it's this. We need to accelerate, we need to look for results and to win these barriers. There's no other way. We need to have the Congress is important so that people can think we should change this drive and be simpler to get flexibilization. Otherwise, our future will not be good. Any other one would like to comment and answer this question? Only compliment, of course, I agree with everything that you said, but I would like also to mention how we in AMAZUL try to overcome this challenge. The processes are for sure with bureaucracy, they take a long time, but we cannot delay things due to internal inefficiency. So this is our belief in AMAZUL. We do not accept that our sectors will take time in the activities that are part of their scope. So not always we can have the speed that we would like, almost never, because when we talk about company, everyone believes that it's like a company here outside where the decisions are faster and less subject sometimes to the controls from the government and also the legal ones. The process can be optimized in some cases, but I think that it's part of our internal process in our dedication to bring the science to this process, to use, how can we say, the entire road to find solutions so that the partnerships can happen, so that the agreements can happen, and the business can move forward. Dr. Marcos Cesar, please. Your comments and questions. Good afternoon. I'm Marcos. I work in the company NATEC. We are a private company. I thank the set of public companies that are leading the nuclear sector in Brazil, and you are allowing a private company to be part of this discussion. I would like to say that for the audience, it's very interesting that things here presented were said in a very direct way. I think that we save time. People need transparency and assertivity. So I think each company that talk a little bit what they do, they talk about the difficulties. I think this is also an opportunity to talk about the difficulties, because they may be opportunities for improvement, and obviously the opportunities of business. That is the subject of this panel. Those that are listening to us remotely also, it's important to know what each company can offer. And also, just to provide a context to you, we are a company in the system area, focused on the defense area, and we are involved in the nuclear sector for 10 years in the nuclear program of the Navy, in the lab chain. Many companies are working also in this big project, from the submarine that is armed of a nuclear propulsion. And we are involved in the part of the systems of protection and control of the lab chain, and with a perspective very interesting to work in the future in the project of the reactor of the nuclear submarine from Brazil. Having said that, I will ask my questions. To facilitate, I will start with my colleague just beside me, Ricardo Veloso from AMAZUL. I will ask about the opportunities of business, the project that AMAZUL is involved, and perhaps with a little bit more time to talk about a project that he may highlight here to the audience. And to INB, perhaps an interesting question, not as a direct response, but as a vision of the future. What is the perspective? In which way INB can see the challenge to expand the capacity of production of the nuclear fuel, where everything that was discussed over these days was an expectation that Brazil can grow. The nuclear sector can grow in different sectors of energy production, radioisotopes, but also regarding the fuel. So how can you see this project, this perspective to expand the capacity of national production?
Well, thank you very much for your question. You're a good friend. I would say that for each type of company, there is a business opportunity that AMAZUL may offer. We're participating in many processes in companies in Brazil, and AMAZUL hires, creates jobs, and is also hired. We make partners, so we have a wide range of sectors that we act on, but we shouldn't forget about the multi-purpose Brazilian reactor. I think that it really differs from other projects because it's in its initial phase, and we will have the construction, we will have electromechanical assembly, we'll have the purchase for new equipment, we'll have incredible gains to nuclear medicine. So there are many applications, many utilities. We have the silicon appliance for computer microchips, testing for nuclear fuel and other research applications. So we have a whole varied universe of companies that have to pay a lot of attention to the Brazilian multi-purpose reactor. And I don't know if you know, but we need a controlling system company. So thank you very much. Well, this is a very good question, really. I think that I can ask you, how can you grow? In order to grow, you have to sell. So let's segment this market here. The external market, internal market. External market, because of the nuclear features, it's really hard to sell fuel elements and export them because that's something that's nationally certified. That's our case. We're certified by Shanhouse and Framatome here. So even to sell to themselves, they have to recertify me. So it's really complex, especially if we're talking about new lines here. So for example, we have a guy from the United Arab Emirates. So they manufacture atomic products. So first I have to ask Framatome to see if they're going to make that transaction possible. So it's really complicated for fuel elements, but not necessarily if, for example, we're talking about O2 tablets. That's not really so complicated. We have exported to Argentina before, so that is possible. That is doable because then you don't depend on these certifications anymore, but you need raw material for that, and we have to remember that we are far from having our internal market very well supplied. even though we have, it is legal for us to import raw material and then work on it and export it again. That's something we did with the certification process. But for example, in Argentina, we're trying to go back to doing business with them, but their situation isn't very favorable right now. So you have in the external market, okay, so we're talking about internal market now. We have a monopoly situation. That's what we were talking about, monopsonium monopoly. And that only grows if PNB defines that there will be growth. Someone has to determine that. Let's start 1, 2, or 3 other new power plants. So that dictates the rhythm of what I have to do. And then there are the challenges that I'll start facing. I'll have to expand my facilities, for example, and I will have costs. So we'll always have challenges. So just to put it in mathematical equations, here you have a lot more cognitos than solutions. So, but we're very aware of everything that's happening. So what do we need? We go back to planning. We go back to decision making. We don't have good decision making process in our states. So really that is a problem. How do we, in an environment like this, how can you expand capacity? Who are you going to sell to? How do I guarantee my own supply if so there are many factors involved. It's really different from, for example, when PNB plan was conceived a few years ago, because we had 8 power plants, and thanks to them, we are still in the market. But we were bigger players. Nowadays, we're considered to be a very small player, and then there are all the challenges that we face because of that. The technology isn't ours, and then for fuel elements, you really live based on other organizations, except for these other initiatives like LabGene and other options. But that's really too that's too little to really consider other options. But CNR is still going to be adopted as an option by the government, but we don't know when. So there are so many factors to be defined to evolve. I have more doubts than certainties. I would like to ask Dr. Simval 2 questions, actually. You said during your presentation about the useful life cycle of Angra 1. Is it possible to think about that for Angra 2 as well? And a second question, this past week we saw a signal from the government that Angra 3 construction will be a priority. I would like to know from you, how does ELETRONUCLEAR saw that signaling? And we have that whole discussion about financing and BNDES. How do you see all that? Well, thank you for your questions. A power plant is built with the expectation of having a useful life cycle, and we have a license to operate during that period. There's an international experience that says that you can extend that useful life span with, if you apply many component repositions, and we are putting that in practice for Angra 1. So we have talked to CAMINHOS, signaling that we will ask for the extension of the useful life cycle for Angra 2. We have already presented all of the elements that are necessary for that. So just like I presented here, the parts that we have already hired and what's in negotiation. So with that, we were able to gain 20 years for Angra 1. So the licensing for Angra 2 goes until 2041, but for the nuclear sector, it's basically tomorrow. So we will, in a short future, start working on a program for the extension of the useful life cycle of Angra 2 and see all of the investment possibilities that we have, all of the safety studies, and that we will need to present to the agency. Now, the other question that you asked, I think that this whole Angra 3 subject it's really matured. What we really need is a definition of the economical model for that business plan, and it really depends on a rate that is defined by the state, and it really depends on me having an expansion plan and being able to hire components for a good price and deliver it on time. I think we're in a very good moment. I think this signaling from the government for Angra 3 will help us with all of these processes. Now, on the other hand, we have a big challenge in the electricity sector. If I am an electrical provider, generator, Brazil has 185 gigawatts of potency installed. It has a market that for the past 2 years is stable. It didn't grow. So we have an offer that regardless of its supply resources, we have a lot left for the market. So for example, a photovoltaic or a solar power plant, it defines that in the next 2 years it wants an operation to be fully delivered. And just like we said here, the nuclear process, since it depends on many combinations, it is very rare in the world that a company will be able to finish a project in less than 6 or 7 years, even the most efficient ones. And the rate that everyone depend on the other hand, the electricity sector in Brazil has a big virtue that we are flexible, we're safe, and I will always deliver my product regardless of wind, sun, or water. So this has to be part of the decision-making process of the EPE. And then to have that decision being made, we will then be able to build a 4th power plant or as many power plants as Brazil needs. Thank you very much, Dr. Oscar. I have a few questions for you. Now, about NUCLEP, we were able to see that you act on many different segments, and what are they, and what are the challenges that you have been facing? Is there any particular challenge that you have been facing in these projects? Well, thank you for your question. I have made a very brief presentation, especially because I wanted to be able to talk a little bit more now. So NUCLEP was born in 1985 with a nuclear Brazilian program DNA, really. This program was losing itself during our path, and we were not able to build all of the 8 power plants that we had planned for. But we were prepared for that. But we needed to survive. So NUCLEP cannot rely on a market where you have set budget. So we have to survive in a different way. So in the 90s, together with the Ministry of Defense, we started working with the just a parenthesis here, we were the first ones to build submarines in Latin America, so that's a challenge that Brazil was able to overcome, and NUCLEP was part of that challenge. Particularly, I am a submarinist, so I can assure you the reliability of these vessels. And then the Brazilian nuclear program constantly comes and goes. So, but we were able to be part of their procurement, and we were then partnering up with LabGene, and we were associated also with the Mines and Energy Ministry. These two segments are 100% reliable. They rely on the government. So our macro clients are the Ministry of Defense of Brazil and ELETRONUCLEAR. But once again, we need to survive. So we started looking for different paths. So we built heavy equipment for Petrobras and also for other companies in the oil and gas sector. And also lately we built a factory that mainly builds these equipment for electrical transmission. So you need transmission towers, so we also saw in that market an opportunity. We will not be competitors with the private initiative. We're just really complementing what the private initiative is not able to offer and to deliver to the market, because we have a high demand for transmission lines. For example, in the state of Roraima, for example, they depended on electricity coming from Venezuela. So with that, we were able to build a portfolio of products to maintain our company alive. But our DNA is basically Eletrobras. So heavy equipment to nuclear power plants. Now we're working for the components of SMRs. So these are the main ones. The other ones are really to complement in case we have any sort of crisis. They're sort of like a backup plan. Ever since the Brazilian nuclear program was born in 1980s, we've faced so many periods of crisis in Brazil, and we had to research in different areas so we could keep the company running, because if we hadn't done that, we would only be a state company just waiting for passively for other companies. And just a quick question, you mentioned the big projects that NUCLEP is involved. I wanted to know about raw material with this whole international market, this war of Russia and Ukraine. Obviously, we depend on these commodities. So steel, and Brazilian companies do not, unfortunately, we rely on this external market. We have been able to sort of go around this, and we are still able to deliver to our clients in a good timeline. But in fact, it is a problem that if this war continues for too long, we will start having more serious problems. But in terms of acquisition, that hasn't been such a huge problem. Do we have any other questions? Would you like to make a quick round of conclusions of your ideas? Nope, I pretty much just like to thank for the opportunity. I'd like to thank Abdu and Commander Seixas for the initiative of this event. I think it's so important. We've seen, I was able to see some friendly faces, and being able to debate subjects in this nuclear area is really good, since the nuclear sector affects not only electricity sector but many other areas. And I would like to thank for the patience of our audience here, and each one of us, we can be a vessel to show the importance of nuclear energy for society and the importance of the nuclear area for the country to be developed as a whole. There was another presentation of Abidam about a year ago where I was asked what was the goal of the energy sector in the Brazilian electrical matrix. And I think our goal has to be realistic. And I believe that what we presented last year, we were able to accomplish. So I think that 79% is a reasonable number that we are working on. So let's all be a vessel of fostering and incentivizing the nuclear area in Brazil. It's an area that few countries detain that scientific knowledge, and we cannot lose that. We have to continue that, and this so this is very important. Thank you very much. Well, just to finish, really, from the Brazilian point of view, really not really mentioning INB, but the nuclear and public area, we have to be flexible. We have to become more attractive and less hostile to external capital, and provide legal safety for these international companies. I have to be able to provide a minimum cost that is viable to these companies, and we will continue to lose opportunities. That's it. Well, I'd like to thank everyone and point out the presence of a very important partner that is here. That's the Admiral Nilton. He is the president of Fundação Pátria, and they participate very intensively with us in many projects. And so thank you, Admiral. Thank you so much. And thank you for staying up to this hour with us. And also I'd like to thank my director-president that is very discreet, and he's right there in the back. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you very much. Well, we were able in this panel to show a strong interrelationship that we have between companies. What one does, how the other one, how do we relate to each other, our And I'd also like to say that at ELETRONUCLEAR, we have a huge range of providers. We have Westinghouse, we have Framatome, we have Holtec. These are big providers, big suppliers, but we have over 100 other suppliers that are part of our alliance. So I encourage you all to look for opportunities so we can study new suppliers to our company. Thank you all very much for participating in this panel, and we are now finishing our event and this panel after having so many important discussions for this sector. Thank you very much.
In Brazil, clean and well-distributed energy generation, access expansion to medical diagnostics, medical therapies, and more efficiency and safety in agribusiness production. Dreaming about this Brazil is what drives ABDAN. But we are not only in the dream, because nothing comes out of nowhere. For 35 years, ABDAN acts developing the nuclear sector in Brazil, investing in partnerships where we value innovation and cutting-edge technology. This work evolves anchored in very close cooperation with companies and public agencies. This ability to articulate, summed to all the knowledge acquired throughout its history, puts ABDAN in a unique position to support the technological and economic growth of the Brazilian nuclear activities. We've come a long way, working with efficiency and transparency recognized worldwide, that granted ABDAN the endorsement of major global institutions, such as the International Atomic Energy Agency and the World Nuclear Association. So much progress brings us a great certainty. We still have much to do, and we will, with the partnership, the trust, and the solidity of our associates and the entire production chain of the nuclear sector. ABDAN, 35 years working for the development of the Brazilian nuclear sector. Nuclear